Chapter 175, The Mansion's Monster. Akira and his companion finished checking the corpses outside the mansion, so they moved to check the corpses inside. Since no one took care of the corpses, the mansion was filled with them from the last battle. The floor, as well as the walls and the ceilings, was still dyed red with blood. Akira and the other hunters felt nothing at all when they were welcomed with such a scene as they stepped into the mansion. But that was not the case for Ario and the other non-hunters. They looked obviously distraught. A short check was enough for them to find a room filled with dead bodies inside that mansion. The people who came beforehand had no interest except for the loot, so they just piled the corpses in one place to clear the way for them. Colbert decided to start working in that room. As one of the many people who were responsible for that, Akira did expect to find something like this. But he also noticed something that he did not understand when he saw all the corpses there. Alpha noticed it. Akira, what's wrong? If you regret fighting in that battle, it would be great if you can hold yourself back from doing something like that next time. No, that's not the problem. I just thought with all of these corpses and blood, this place doesn't smell like blood at all. Oh, about that, huh? There are reasons for that, you see. The cyborg, for example, doesn't rot even after they die. While the medicines that they use sometimes also contained an anti-rot drug. It is also said that the colorless mist of the Eastern District prevents the smell from spreading. Well, it's basically the same reason as to why the corpses out there in the wasteland don't smell. So that's the reason, huh? Although most of them are in a bad shape, they're basically the leftover after that battle. Fortunately, most of them still retain their original shape. It should at least help Ario and the other children to identify those corpses. Now that you mention it, that is kind of true. Akira nodded as he understood what Alpha was saying. After that, he immediately lost interest in that subject. Although there were other things that were out of place, he did not notice any of those. While Ario and the other children were checking the corpses, Ravin was checking the equipment those dead corpses left behind. It did not matter if it was a powerful rifle, or if it was mostly destroyed, it was nothing more than wreckage. Of course, Ravin could fix them, but its worth would still be greatly lowered. As for the augmented suits, although they were expensive, most of them were readjusted for personal use. So it would be worthless to resell them. Not to mention that he would need a good connection for selling them too, otherwise, he would not be able to sell them at a good price, and to top it off, taking them off from the corpses were too much of a hassle. That was why Ravin was separating the augmented suits from the rifles that were easier to check if they were badly damaged or not. Thus easier to predict how much money they could fetch from selling them. Colbert, who noticed him, looked sternly at him. Ravin. Didn't I tell you that you're free from doing that as long as you don't forget the real reason why we are here? Don't worry. With this many corpses around, we'll have to wait for a bit until Ario and the other children finish checking all of them. I'm just using the waiting time for something more productive here. If you have free time, you should help them in checking the corpses or help to keep eyes on the surroundings. Don't worry, I'm doing that too. Although Ravin was answering lightly, he was still sorting the loot with a rather serious face. Since these were not old-world relics, they had no obligation to bring them to Katsuragi. Furthermore, he did not have to spend bullets to gather them. He needed to get money from wherever he could in order to repay his debt. Colbert also knew Ravin's situation. Because of that, he held himself back from saying anything more after letting out a big sigh. Akira was watching the surroundings when a question came up in his mind. Colbert, I feel like we already found and carried quite a lot of bodies. Are they really that many? Well, it's not that many if we're talking about the debtors for the company that paid me. But the boss of the company, Tomjima, seems to have discussed it with the other companies to share information. So in short, we're also searching for the debtors of those companies too. That's why there are a lot of them. Also, there are not that many people who are interested in doing this job. Is that so? Why is that? I don't really know the details, but the recent rumor is that someone found pretty expensive relics from a rather unexpected ruin. So I'm sure they are more interested in that rumor. Of course, in the case of Colbert, he still had not completely recovered from the trauma after both of his hands were eaten by monsters during an expedition. That was why he was not interested in that rumor. As for Ravin, he could not go hunting for relics because of the deal he had with Katsuragi. That I see. Akira looked away and just stopped their conversation there. Colbert noticed it, but he did not dig too deep. He believed that it was understandable for a hunter like Akira to at least have some interest in such a rumor. Akira suddenly looked at the door into the room. Colbert followed suit and saw two men enter the room. Ravin stopped sorting the loot the moment he noticed them. Those guys walked toward Akira and Colbert and casually said to Colbert, "Well now, isn't it, Colbert? What a coincidence meeting you here." Colbert lightly laughed. "Peppa, huh? Why are you here?" "Nah, I just came to say hello since I heard that you're here. Moreover." Peppa looked at Akira, Ario, and the other children as if to evaluate them before lightly laughing. "I see that you've really splendidly fallen now, to think that you're earning money by taking these brats with you. You've really stopped being a hunter, huh? But isn't it hard living without hunting for relics? I can say the same to you too. Seeing you here means that you have nothing better to do, right? Or is that you're here to scavenge the dead hunters? Well, for a hunter like you who can't get any good relic even when you get into the ruin, I guess it's not a wrong course of action though. You bastard." After that short exchange, Colbert was still calm like usual, while Peppa looked slightly offended. The guy who came with Peppa, Bosch, interjected and stopped Peppa. "Peppa, cut it out." Peppa clicked his tongue and stopped prodding Colbert. Colbert snorted and looked exasperatedly at Bosch. "Bosch, you should keep him properly under your leash, isn't that your job?" Bosch lightly smiled. It was an honest smile for his old friend. "Don't say that. It was your job in the first place, wasn't it? I'm already giving it my best, you know." "Humph, though that might be true, that is your job now. So I have nothing to do with that. I know that we're acquaintances, but you should stop him from picking a fight like that. It's dangerous." Colbert and Bosch had a friendly air around them. "So then, Colbert, what are you doing here? Don't tell me that you're here to pick up the loot from these corpses." Bosch caught Ravin, who was sorting the loot as if there was nothing to worry about. Peppa looked mockingly at Ravin. "I'm here to search for dead debtors. These other guys are here to help me out. And also, just leave that guy alone. He's in big trouble from debts, you see. As someone who is also here to keep my eyes on him, I can't really bring myself to tell him to stop, you know?" After Colbert said that, Bosch could not help but frown. "You're still doing work for those creditor companies, huh? Well, I have my reasons too. I know it's not my place to say this, but if you get yourself too comfortable working inside the city, you might not be able to return back to doing hunter job, you know? You already have both of your arms healed. Honestly speaking, I think it's a good idea if you go hunting for relics once in a while as a rehabilitation." "I know." Colbert was a little bummed from that rather harsh but indeed true advice from his friend. Tyal was munching the corpses inside a room. He ate the cyborg bodies whole together with their mechanical parts. He easily lifted the mechanical body up with his left hand and put them inside his mouth. His left hand was no longer of a human hand. To be more precise, a huge gun grew out from his left shoulder. As he ate more and more cyborgs, the gun on his shoulder grew longer and bigger. Eventually, once it grew out into a complete rifle, it detached from his shoulder and fell to the ground. There were already other parts on the ground. Small arms were growing out from some of those parts, and those arms suddenly started moving. They were dragging themselves toward each other and reassembled themselves into something that looked like an autonomous turret monster. The newly made turret walked away and lined up beside the other autonomous turrets that were made before it. There were already a few dozen autonomous turrets lined up inside that room. Tyal, who was eating metals without saying anything, suddenly stopped and looked away. Although he was looking in the direction of a pile of dead cyborgs, he was actually able to see past that pile and through the wall behind it too. He then turned at the small mechanical monsters in front of him as if he was giving them a command. After that, all of the small mechanical monsters immediately sprung into action. They removed the wreckages blocking the entrance to that room and left the room. Tyal only silently watched the small mechanical monsters leave the room. Once all of them were out, he started eating the hunter corpses and their equipment again. Akira was keeping his eyes on his surroundings, which doubled as training for him while talking with Alpha. But when he noticed a small change in his information-gathering device, his expression immediately turned stern as he shifted his focus to check that signal more closely. But before he could do that, Alpha suddenly warned him. "Akira, there are monsters." "Monsters? Not hunters. Either that or it's a group of non-human cyborgs that are moving in an organized manner. It's up to you to think which one it is." "Alright, I'll go and get back my rifles from Ario and the other children." "There's no need to do that. Since we have them here, how about we get them to fight too? After all, it's not like you're here to protect them anyway." "Are they going to be okay?" Akira was a bit surprised by that suggestion from Alpha, but she replied with a smile that was filled with confidence. "I'll take command, so it'll be okay. Meanwhile, you should try to face them without my support as a training." "Roger that." Akira reloaded armor-piercing ammo into his AAH and A2D assault rifles. Ario and the children were using the same goggles that they used for training. The goggles itself was nothing special, but even so, it could be used to communicate with each other in short range. That was why they were also using those goggles outside of training. Instructions suddenly appeared on the displays of those goggles in a similar manner as if when they were in the middle of that training. Ario and the other children were surprised and looked at Akira the moment they noticed those instructions. But when they saw Akira hurriedly readying his rifle and repositioning himself, they also flusteredly started moving out following the instructions on their goggles. Colbert noticed that change and readied his rifle. He then looked at Akira with a stern face and threw a question at him. "What's going on?" "Monsters. Get ready." Colbert, Bosch, and Peppa immediately checked their information-gathering device, but their devices did not show anything suspicious. But even so, Colbert, who knew Akira well, immediately prepared himself to face the incoming monsters. Of course, Bosch and Peppa could not hide their confusion. Peppa looked at Colbert with obvious doubt. "Don't tell me that you believe that brat. You do you. Don't go complaining about others' decisions just because you can't make your own." Peppa clicked his tongue and repositioned himself too. Bosch smiled bitterly and followed suit. It was not like both of them believed in Akira, but they believed in Colbert who believed in Akira. Colbert noticed that Ravin was still sorting loot and shouted at him. "Ravin! How long are you going to keep doing that? Get yourself ready." Ravin sighed annoyedly. "Why in the world are there monsters in this place? I only came here to help you since I thought that I would be able to earn some money without spending any bullets, you know? In that case, feel free to fight those monsters with your fist. I know that you're using an augmented suit, right? You should be at least stronger than normal humans. Damn it. If I end up in red again because of this, then there will be no meaning in coming here." Ravin mumbled as he also got himself ready. Everyone there had repositioned themselves to welcome the incoming monsters. They were waiting beside the big holes on the walls and the door to that room to set up an ambush for those monsters. Ario and the other children were posted on defensive places, they were waiting with bated breath. They were using the wreckage around them to help them support the rifles that they borrowed from Akira while waiting for Colbert's signal to start firing. Ario, who was carrying Akira's DVTS minigun, could see the monsters crawling behind the covers in his goggles display. When an instruction to blow them away together with their covers came up, he quickly pulled the trigger. The repeating sound of the DVTS minigun echoed through the room. The DVTS minigun unleashed a barrage of bullets that easily pierced through the weak covers and demolished the mechanical monsters hiding behind them. Since it was equipped with a part to help fix it to the bike's arm, even Ario, who was not using an augmented suit, could withstand the kickback and control the minigun to some extent. But the overwhelming firepower that was eradicating the monsters could not eradicate the fear of a battle. Ario gritted his teeth and pushed his fear to the back of his mind as he continued cleaning the rest of the monsters. As for those who did not have enough firepower, Alpha gave them instructions to help them compensate their firepower with the type or the amount of ammo that they used. Thanks to that, Ario and the other children were somehow able to maintain the upper hand. Akira was facing monsters not too far away from Ario and his friends. Since it was also training for him, he had to guess the monster's weak points and aimed carefully at those points without Alpha's support nor his time compression. Akira slightly peeked out from the room's door and shot at the small monsters that looked like a small self-moving portable armor plating. It did not take that many bullets to stop them from moving. But he could not tell if that was enough to actually kill the monster, so he made sure to put in a few more bullets until its armor was riddled with holes and its control unit was obviously destroyed. Another monster suddenly jumped aside from behind the monster that he just turned into a pile of wreckage and shot at him. Akira pulled back and evaded that shot without any trouble. Although his coat could withstand a few shots, he decided to fight as if he did not have that protection since it was training. Akira had the upper hand, although only slightly. He also understood that if he had Alpha's support, he would have been able to clear up those monsters in no time. Although he felt that he was getting better than his past self, he also felt his strength was still lacking. When Akira kept his eyes on the wreckage that the monsters used as a cover, the equipment on his head scanned for the enemy's movement and worked together with his information-gathering device to predict the enemy's position behind that wreckage. Thanks to that, he was able to see the prediction of where the enemies were located on the display of his headgear. Akira confirmed that the monsters were not aiming at him, so he quickly jumped out from his cover and released some shots at those monsters. The monsters that got shot bent and finally stopped moving after a few shots. The information-gathering device that he was using at the moment was the information-gathering device that came as a set with his expensive augmented suit. Because of that, it was a rather high-quality information-gathering device. Its detection sensitivity was more or less as good as Alpha's detection ability, but of course, its quality and accuracy also depended on how close those monsters were to him. Every time Akira gained a new skill, or knowledge, or pieces of equipment, it reminded him of how abnormal Alpha was. And that was also the case this time. But he reminded himself that he was in the middle of a battle, so he pushed anything unnecessary off his mind and shifted his focus to a question that he had about the current situation. Alpha, where are those monsters coming from? These monsters are not the usual monsters that one can find around the city, right? You're right. And it's unlikely for these monsters to have come from the wasteland too. If I have to make a guess, maybe one of these monsters that has a self-building feature got inside the mansion and used the wreckages scattered around this place to replicate itself. Akira frowned. Alpha. This is included in your support, though it might not be a question that I should ask during training. At least tell me how many of them are there. I have no plans to keep fighting these monsters like this if they're still replicating themselves somewhere. Don't worry, there are not that many of them out there and I don't detect any reinforcement either. In the first place, if the situation here gets dangerous, I'll have you escape from this place. I see. Glad to hear that. Akira looked relieved, so he shifted his focus back to fighting. Colbert and the other hunters were fighting the monsters in another place. Although the monsters there were strong enough to pose danger to new hunters, Colbert and his friends were no new hunters. Not to mention, one of them even took debt to get better equipment, so they had no trouble fighting those monsters. Peppa glanced at Akira and the other children during that fight and was flabbergasted. He thought that those children were only useful for carrying the corpses, but they were performing pretty well during the battle. Colbert, what the heck is with those brats? They're from a gang that I have some connections with. Gang? A hunter gang. I know that Drankum is putting more incentive for young hunters, but I haven't heard of any other gang doing the same though. Nope, it's just a gang from the slum. Peppa took another look at Akira and the other children there. Ario and his friends were fighting following Alpha's instruction, so they were moving around pretty well. As for Akira, he was putting some restrictions on himself since he was taking that battle as training, so he was moving relatively worse than usual. Because of that, Akira seemed to be performing as well as Ario and the other children. At most, Akira only seemed to be slightly stronger than the other children. Or at least, it was hard to believe that he raided Izant family's base all alone just the other day. Don't tell me that you're training these children to make sure that your skill won't rust even if you don't go to the old world ruin? Save that for later, we're in the middle of a fight right now. You're taking this too lightly, you know. Don't tell me that you've been only going to safe ruin since I left and now you're back to your old sloppy way of thinking. Ha, look at you running your mouth like that. Peppa laughed at Colbert's light jab as he started fighting harder to show off his skill to Colbert. He shot down and turned multiple monsters into scrap metals in a short time. Seeing that, Colbert just smiled while providing Peppa with support fire. They maintained the upper hand during that fight and it did not take long for them to defeat all the incoming monsters. Ario and the other children saw a notice saying that the battle was over on their goggles. After that, all the other extra information on their displays immediately vanished. They looked so relieved after they were finally released from the gripping nervousness during that battle. Some of them sighed in relief, some of them lightly laughed, some of them cheered, while some of them sat on the ground, tired. Ario also sighed in relief while also feeling happy that it had ended. As he was basking in the happiness at the fact that he had survived and the sense of self-confidence since he was able to perform well during that fight, his eyes wandered to Colbert and Akira. Akira was perfectly calm. Colbert and his friends were also calm. They looked as if they just finished taking care of something trivial. Ravin even had already returned to sorting the loot. Watching it reminded Ario of the differences between the hunters and the non-hunters there. All the excitement that welled up inside him immediately got shot down. Well, it is still a win. The fact still held that he had participated in that fight as well. Ario told himself so as he nodded. Colbert checked the destroyed monsters. They are not the security drones of this mansion, right? The heck are these monsters? We're here just to check the corpses, you know. No one told me that we have to fight these things. Wait, by the way, Bosch, why are you here? You're not here for looting the corpses, right? Yeah, we're here because of a request to check this place. Depending on our report, the city management might decide to burn this place up. A big mansion might be turned into a nest for monsters, not to mention that the bodies inside it provide food for those monsters, thus the city management could not just leave that mansion be. They sent requests to check the area to decide whether they had to send people to clean the place up themselves or they could trust the resident around it to take care of that place. Bosch sighed. Although it's an easy job where we just need to look around, it would be bad if we don't do our job properly. Colbert, if you have some free time, you should help us too. Nah, we are leaving. It's not a place for these children to loiter around. Not to mention, no one told us we're going to fight monsters just for checking the corpses. I see. Well then, we'll go back to our job too. Ah, by the way, because of that request, we're also taking that general monster hunting request too. How about you? Nope. I see, which means that we're the only one who will get money from killing those monsters, huh? If you don't like that, give me your hunter code later. I'll put your name in that general monster hunting request too. If you get nothing for the rest of the day today, then it means that all the rewards will be sent to us. Later then, Peppa. Let's go. Bosch called Peppa as he stood up and left. Peppa followed behind him while sending an unfriendly gaze at Colbert. Later then, former hunter. If you can fight that well, you should get yourself back out there. Seeing Peppa did not forget to leave a bad message before leaving, Colbert just smiled bitterly at him. Akira, who saw that exchange, then casually said. Thought this might be too late, acquaintances. Yeah, we once belonged to the same hunter team. Well, I did leave that team, after all. I guess it's no surprise that they don't like me. But that's all there is to it. Well now, Let's go back home. Ravin. We're leaving. I don't care if you want to stay here, but just so you know, we won't wait for you, alright? Ravin stopped sorting the loot and flusteredly packed the loot he chose. Ario and the other children also flusteredly got themselves ready to leave that place. While on the other side of the mansion, Tyal suddenly stopped eating and stared at the wall. To be more precise, he was looking in the direction where Akira fought the monsters he sent. Tyal could see past the walls and look at the scene that was unseeable with normal eyes. A weird language that was not used by humans appeared on Tyal's augmented vision. It said, total annihilation, overwhelming difference in firepower, and pulling back was advised. Tyal understood that as his expression turned to displeasure. Tyal then turned and looked in a different direction. He then aimed his left hand that was turned into a big-sized rifle at that wall. A loud bang echoed as he released a shot that tore down multiple layers of walls. It even went all the way outside the mansion. Tyal went through that hole and left the mansion. He then ran through the garden and vanished into the wasteland. Chapter 176, The Sphere of Understanding. Akira was enjoying the bath back in his house. Usually, he would lean back on his bathtub to let his soul melt into the warm water, but that was not the case that day. In his augmented view, Akira was seeing the information of multiple rifles floating in front of him. He was basically browsing the rifles that he could buy with 1 billion orum. Shizuka sent the list of the rifles that she recommended, and all the additional data of those rifles was gathered by Alpha through the network based on the list from Shizuka. Each rifle had an extra explanation beside it containing a small annotation that Shizuka added for each rifle, the ammo type compatible with that rifle, and the price of each rifle written in big characters. Akira stared at that information and hummed. They are all equally expensive. Alpha, just like usual, was also taking a bath together with Akira, then said. That's a given. Considering how many features each rifle has, not to mention that the small market demand preventing corporations from mass-producing them. In the first place, when you go for expensive but better rifles, it's normal for their cost-performance ratio to get worse. In that case, if I focus more on the cost-performance ratio instead, what kind of rifle can I get? The first rifle that comes into mind would be the AAH assault rifle. That rifle is basically mass-produced in the Eastern District after all, so its price is incredibly cheap considering its performance. You were able to buy it when you were just a novice hunter and it has served you very well up until now, no? Now that you mention it, that's kinda true. It's indeed a cheap yet very useful rifle. I guess it's no surprise there is a big fanbase for that rifle. Akira then shook that off from his mind and continued browsing the rifles. But to be honest, all the available options in front of him prevented him from making any meaningful progress. Although the price alone was enough to make him hesitate, Shizuka also added a note listing the summed-up prices of the individual rifles that basically had the equal amount of functions of each multi-type rifle that he was browsing. The reason why Akira was doing that by himself was because Alpha reminded him that being able to choose suitable equipment based on his ability was one of the important skills for a hunter. But with all the available information flooding his brain, Akira kept humming without being able to make any decision. Alpha suddenly stood up, the water droplets that ran down her silky skin only served to enhance her already beautiful body. She then took a few steps and grabbed one of the rifles, or at least the image of it, that was floating in the air. That big gun, which was shown there as a price comparison for the other guns, looked extremely heavy. But since both Alpha and that gun were nothing more than images, mass had nothing to do with both of them. Alpha, who was standing naked showing off her beautiful body, did not suit the excessively big gun that she was carrying. But she then started taking aiming stances as if to show some examples to Akira. For example, what do you think about this gun, Akira? Just like usual, Akira was not bothered by her naked body. Heck, he was not even tempted to look at her naked body as he was focused on the gun that she was carrying, evaluating it. That's out of the question, of course, I won't choose that gun. Even putting the price aside, I still would not choose that gun. Though it does look powerful, it looks super heavy. I know I have an augmented suit that would help me carry that gun, but still, it'll definitely impede my mobility. I feel like it would crush me the moment my augmented suit runs out of energy. If you're worried about the weight, this is actually pretty light, you know. It's made of a high-quality metallic nanomaterial that is durable but light. Moreover, it would automatically expand its force field the moment it shoots to reduce the kickback. So its weight should not give you any trouble. Oh, it even has that kind of feature, huh? But that would mean it'll consume energy packs on top of its original ammo, right? The higher the firepower, the stronger its kickback. So a lot of powerful guns are actually consuming energy packs in order to soften their kickbacks, you know. Whew. Akira nodded. He looked simply amazed by that gun, but even so, he then still shook his head and said, "That even if that's the case, the answer will still be a no. It's too big for me to carry around and I don't think I can take that gun with me through narrow passages in the ruins. Or more like, I want to buy a multi-type gun to reduce the number of rifles that I'm carrying, so buying that big gun will defeat the purpose as to why I'm looking for a multi-type gun in the first place." Alpha smiled, nodded, and then threw that gun away. The gun flew in the air for a few seconds in a beautiful arc before disintegrating. Yep, that's basically how you do it. You should start by eliminating the rifles that you obviously won't choose. You can't make any progress if you just keep there without making any decision, right? You're right, I'll do that. Akira started discarding the options that he obviously would never take, just like Alpha suggested him. When he already discarded about 90% of his options, Shizuka suddenly called him. So he asked Alpha to let him pick the call through her. Akira speaking. "It's Shizuka, do you have some time?" "Sure, what is it?" Akira once picked a call from Shizuka when he was in the middle of a tense negotiation with Shirjima, so him being inside the bath right now did not stop him from picking up that call. Shizuka was calling Akira regarding the relics that Akira brought to her the other day, basically, about selling the ladies' underwear old world relics. Shizuka did not forget to put emphasis on how she was able to get very good deals thanks to Elena and Sarah's help. "So then, I ended up making deals with multiple traders. But some of them are offering 50% more money if you would tell them where you got those relics, so, what's your plan here?" "I see, I'm sorry but I can't give any information regarding that. Even if they're offering to buy the relics for 100 times the price, I still can't tell them that information." "I see, alright then." Akira sounded a bit apologetic when he said that, so Shizuka also immediately stopped pursuing that subject. But because of that, Akira found it a bit weird. Is that really okay? I'm pretty sure those traders will keep pestering you though. Don't worry, I'm a merchant too, you see. So I have to prioritize my own customer. Akira smiled faintly. Thank you very much. But still, I didn't expect them to offer an extra 50% just for telling them where I got those relics. Is it normal for this kind of information to be expensive? Akira thought that it was for the case where there were other hunters who were looking for information where those relics come from, so those traders are offering an extra 50% in place of the information fee for buying that information. But Shizuka replied with something that he did not expect. It might be to allow them to sell those relics at a higher price, something like a brand fee. Brand fee? Yup. Brand fee, basically they can reel up the price of a high-quality article by putting a brand on that article. After all, depending on the brand, even the same kind of article can have a completely different prices range. If they know where those relics come from, they can investigate which old world company produced them or which old world company sold them. And if it's from a popular company, more people would want to buy it with a higher price tag. Akira was listening closely to Shizuka's explanation with full of interest. It was a different aspect of selling relics compared to the explanation that he heard from Katsuragi. And to top it off, there are people who sell imitations of this kind of relic, you see. There are many ways hunters can do that. One of them is to make an imitation using the current era's technology, put it in the ruin, get hunters to find them as an old world relic in that ruin, and then get a normal trading company connected to the perpetrator to buy it and resell it as an old-world relic. Akira then thought, no one would be crazy enough to go all the way to the Tsubakihara building to place fake relics, but it would not be strange for someone to do that in Higuraka Residence Ruin. And right now, Higuraka Residence Ruin was flooded with hunters. Although Akira and Alpha were the triggers of the rumor that caused it, there was also a good chance someone actually intentionally spread that rumor even more. But it should not take that long for those fake relics to be found out, right? After all, the reason why old-world relics are valuable is because they're created using some amazing technology that we can't replicate yet even now, no? That depends on the type of the relic. Of course, it would be difficult to fake high-tech mechanical relics, but that's not exactly the case for fabrics. Not to mention, if the hunters demand to make the deal on-site, merchants can only make a relatively cheap offer based on a short inspection, so a fake relic with a good appearance should be enough to trick those merchants. In the first place, it's not an easy thing to decide the value of relics even for those specialists. So if they know where those relics come from, they can easily decide whether those relics are fake or not without the need of inspecting those relics first. After all, relic inspections are not free, you know. Akira smiled bitterly thinking that there might be some hunters who brought back fake relics from the Higuraka Residence Ruin. What can I say? It seems that selling relic is not that simple, huh? Yup, that's why people tend to get suspicious when they make deals regarding relics. I'm sure there would be people who will get suspicious of you too. So when that happens, just keep calm and handle it calmly, okay? Okay, I'll be careful. Well, we ended up talking longer than I planned, so yep, later then. Akira dipped back to his bathtub and lightly sighed, there are a lot of things that I still don't know out there, huh? Alpha, to be honest, did I ever bring back fake relics? Not really, although, it depends on how you define fake relics. Define? For example, let's say that someone from the Old World era made a fake article, will it make that article a fake relic according to this era or not? Or is it solely decided based on whether it's made during the Old World era? Which in that case the fake article from the Old World era would be a not fake relic in this era. So yep, it's not that simple. I see, you're right about that. It really is not that simple, huh? Akira kept thinking about the definition of fake relics while enjoying the bath, but it did not take that long before that thought dissipated into the warm water too. Inside a slightly high-class clothing store located in the Kagamayama Lower District, Kashua, the manager of the store where Cheryl once shopped in the past, lightly sighed. That other day when a hunter with enough money requested a refit for an Old World dress, effectively throwing its value as an Old World relic, came to her shop, her little sister who was talented in refitting dresses completed that request with amazing results. Thus, there was no surprise that Kashua was expecting that story to spread around and lure in other customers with at least that much money as that particular hunter. So in order to prepare her store for it, she decided to order some high-quality goods. But unfortunately, that type of said customers never appeared. Although it did not exactly put her book in red, the high-quality articles stuffed back in the warehouse were putting some pressure on her. Fortunately, Kashua could get someone to buy them bit by bit thanks to her talent as a seller, but it would take some time before she could sell all of them. Kashua then mumbled. What a blunder. Cheryl and Akira praised the refitted dress that much, so although Kashua did not get more customers after that, she could at least expect Akira and Cheryl to come there again sooner or later. Or at least, that was what she had thought, but unfortunately, that was not the case too. Kashua was in the middle of lamenting her current situation that could not be further off from her expectation. Suddenly, someone entered the store. The bell fixed on the store's door rang to let her know that she got some customers. Kashua immediately changed her expression back to her usual seller's smile and headed to the door to welcome her customers. They were several young boys and girls led by a lady. The lady did not seem to have any trouble with her dress, while the young boys were donning suits that looked like augmented suits. But the young girls were using rather shabby dresses, or at least, that was the case from Kashua's point of view. Looking at that, Kashua was not sure whether to ask them to leave or not, but the moment she noticed some familiar faces among those young girls and boys, she could not help but raise her eyebrows. She then immediately replaced her surprised face with a big smile as she welcomed them. Welcome. Welcome. Thank you very much for visiting our store. They were Akira and Cheryl's gang. Starting from Cheryl, Alicia, and the other officers, the girls from Cheryl's gang started to look around the store. A few of them were looking really nervous, the rest, excited. After all, it was a rather high-class store that some children from the slum would normally never be able to visit. They had their eyes sparkle with excitement from the dresses lined up inside the store that they never even dreamt of using. The only girl who was taking it calmly was Cheryl. While not too far from them, Akira was sitting together with the other boys from the gang on the tables provided inside that store. Viola, who was looking around the store with the other girls until now, came to that table and sat next to Akira. Well, this place is pretty good for a store in the lower district. I didn't expect you to know a store like this. It's not like I'm that knowledgeable about the stores around this place. I just picked this store since it had some good reviews when I was browsing through the network. Oh my, and that was enough of a reason for you to request refitting an old world dress that even cost you 1,500,000 orum in this store? I've never thought you're someone who would splurge your money like that. That money is the money that I earned, so it's up to me how I use that money. Geez, it's not like I'm criticizing you or anything, I just thought that was unexpected of you. Viola was actually prodding Akira for a reaction to guess if he actually was just simply that lax regarding money or he did that because he was that invested in Cheryl. But Viola was not able to get any meaningful information from there. Of course, she could never have guessed Akira only did that in order to check his own fashion sense. That was when Kashua approached Akira with her seller's smile. She was working hard recommending dresses to the girls until just now. But she decided to go to Akira since those girls, who did not have enough money to buy any of those dresses, always came up with excuses to refuse her offer. Since Kashua thought that it would be meaningless to keep pushing in that direction, she recommended the girls to explore the store on their own and shifted her focus to the people who seemed to have the capital to spend. Akira-sama. Is there any kind of dress that you want to get for your companions? We'll be happy to comply with any of your requests. Even if you ask me that. Alpha smiled bitterly and interjected. Akira, I'm pretty sure she means to know how much you are planning to spend today. It seems that she misunderstanding that you'll be paying this time too. Oh, I see. Akira then glanced at Viola. You might want to ask that question to Viola instead, I'm just here as an escort today. Viola turned at Kashua and lightly replied. I'll leave it to you. For now, just go ahead and recommend them dresses that you think will suit them the best based on your fashion sense. Kashua's smile, which was saying she hoped to get a more concrete answer, stiffened. Certainly, but still. Don't worry, though it might be rather rude for me to say this, I don't think you have any goods that might make me worry about my budget, you see. Kashua's smile twitched in reaction to Viola's rather rude remark. But Viola's next sentence completely overrode it. If you're still worried unless I give you a number, well, just come to me again if the total cost seems to be going above 100 million orum. Oh, 100 million orum. Kashua was barely able to hold back her shock. Akira then exasperatedly said. You would even spend that much money only for clothes, huh? Kashua did not even have the leeway to feel offended by that rude remark from Akira. After all, from the way he said it, it sounded as if Viola actually had enough money to pay that much amount of money. Oh my, I didn't expect that to come from someone who spent 350 million orum on his suit. This one is an augmented suit. It's not like one of those common clothing, you know. You spent that money for something that you want, similar to me this time, so it's the same. Just like how you use that to help you earn money from the old world ruin, we'll use these dresses to earn money through making business deals. And just like how it's difficult to explore a ruin without the suitable equipment, it's hard to get a good business deal without the proper dress. Akira frowned and smiled wryly. Though he understood that argument, he actually did not want to admit it, and that was shown on his face. When you put it like that, that's true, but still. Moreover, it's not like it's a one-use thing, and I don't think that it will go anywhere near 100 million orum either. Not to mention, if I buy the dresses plus the accessories in a bulk, I can get a cheaper deal for every piece of dress and accessory compared to when I buy them individually. And personally speaking, I don't think it's weird to spend that much money on appearance. Is that so? Akira only said so and stopped pursuing that subject further. To be more precise, he just dropped that subject there. Although it might be cheaper than buying the dresses and the accessories one by one, it did not change the fact that the total price was still huge and that Viola would be spending another big bulk of her money on Cheryl's gang. After all, Akira knew very well Viola was not someone who would spend her money meaninglessly. Kashua was even more shocked hearing that exchange where Viola and Akira were casually talking about using hundreds of millions of orum. Viola who noticed that threw a rather provoking smile at Kashua. So there you have it, you don't have to worry about our budget. But of course, if you can make me worry about the budget, then you're more than welcome to do that. Well, to be honest, when I heard that you did a really good job refitting a certain dress, I had my expectation up. That's why I prepared that much budget beforehand, you see. To put it another way, Viola was basically saying that she had lost that expectation from Kashua's store. Hearing that, Kashua tried her best to prevent her face from twitching and gave Viola a hearty smile. Although I don't know if the goods in this store might satisfy you or not, I'll give my best to answer your expectation. And if you're interested in the dress that we refitted, please, by all means, consider refitting one of your dresses in our store. We have an employee whom I can recommend and I'm sure that she'll be able to answer your expectations. So please wait here for a bit. Kashua lightly bowed and left Akira and Viola. She then went to the back room and finally removed her seller's smile. Celine. Time to work. Get yourself ready, quickly. A lazy voice replied from inside the room. Wani-chan, it's too soon for a shift change, isn't it? Just change to something that you can present in front of customers. We have some refitting jobs for you to do. If it's about refitting the clothes that you bought last time, just get the measurement data for the clients and I'll do the refitting later. You can handle that much, right, Wani-chan? Or is it that the client is asking for a rushed request? Celine sighed as she stepped out from inside the room. But the moment she saw how her sister looked very lively there, Celine could not help but to get weirded out by that. Did something happen? Damn right. Like hell I would let her look down on my store. Celine, get out there and take the refitting orders. The client said that there's no need to worry about the budget, she even said that she has a 100 million orum budget. This is a good time for you to show your skill that you always refuse to sell cheaply. So get out there and show them what you are made of. 1 to 100 million orum. I'll be pulling out my reserved stock too. There's no need to worry about the budget if it's my store, she said. Like hell I would let that slide. I'll definitely get her to worry about her budget. Celine was a little overwhelmed by her sister who just could not calm down. But since it was a chance for her to put out all her skill without worrying about money, she immediately started to prepare herself to get out on the floor. Kashua, who reacted very well to that light provocation from Viola, started to get to work. And as Viola schemed, Kashua was giving her best service that normally a first-time customer would never get. Kashua introduced Celine to Viola before taking a refitting order for Cheryl and Alicia. After that, they decided on the specifics and the details of that order as well as choosing the material to be used before Kashua asked them to come to the workshop to get their measurement. Alicia nervously glanced at Ario as if to hope that he would accompany her. Ario noticed that and asked for their permission to accompany Alicia. Seeing that, Alicia smiled happily while slightly blushing. Cheryl also sent a similar glance at Akira. But Akira only glanced back at her, looking a bit confused, and barely made any reactions at all. So in his place, Viola showed a reaction by holding back her laughter. Before Cheryl left with Celine while looking slightly disappointed, she did not forget to send a glare at Viola. Viola lightly laughed and turned to Akira. I know Carol said this once before, but Akira, you really need to learn how to treat a girl right. If I'm not mistaken, you're in the middle of learning that, no? Oh, shut up. Viola smiled at that thorny reply from Akira, but in the back of her mind, she was thinking about a lot of things regarding his reply. Viola realized that it might be interesting to see how Akira would react if she brought up Shizuka or Elena or Sarah, but before she could say anything, she kept the lid closed on that curiosity. Back then when she messed with Cheryl, she ended up with a hole in her chest. So if she actually mentioned Shizuka, Sarah, or Elena here, this time she might not even leave as much as a piece of herself behind. Viola at least understood that much. In order to keep her curiosity contained, Viola kept telling herself that even if she really wanted to test it, she would need to set up a better situation first to do that. While Viola was in the midst of her thoughts, Kashua approached Viola and placed a box that looked like a jewelry box on top of the table. She then said with full confidence to Viola, although this is something that we would only offer to loyal customers, since you have given us the chance to offer you our best service, I've come with this special piece of goods that might suit your fancy. So please, by all means, have a look. Kashua opened the box and showed female undergarments inside it. Viola, who saw that, looked slightly surprised and hummed in amazement, which Kashua found very satisfying. So, how about this piece of clothing article? Not bad at all. Thank you very much. Besides Viola and Kashua, who were smiling at each other, Akira curiously glanced at that underwear and Kashua noticed that. Oh, is there anything wrong? Ah, it's nothing, I just thought that it looks really expensive. It's indeed an expensive piece of clothing, but I can guarantee its quality. It's an old-world relic that would normally be sold only inside the wall. It's very rare to find this kind of article outside the inner wall. Our store was able to procure it only by using our special route. Ah, I see. It's a very valuable piece of relic, huh? But of course, after all, it's valuable enough for the people inside the wall to compete for it. Kashua felt a bit offended since it sounded as if Akira was questioning the quality of her product. For someone who had spent hundreds of millions of orum for his equipment, Akira should have the ability to judge the quality of a relic. Kashua could not accept if he looked down at her prized possession, but it seemed that it was an unneeded worry from her side as she patted her chest in relief. She then continued by ardently explaining her prized goods. Akira only lent his ear to that explanation as his brain did not register anything while he glanced at that female undergarment. Alpha, about that. Yup, that's one of the relics that you brought to Shizuka's shop. Thought so. Judging from the material and the identification code that can't be checked with naked eyes, it doesn't seem to be a fake relic. I see. To be honest, Akira only glanced at it since he thought that the relics he brought back from the ruin seemed to have actually gotten sold somewhere. But after listening to Alpha's explanation, he was a bit surprised and a little bit scared on how Alpha could even tell that much. The only reason that it caught Akira's interest was simply because he felt like he saw it somewhere before. But then Alpha seemed to be able to inspect that piece of relic down to the things that could not be seen with naked eyes. Although Akira himself did not understand why there was any need to know that far. Akira understood that Alpha knew a lot of things about himself, but he never thought badly of it. Or at least, he did not let that bother him until that time when Tsubaki said those words to him back in the Tsubakihara building. The manager of Tsubakihara building, another similar existence as Alpha which he could recognize, warned him about something that Alpha was doing to him. But well, I guess it's too late to worry about that right now. Akira said so to himself and just forgot about it. After all, everything that he had received from Alpha up until now, including the support and all the help from her, was enough to outweigh that worry. Viola noticed that slight change from Akira and tried to probe him. Akira, what's wrong? Though I think it's normal for you to get interested in this kind of thing, you should be careful or you would look suspicious, you know? But Akira replied casually. Well, I'm a hunter after all. It doesn't matter whether it's a female undergarments or anything. As long as it's an old world relic, it's only normal for me to be interested, no? That's true, but I heard that you just gave one to Cheryl the other day though. Oh, shut it. It doesn't really matter, does it? It's my relic and I'm free to do what I want with it. But of course. Viola said so and smiled amusedly since Akira looked away as if to avoid answering that question. But from there, Kashua at least noticed that her prized goods had some kind of connection with Akira. Of course, she could not recognize anything further than that. Chapter 177, A Request to Readjust Hunter Rank. Akira made a promise to Kobayashi to meet up with him in front of the Kagama building. The first time Akira saw that tall and huge building that was stuck into the inner wall, he was utterly amazed by its majesty. But after all this time, he already got used to it, which also signified his growth. Akira was happily waiting for Kobayashi. At first, Kobayashi only said that he had something he needed to talk about with him, but then Akira said to at least treat him to a meal or something, and now they promised to meet up in front of the Kagama building. Akira could not help but get a bit excited. Kobayashi appeared right on time. They then went into the Kagama building and into a restaurant on the first floor before picking a seat randomly. You can go ahead and order anything you want. I'll put it on tab anyway and it's not like I'm paying for it either. So feel free to choose from the most expensive ones first. Sure. Unlike Kobayashi who was in a very good mood, Akira seemed rather disappointed. Kobayashi smiled amusedly at that. What's wrong? Were you expecting to go to a high-class restaurant or something? That's out of the question, you know. Although the city management would pay for it, it's not like I have an unlimited budget. Unless it's for a negotiation with a high-ranking hunter, they won't let me spend that much money, you see. But if you tell me that you would treat me, I don't mind going somewhere else, you know? Akira silently browsed the menu as he started looking for the most expensive dishes that he could order there as if he had some grudge against Kobayashi. Kobayashi who saw that could not help but find it amusing. After they finished placing their orders, Akira immediately cut to the chase. So then, what is it you want to talk about? Actually, there are a lot, but I guess I'll start with the investigation first. Investigation? You do know that there was a huge fight in the slum not too long ago, right? So why exactly were you involved in that battle? In the first place, why does it sound like it's already a given that I was involved in that battle? Akira tried to play ignorant, which might be because he was a bit annoyed after his expectation of getting a good meal was completely missed. But in reality, Akira himself did not deny that he had killed many people and fought fiercely in that battle. He also knew that the hunter office preferred hunters to behave nicely and he did something that deviated from the hunter office's preference. So a part of him was telling him that there was no reason to proactively talk about that subject with the hunter office. Kobayashi then pulled out his information terminal, clicked some buttons, and put it on top of the table. Akira looked at the video playing on that information terminal and frowned. Kobayashi smiled happily seeing that Akira reacted as he predicted. Well, although it's actually a secret videotape, it's not that big of a secret. And since you're involved in this incident, it should be fine. Kobayashi's information terminal was showing the video of Akira fighting a black-powered suit. In all honesty, I'm really glad to find that you're as reckless as ever. I had a good laugh the first time I saw this record, you know. Akira lightly ruffled his head. How did you get this video? I only got it from my superiors, and I have no idea how they got it. Someone might have been recording you from afar using a telescope or something from above the wall. Or it might be from some secret cameras planted somewhere that coincidentally recorded this video. Well, either way, I bet the city management has something to do with it. Akira let out a big sigh. He had a given-up face as he started explaining to Kobayashi. Kobayashi listened closely to Akira's explanation. After that, he said to Akira as he tried his best to hold back his laughter, which obviously he was not doing very well. So, I get it that you went there to save your girlfriend. It's not that strange for people to be moved by love, especially for a young boy like you. But still, no kidding here, did you really fight that powered suit just to kill a pickpocket? Are you okay in the head? Don't take this wrongly please, I'm actually complimenting you here, you know? After all, your action and line of thinking are as reckless as always and I really like it. Akira looked obviously annoyed. Just so you know, it's not like I did that because I wanted to. Why yeah, you're right. Kobayashi then laughed hard again. Before he continued, he noticed that Akira was pouting and thought that it might affect the thing that he was about to bring up next. So he tried his best to calm down. Well, I get why you're in that place now. Personally speaking, I respect your decision, so you have my condolences, that must have been hard. Geez, can you stop pouting like that? That aside, I'm sure you do know that the Hunter office puts their effort into cultivating good manners among hunters, so it would be troublesome if there's a hunter who can win against a powered suit only with an augmented suit and is willing to do that just for money. After all, there are quite a lot of hunters out there who are talented in fighting other people but could not do well exploring the ruins. So it's our duty to give them jobs that would help to keep public order while at the same time keeping them away from doing anything that might disturb it. Is that so? So you're basically here to give me a job as security or something, huh? Calm down. There, the meals are here, so let's calm down and enjoy the food for now. Kobayashi extended his hand to the food in front of him. Akira also did the same although he still looked annoyed. Akira's mood was getting better as he continued eating. Although it was not a meal from a high-class restaurant, it was still a good meal. So every time he brought a spoonful to his mouth, his mood was slowly getting better and better. Kobayashi closely monitored the change in Akira's mood before bringing up the next subject. Now then, since we've filled our stomach, let's get to the main topic. Huh? That one just now was not the main topic. Yup. But I can't really say that it's not related to the main topic at all. The main reason I wanted to meet you is to talk about a certain request. Well, although I said, to talk about, it's actually something close to compulsory. So, let me apologize beforehand. As long as you don't want to pick a fight against the city management, I recommend you not to refuse it. Akira slightly frowned and was obviously alerted. Kobayashi smiled bitterly in an effort to calm the situation down. You don't need to be that alert. I actually like you quite a fair bit, you know. So I won't give you any weird requests. And also, although I said it's compulsory, normally, most of the hunters would be more than happy to accept this request, you see. After all, it's a request to help you readjust your hunter rank. Basically, it's a request to boost your hunter rank. Boost my hunter rank? Yup. Let me ask you this first, you do know your current hunter rank, right? If I'm not mistaken. Before Akira was able to pull his hunter rank out from his memory, Alpha interjected. It's 30. Wasn't it 29? The relics that you brought to Shizuka the other day got you to 30. I see. So after that short pause, Akira said firmly. It's 30. Kobayashi obviously looked exasperated since Akira took that weird pause before he answered. Good grief, there are not that many hunters out there who can't immediately give their hunter ranks when asked. You really don't care about it, do you? No wonder why people thought you're faking your hunter rank. It doesn't really matter, does it? If it really didn't matter, we won't be talking here and now about raising your hunter rank, you know? Since this is a good chance, I'll explain the rest to you regarding that matter. So listen carefully. To Akira, who still looked slightly annoyed, Kobayashi started explaining about the matter of hunter rank and the request that he was about to ask Akira. The strength of the hunters in the Eastern District was represented by their hunter ranks. Of course, hunters of the same hunter rank did not mean that those hunters were equally strong. There were many other factors that defined one's strength such as their equipment, experiences, and their talents or preferences. Although it was impossible to make sure that hunters with the same rank had the exact same level of strength, the hunter office tried its best to readjust the hunter rank as a good indicator for hunters' skill. The hunter rank was also a good thing for those who submitted requests for hunters, such as for bodyguards or escorts. Since that way, they could decide which hunters to employ and how much reward to offer those hunters based on the difficulty of the monsters that they might encounter and their hunter ranks. Other than that, hunter ranks were also used for so many other things, such as transferring hunters between cities, deciding the level of difficulties and danger for different areas, or recruitment into private military companies. The accuracy of the hunter rank system was an important thing for the Eastern District that was filled with hunters, as well as the hunter office and the corporate government that was ruling over the Eastern District. But with that being said, there were very rare cases in the Eastern District where some hunters showed abnormal strength that was far from their hunter rank. The ranking system would only grow worse if they left those hunters alone, which might lead to a full breakdown of the ranking system. The ranking system was highly valued, and the hunter office held the sole rights to calculate, decide, and assign that ranking system. That was the power of the hunter office, as well as a way for the hunter office to assert control over those hunters. So that's basically the gist of it. We want someone like you with a big gap between your hunter rank and your real strength to get your hunter rank to a more suitable number. But with that being said, it's not like we can just pull up your hunter rank either. That's why we dispatch this request in order to readjust your hunter rank. You get it now? I feel like I get it, but not exactly at the same time. Just accept the request. Or is it that you have a reason why you don't want to get a higher hunter rank? Not really. If I have to say anything here, I prefer you pay me in form of money instead of hunter rank. Kobayashi sighed exasperatedly, but he also seemed to understand where Akira came from. Ah, you're that kind of hunter, huh? Normally, you can get better rewards if you have a higher hunter rank, but sometimes there are hunters like you who don't really understand that. But well, you tend to work alone and you put your time mostly into hunting relics. So I guess that's to be expected, huh? Is that so? Normally hunters work by forming teams, and when they do, they usually decide their share of reward or who has the higher position in the team based on their hunter ranks. Not to mention that some of the high difficulty high reward requests only accept hunters with high enough hunter ranks. That's why many new hunters work so hard to raise their hunter rank. Moreover, sometimes some corporations would even sponsor high-ranking hunters too. That's also one reason why hunters tend to be desperate when it comes to their hunter ranks. Kobayashi glanced at Akira to check his reaction. Though Akira seemed to properly listen to him, he still showed no interest at all. To be honest, hunters who often deal with hundreds of millions of orum tend to put extra attention on their hunter ranks though. So, do you have any interest in it? Well, even if you say so. That request for boosting hunter ranking, since most of its reward is in the form of hunter rank, I bet it doesn't give me much money, assuming that it gives me any at all, right? Honestly, monsters won't get scared of me just because of my hunter rank anyway, so I don't see any point in taking that request. You like it or not, I need to have you take that request. Well then, let's start talking about the details. I'll try my best to get a deal that can satisfy you too, so you can just go ahead and tell me your demand. If you're willing to take a reckless request, I might be able to get you a request with a huge amount of money, you know? No thanks. As I've always told you, I didn't do all of that reckless stuff because I wanted to. Kobayashi looked at that really annoyed Akira and found it amusing. In that case, I can set up a deal that warrants you a huge amount of money in case something unexpected were to happen. So that you can use as much ammo and other expendables as you want. It's you we're talking about here, so I can pretty much expect something crazy to happen. Akira held himself from saying anything back. He knew very well that it did not matter what he said, it would not be enough to convince Kobayashi. After that, Akira had a difficult discussion with Kobayashi about the details of the request. When they finished, the sun had already set. As Akira took a good warm dip in his bathtub back in his house, he looked back at his discussion with Kobayashi about that request. Alpha, I know it's too late to say this, but is that really alright? Let me ask you this instead, do you have any problem with that request? Not really, or more like, I don't really get the whole thing. To be honest, Akira did his best thinking about what he should ask for during that discussion. But even so, he himself understood that he was so not skilled in that aspect to the point that he would not be able to spot any mistakes in case he made any during that negotiation. In that case, since we have come this far, we can only look back and re-evaluate after you're done with that request. This will be a good experience for you too. Personally speaking, I think it's not a bad deal since they'll pay for the medicines, ammo, and other expendables. You're right, it really helped me out during that request to the underground city after all. Akira remembered back then when he had to compensate for the lack of his strength by shooting out CWH anti-material rifle special ammo. Both when he fought a swarm of Urata Scorpion and the Relic Thieves, Alpha support alone was not enough to win those fights. That was just how pivotal using that ammo was. Now that I think about it, I really did pretty reckless stuff back then. It's as if I'm compensating for the lack of my strength with money, and to top it off, it's not even my own money. Yep, so let's use that advantage to our best this time again. Let's stock up powerful ammo and buy our safety, and of course, with others' money again this time. Alpha smiled when she said that, Akira smiled back at her. Though to be honest, because they'll pay for my ammo, I feel like it would give such a sight if I used that money to buy a whole lot of CWH anti-material special ammo to use with my DVTS minigun. That's a good idea, let's do that, huh? That's obviously out of the question, isn't it? That special ammo can't be used with DVTS minigun, right? Akira frowned, he was surprised by that reply from Alpha, but then Alpha smiled smugly and said, "It would be fine as long as you're using a powerful enough gun that can withstand the rapid fire of such a powerful and expensive bullet. And since we're in the middle of choosing a new gun, you can just put that as an additional condition for your new gun, right?" Akira's view was augmented with the info of multiple types of guns just like last time. Then Alpha discarded all the rifles that could not withstand rapid fire using such CWH anti-material rifle special ammo. That pretty much narrows our options. Indeed, do your best to do the rest then. Roger that. Akira started browsing and choosing rifles again while still enjoying his bath just like last time. And Alpha stood next to him with a smile, just like usual. On the next day, Akira let Shizuka know what was going on and asked for her help. He also did not forget to place his order for the rifle that he decided to get after a long selection process as well as for the ammo to use with that rifle. There was no guarantee that Shizuka had the type of ammo that he was looking for in stock, and even if she could order those ammo, Akira thought that it would cause her a lot of trouble if she placed such a huge order just for his sake. That's why he decided to put in his order sooner. After they finished, Shizuka then worriedly said to Akira, "I understand what's going on and of course I'll help out too, but, are you alright? Although they'll pay for it, buying this much ammo will definitely cost a lot of money, you know. In the worst case scenario, they might take it as harassment." Akira replied with a serious face. Kobayashi, the guy that I had a discussion with regarding this matter, did give his approval. "To be honest, I was thinking if they refused to pay because of that, I might be able to use it as an excuse to refuse their request though. Even if something were to happen after putting that order in, as long as I keep them without using them during the period of preparing for that request, it should not cause any trouble." "I see that you've given a thought about this. Alright then, I'll put in the order with a deposit payment, okay?" Shizuka started working on the documents for placing that order. Just like last time, she also submitted the ID code for that request to make sure that the deposit payment would be forwarded to that requester address. There were cases where the order was stopped because there was trouble during the settlement of the payment. Normally, Shizuka did not really care whether the payment would go well or not, but this time, she made a small wish for some kind of trouble to happen. But unfortunately, the payment went through just fine. Yup, it went well. To be honest, from the shop's side, I should be happy that my customer has no problem paying for the goods bought in my shop, but... She smiled bitterly. Akira also replied with a bitter smile. Well then, please process the equipment too. Of course, since it's not an expendable item, please process it separately. To be honest, even if it gets processed as an expendable item by mistake, I hope it doesn't really get turned into an expendable item. Honestly speaking, I don't think normal hunters can get such a request unless they're from the front line though. Shizuka then processed the rest of the deal. The payment went through just fine as it was withdrawn from Akira's bank account. Thank you for your patronage. I'll let you know when it arrives. I'll give the ammo together with the rifle. Alright. Akira replied casually, but Shizuka stared back at him with a rather serious face. He found that a bit weird. Shizuka then left the counter and stood in front of him before giving him a hug. Although Akira was surprised, he just silently let her hug him. Shizuka then gently caressed Akira's head. I'm sure that it won't be easy, good luck and give your best out there. But make sure not to force yourself, and make sure to return back alive. Okay. Akira lightly smiled. Alright. Good answer. As Shizuka let Akira go, both of them smiled at each other, slightly embarrassed. Shizuka once again had a worried look on her face. Akira had already left her shop, so she was all alone in her shop. The reason why she looked worried was because of her intuition. Akira once took a request in which the cost of all his expendables was paid by the request giver. He then returned back with a lot of money and used it to renew his equipment. Up until that point, Shizuka was also happy for him. But in exchange, Akira lost all of his equipment and almost got killed. He even had his augmented suit completely wasted and he had to get hospitalized too. There was no mistaking it, he had to go through a very dangerous situation. Shizuka at least knew that much. This time, the request that Akira took was a request to raise his hunter rank. It was a request that the city management personally dispatched for him. Though it was not a request that he could refuse, the situation now and then was not the same. If it was a good chance to let others know Akira's real strength that they had always looked down on until now, then it was something to be happy about. It could be taken as a request given to the hunter as goodwill from the city management, and it should not be something that was overly dangerous. Moreover, she did warn him not to do anything reckless. Judging from how he responded, it should at least prevent Akira from doing anything too dangerous. As a matter of fact, Akira himself actually did not want to take that request. So he should not put himself in danger just for the sake of raising his hunter rank. Or at least, that was what she thought. Shizuka tried to abate her worry by reminding herself about those facts. She then wished that everything would be fine. She had her own life to think about, and the shop that was important to her to take care of, so she could not just sacrifice everything to support Akira. But making a wish was free of charge. That was why she wished for Akira's safety, as she hoped that her intuition would be proven wrong. After all, her intuition was telling her that her wish would not come true. Chapter 178, Hunters Who Stood Out. With the destruction of the two reigning gangs, a large chunk of Slum City was immediately thrown into a vacuum of power. Bosses of medium-sized to small-sized gangs gathered together to discuss that very matter right now. Their main focus was what to do with the territory left by the two destroyed gangs. Of course, they could not afford to use military power to fight for that territory. But in order to keep their right over that territory, they could not afford to just back out either. Thanks to that, they could not come to a consensus even after a long and difficult discussion. But if they kept this up without coming to any kind of conclusion anytime soon, the city management might decide to just burn down that territory. After all, there was already a rumor spreading around saying that the mansion itself was occupied by monsters. With the time going against them, the members of that discussion could not afford to keep dilly-dallying, and the sense of pressure caused them to slowly compromise, although, it was still not enough for them to come to a consensus yet. Geez, let's just decide on something. Just split that territory equally to the gangs neighboring it, isn't that good enough? Heck no. If we go with that method, you'll get a huge chunk of that territory. Even my gang had also lent those two gangs a lot of money and we can't retrieve them back now. I won't accept it unless we get enough territory to compensate for that amount. Breaking that territory into pieces will only cause more trouble later. Even the bases and the buildings are pretty valuable for us. Hunters might have no interest in them, but we can use them to earn more money. I'm sure you guys want them too. If we keep bickering like this, the city management will burn them sooner or later, you know. If you take the base, the area around the base will automatically become yours too. So how are you going to split that? I bet you're planning to take that base for yourself, right? Like hell, I will just let you do that. The bosses of each gang were debating and bickering for the sake of their own profit, loss, pride, greed, and standings. If any of them backed down, it would cause them more trouble later down the line. But if any of them forced through their own desires in this situation, it would be the same as picking a fight against the rest of the other gangs. The discussion went back and forth without making any meaningful progress. Then one of the bosses from a medium-sized gang, who didn't want this to go on forever, made a suggestion. If we only divide the territory among the gangs which participated in that battle, that would be the remnants of Izant family and Horias, and that newcomer. But with no one from the Horias nor Izant family here, that means everything will go to that newcomer. If we go with that method, I want to at least listen to the newcomer's opinion first. Everyone in that room turned to the newcomer, and that newcomer was Cheryl. Cheryl had come to that place with Viola and Carol. Viola and Carol stood behind Cheryl's seat as if they were officers under Cheryl's gang. As the bosses from the other gangs directed their gazes at Cheryl as if they were trying to send a telepathic message to her, Cheryl just smiled and said, "In that case, would it be okay if I take everything?" No one expected Cheryl to say something as preposterous as that. Half of the people there looked at her with widened eyes as they froze in place. The silence slowly shifted into whispers, and then whispers into chatters. While they were mumbling about those unexpected words from Cheryl, one of them shouted, "Everything? Are you kidding me?" Cheryl did not wince back at all, she only looked back at that guy with her usual smile and replied, "I see. In that case, how much of that territory may I take?" "Well, even if you ask me." If that guy said a concrete number there, the other bosses would definitely turn at him. As he was unable to say anything, another guy interjected. "Even if you take everything, there's no way you can manage the whole territory all by yourself anyway. Use common sense here, will you?" "You're indeed right. Shijima-san, I'll leave the territory that I get to you, so will you please manage them for us?" "If yes, then I'll only take the territory that Shijima-san can manage. Is that good enough for everyone?" "Shijima-san, we can talk about the details like how are we going to split the profit and the cost for maintaining that territory later." Although Shijima was already surprised when Cheryl suddenly brought up his name, he was even more shocked by her suggestion. With everyone's attention focused on him, Shijima felt slightly overwhelmed, but of course, he did not show any of that on the outside. One of the bosses there calculated how big the area that Shijima's gang could manage with their current power, and his face turned grim as he realized that there was a good chance another gang would try to wrestle that territory from Shijima later if they did that. "Wait a sec. Why did you suddenly say that? Or more like, why Shijima? If you need someone else to manage that territory, you can pick any other gang, right? Did you guys make some kind of agreement beforehand or something?" "Not exactly. But during the discussion with Akira from the other day, we promised him to get along with Shijima-san's gang and he hasn't told me to abandon that agreement either." The moment Cheryl brought up Akira's name, all the gang bosses there showed various reactions: fear, alert, interest, doubt, mockery. All of them had different reactions to Akira's name. One of them who looked down at Akira raised his voice and questioned Akira's real strength while wording it out as if he was asking for others' agreement. "Akira, huh? He's that hunter supporting your gang, right? I've heard about him too. In the first place, I don't know how much the rumor that I heard about him is true. Don't take me wrongly though, I'm not saying that he's weak or anything. But I bet those rumors have something to do with that girl behind you. Everyone looked at Viola. Although only some of them were obviously suspecting Viola, everyone could agree that the chance of her involvement was not zero. Viola had her usual provocative smile as she pulled out her information terminal and operated it. Immediately afterwards, a notification reached the information terminal of the other people in that place. Since it was obvious that it was from Viola, everyone checked their information terminal and noticed that it was a video file. The moment they played that video, everyone was dumbstruck. It was a video of Akira fighting a black-powered suit. Murmurs started to ripple as they expressed their impression of that video. Damn, what the heck is wrong with this boy? This guy fought a powered suit with nothing more than his body, huh? Wait, no, he's using an augmented suit, but still. Wait for a sec here, he's winning. Are you kidding me? The video was like a collage of multiple short shots, but it was enough as proof that Akira was a real maniac. One of the bosses there could not hide his shock as he asked Viola. Can you prove that this video is not fake? For all that we know, you might have faked this video. Viola smiled at him as if to mock him and challenge him. If you can't trust me, you can try to investigate it yourself. Although it's a confidential video, it's not a huge secret. So you should be able to get the same video with a little effort, you know? The guy who asked that question was convinced that it was not a fake video from that exchange. Or at least, he understood that the city management even trusted that video too. Although he was not that convinced compared to the other people present, it was enough to shut him up. Another guy then turned to Cheryl again. He still was not able to fully recover from the shock as he said to her, leaving that hunter aside, I still think it's too much for you to ask everything, no? Cheryl could not fully hold back her smile. True, but I have no reason to refuse that proposition either. Not to mention, I have some debts that I have to pay Akira too. So if I can take the whole territory, I'm planning to turn some of them into money. After I formally receive that territory, I'm thinking of selling some of them to the other gangs. After all, I did something similar with Shijima-san before. Debt, huh? How much is it exactly? About 4 billion orum. Murmur rippled through the room again, 0.4 billion? Is this some kind of joke? I can assure you that it's not. The one who calculated that debt is Viola. After Cheryl said that, everyone sent a hostile gaze to Viola. Viola only smiled back at everyone in response to that. Judging from that reaction, everyone had the same thought, Viola must have done something dirty to get Cheryl into that debt. One of the guys there had a really troubled look. He was surprised by the difference between the information that he had gathered beforehand and the information that he received just now. But even so, he still tried his hardest to think of a way to make this occasion into a profitable one for his gang. Akira was strong enough to fight a powered suit and was invested enough in Cheryl that he would go to rescue her himself. Then to top it off, he was crazy enough to raid one of the biggest gangs' base just to kill a pickpocket. This opportunity was basically a good chance for Akira to get back the 4 billion orum that he had lent to Cheryl. So considering how much animosity they would earn from Akira if they tried to contest for that territory and preventing Cheryl from paying back her debt, it might be not a wise thing to be greedy, at least not for now. After he made up his mind, he decided to change his method of trying to get his hands on that territory. I'm fine with it if you want to let the other gangs take care of that territory, but it doesn't have to be Shijima, right? Though you said you want to get along well with Shijima's gang, to be honest, I don't think you can get much profit from that, am I wrong? Well, that's true. Thought so. That guy smiled and glanced at the bosses from the other gangs that his gang was going along relatively well with. All of them immediately gave their approval when he did that. Thus an alliance was formed in order to take a part of that territory management right from Shijima's gang. In that case When that guy was about to continue, Cheryl interrupted him while making a troubled face. But again, other than Shijima-san, I know no one else who has negotiated with Akira, forced him to compromise, and even made him pay up some money. Everyone present immediately turned to Shirjima. Shirjima was barely able to maintain his calm. With him unable to say anything back, he noticed that some of them were obviously misunderstanding him there, so he just looked away to evade that subject. But Cheryl continued. But I don't mind if any of you want to discuss it with Shijima-san to manage that territory with him. That way we'll be able to manage a wider area after all. So I would be more than happy if any of you want to do that. Everyone exchanged looks with each other. Though a few more people were swayed, it was not enough to conclude their discussion. Let's take a short break here. Good idea. Since no one objected, they took a short break from the discussion as they started leaving the meeting room. But of course, no one was actually taking a break, they only left the room since they wanted to discuss something that they could not discuss there. Shirjima was the first one to leave the room. He understood very well that it would be bad if the other gangs swamped him. He believed that he should take some distance from the other gangs for now and contact Viola, who he bet had her hands on this behind the scene. Cheryl, Viola and Carol were the only ones left inside that room. Cheryl let out a long sigh, she looked rather tired. Viola was talking with Shirjima through her information terminal not too far from Cheryl. Carol, who was also standing close to Cheryl, looked at her and smiled amusedly. Carol-san, is there anything wrong? It's nothing. I just thought that if Viola had a little sister, she would look just like you. Please stop with the jokes. Carol could not hold back her giggle seeing how Cheryl obviously hated that idea. After that, the meeting continued pretty smoothly in one direction. Although there was a bit of disagreement, they finally agreed on a consensus, and Cheryl's gang was able to gain a lot of profits from that conclusion. Akira was riding his bike through a major road inside Kuzusahara ruin. This road was built by Kagamayama City and it went all the way to the forward base deep inside the ruin. Even now, the road was guarded by those who were also properly maintaining it. After all, it was an important road for the sake of exploring the ruin. After the long negotiation with Kobayashi that lasted until the sunset, the rank-up request that Akira accepted from him was to take hunter jobs around that road. To be more precise, it included hunting monsters and relics, patrolling and gathering information, as well as accepting SOS requests. Basically, it was a rather lax request where Akira was basically free to do whatever he wanted. But of course, there were also some requirements that Akira had to do. Any relics that he gathered during that request should be sold to the relic exchange office in the forward base. He had to hand over all the information that he gathered, he should not ignore the SOS request he received, and he had to prioritize cleaning up any monster swarm that he found near the road. In exchange for paying his ammo and his other expenses, Akira accepted those conditions. Well, it's great that I'm basically free from doing anything I want as long as I stay near this highway, they'll also pay for my ammo too. But seeing from their perspective, it means that even considering the fact this request is made to boost my rank, this request is actually so dangerous to the point that they agreed on such a condition. Alpha lightly added. This road basically crossed past the patrol route of that big monster that attacked you the other day. So judging from that fact, this place is actually pretty dangerous, you know. Is that so? Wait. That means that they had to fight that monster when they secured this road, huh? That's pretty amazing, I wonder how they managed to defeat that monster. I bet they dispatched a lot of tanks and powered suits along this road to fight that monster. If they can maintain the route between the front line and the back line, it's not that difficult for the city defense squad to defeat a monster of that level. That's exactly why the city management poured their money in order to maintain this road. Look, they're still working on this road even now. Alpha pointed at the side of the road. When Akira looked in that direction, he could see some people working on rebuilding the abandoned buildings around the road into protection walls. There were also some people barricading the small side roads to prevent monsters from using them. Although I'm sure that there's no need to say this, they must have cost a lot of money. Though I'm sure that they only do that because they expect to get enough profit from this road. I heard that Kagamayama City was built in order to explore the Kuzusuhara ruin, but I see now, there is no wonder why they decided to build a whole city for something like that. Old world relics were extremely valuable goods in the Eastern District. Akira himself tasted a glimpse of how much money these relics could bring him, and he could not help but feel slightly amazed by it. There were multiple checkpoints guarded by powerful guards along that road, and the distance between one checkpoint to another was fixed. These checkpoints were equipped with powerful defenses and powerful portable walls in order to stop the invading monsters in case those monsters broke through the first line of defense. In one of those checkpoints, Akira was showing the terminal on his arm to one of the guards. That terminal was lent to him from the forward base, and it was of the same type as the one that he had got during the request in Kuzusuhara Underground City forward base. He was told to use that information terminal during this request too, and it also doubled as a pass to go through the checkpoints. Normally, hunters would have to pay when they wanted to use that road, and a terminal was also there to collect the payment. But during this request, Akira was exempted from that fee. The guard connected his terminal to Akira's terminal. He then slightly raised his eyebrows and looked at Akira. "Oh, so you're Akira, huh?" "Yes, I'm Akira. What of it?" The guard frowned and checked up on Akira. He then smiled. "Nah, everything is good. You can pass, good luck out there." Akira just ignored that guy and passed through the checkpoints. But a little later he remembered something and seemed a bit bothered by it. "Alpha, what do you think was that?" "No idea. Let's just forget about it and keep going. It's not that important that you would go back just to check it, right?" "Well, that's true, but still. I bet it's just that they've heard about you or something. It might be just that they have seen that video from Kobayashi or heard about your involvement in that incident." Alpha smiled just like usual, but in contrast to that, Akira frowned and said, "Wasn't that supposed to be confidential? Those guys are from the city management, so it won't be strange if they know." "No, give me a break. I don't want people throwing requests at me using that battle as a basis. You're not obligated to accept them even if they do. But if something like that were to happen again, you can just fight enough to fulfill your contract and run away." "You're right, I'll do that." Akira then shook that thought off of his mind and focused on the road in front of him. One of that guard's friends came to the guard when he saw him taking an unusually long time to check Akira's identity through the checkpoint. "Is there something wrong about that boy?" "Nah, it's nothing. It's just that he was the hunter we talked about when we were out drinking yesterday." "Is that kind of hunter really so rare?" "Rather than at him, I'm more interested in the guy who's interested in him. It's that Kobayashi, you know." "Ah, I see now. I feel bad for him since he's still young." That guard nodded. His mixed feeling toward Kobayashi and the hunter that Kobayashi was interested in was fully shown on his face. Kobayashi's love for reckless hunters was well known, but strangely enough, it was a highly effective method to identify young hunters with rare talents. Most of the great hunters tend to be blinded by the glory as they went out chasing for that glory only to be swallowed by the wasteland. But a small number of those hunters were able to get a hold of that glory and return back alive. Even if his bad habit sometimes caused trouble with triple-digit rank hunters, with his connections to all the hunters working in the front line, Kobayashi was treated as an important person. Thanks to that, the city management and the hunter office had their eyes on him. That was exactly the reason why Akira was able to get such benefits like all his ammo expenses paid by the city management. So then, is he the lucky one? Or the poor one? No idea. He's still alive and kicking for now, so I guess he's the lucky one. But with that being said, it won't be strange if he turns into the unlucky one anytime. Honestly, I wouldn't want to be in his situation if I were him. Couldn't agree more to that. I don't want to die too, after all. They then laughed and returned back to their guard duty. Not too long after Akira went down that road, he noticed that the scene around him had been completely changed as if he had passed some kind of boundary. Rubbles were scattered around him, he could see powered suits patrolling the area, and not too far in front of him, there were city management staff working on a huge wall. Although that area was already secured by the city management, it was not an area where normal workers could work in. There were even corpses of dead monsters left in the area too. Akira stopped his bike and thought about where to go from there. Now then, what to do from here? Alpha made a suggestion to Akira. If you want to take part in a huge fight, you can continue along the road and join up with the other hunters in the front line. No thanks. In that case, if you want to do relatively safer work of gathering relics, you can go to one of those buildings around the area. Some of them might have been already secured beforehand, which means any expensive-looking relics might have been carried out from them. But if you look more carefully, you might still be able to find some valuable relics left. I don't feel like doing that either. I have no plans to do anything reckless, but I don't feel like searching a place that doesn't seem to have any valuable relics left either. I guess I'll just drive around while checking if there's any place that seems to still have some expensive relics left inside. Just to make sure, you'll do your best during this request without my support, right? Yeah, if I keep defeating monsters effectively without using many bullets thanks to your support, I feel like people will start to get weird expectations of me again. So for the time being, I'll try doing this request on my own to check my own real strength and to make people understand that I was able to defeat that black-powered suit because of luck instead of skill. I'll rely on your support only when it's really needed. Alpha smiled and lightly poked at Akira. In that case, this will be the perfect chance to check the result of all your training up until now. I'll be staying beside you to see how far you can go without my support. Akira lightly smiled back at her. Roger that, I'll give my best shot. If I don't see much improvement, I'll increase the difficulty of your training, okay? If you make it any harder, my limbs would fall off, you know? It's a good thing that you bought that 5 million Aurum medicine, isn't it? In contrast to Alpha, who was smiling amusedly, Akira seemed a bit concerned as he paced his bike. He then turned into one of the side roads and went through alleys between buildings to search the ruin. While at the same time, Yatsubayashi was sitting in his private room while making a troubled face. This is not good at all. The big display in front of him was showing the signal from the tracker implanted inside Tayal. It also showed other information along with Tayal's position. At the moment, Tayal's signal was coming from Kozusuhara ruin. The bomb inside him should have exploded after a fixed amount of time. Did he dismantle that too? Or did he completely devour it? Yatsubayashi actually did not really care that much about Tayal's life. He thought he could just retrieve Tayal's corpse after he died somewhere, that was why he was not that pressured to take care of Tayal right now. But now it was starting to get worrying. Tayal's signal was showing that he was staying somewhere next to the main road made by the city management that went through the ruin. In case the guards captured Tayal and did a close investigation on him, it might link back to Yatsubayashi. Yep, this is not good at all. Maybe I should do something to retrieve Tayal back. But still. Yatsubayashi then thought about some of the negatives that might happen if he took the initiative to retrieve Tayal. Although leaving Tayal alone might cause him a lot of trouble, considering how much benefit he could get if he was able to retrieve Tayal back, he honestly did not want to let Tayal roam around freely. What should I do? Yatsubayashi could not make any concrete decision. After a long thought, he decided to make a compromise. Chapter 179, Mechanical Armored Spider Bug. Akira continued searching the ruin. The inner part of the Kozusuhara ruin expanded through a wide area and it was still quite a distance away from the deepest part of the ruin. But even so, compared to the outskirts of the ruin, the buildings were not that dilapidated, and the condition of the area was not much different compared to the deeper part of the ruin. Alpha was floating horizontally next to Akira as if she was lying on top of an invisible bed. Akira, you've been driving around for some time now. Are you not going to check one of those buildings? I just thought that I should check the structure around this place first. That's for the sake of registering buildings that seem to have expensive relics too. By the way, is it true, it's better to aim for big buildings? I'm not really sure about that. Larger shops are easy to spot, so I feel like other hunters would be searching such a building first. In that case, you might only end up with a small number of relics instead. What's more, big buildings like that tend to be guarded by relatively powerful monsters. So all in all, it might not be a good choice. I see. Akira nodded, then something came up in his mind. Wait, isn't this considered as support from you? Alpha smiled mischievously at Akira. I won't count a small silly talk like this as support. If you really want to do this without my support at all, it might be better if I remove my image and voice too. But I just thought that you would be lonely if I do that, right? Well, thanks for being considerate. Akira smiled wryly. In the middle of searching the ruin, Akira suddenly stopped his bike and looked around him. The large building next to him seemed like it had been chomped by something big. Next to it, there were multiple corpses of greedy crocodiles together with the leftover of what seemed to be the defensive equipment of that building. Other beast-like biological monsters were feasting on those wreckages. One of those monsters suddenly noticed Akira and stopped eating, but it immediately lost interest in him and returned back to its meal. After watching that for a few seconds, a certain word came up in Akira's mind: food chain. It was a word that he had learned from Alpha's class. He always thought that he would not be able to see for himself the meaning of all the words that he learned in Alpha's class, but that did not seem to be the case. A living organism that started as a creature that eats buildings instead of grasses. Nah, that can't be. They might be the monsters produced by facilities with self-readjusting food chain preservation function in order to clean up the city. No, it would be meaningless for them to be eating the building then, wouldn't it? And even if that's true, then why would they even go as far as to fight the defensive equipment just to eat that building? They might need to eat fresh rubble in order to be able to harvest the energy pack implanted into one of those self-repairing buildings. So basically, for them, the buildings are like fresh meat while the already destroyed buildings are like rotten meat. Akira listened to Alpha's explanation with full interest. Is that so? Alpha smiled, amused. No, that's just my guess. Akira frowned and looked slightly annoyed, but Alpha did not seem to be bothered by that at all as she kept smiling like usual. I don't mind if you want to talk about how the world works, but don't forget that we're in the middle of a job right now. If it still bothers you that much, I can reserve some time to give you an extra lesson about the monsters living in the old world ruins. Though it won't be detailed to the point that you would be able to use that knowledge in real hunter jobs. Do you still want to do it? The very same question was also in active research in the Eastern District. Any pieces of knowledge that the researchers could get from that research would then be used to help them to pinpoint the nests and the production facilities of those monsters as well as their distribution around the Eastern District. No thanks, at least not for the time being. I see. Akira interpreted Alpha's smile as telling him to stop dilly-dallying and get back to his job, so he once again operated his bike and left that place. After Akira left that place, an abnormality happened in one of the dead greedy crocodiles. An arm suddenly burst out of its strong scales. The owner of that hand forced itself out of that greedy crocodile after he tore a hole in that carcass. The other monsters in that area quickly focused their attention on Tyal and attacked him. Though Tyal only looked emotionlessly at those monsters, his right arm already swung at their heads while his left arm, which was in the shape of a cannon, was already shooting at them. It did not take long for him to destroy all the monsters attacking him. Once he was done, he immediately vanished into the deeper part of the ruin. Akira once again stopped his bike. But this time, it was not because something piqued his interest. Alpha. Unless my eyes are tricking me, there is a swarm of tank tarantula, right? The roads and buildings in front of Akira were crawling with spider-like monsters. Some of them had metallic skeletal frames while some of them had concrete-like bodies. Although some of them were unarmed, most had cannons growing on their backs. And their length ranged from barely 1 meter to all the way past 3 meters. Akira's expression turned stern. But Alpha was smiling like usual as if it did not bother her. Those are a swarm of spider-type armored insects. Classification-wise, they're similar to the Urata scorpion, so they're not tank tarantulas. Tank tarantula is the name of a bounty monster, so it doesn't refer to a type of monster. But if one of those spiders eat enough food to grow abnormally big and go through an abnormal evolution, there's a chance that it'll grow, evolve, or maybe mutate into something similar to that tank tarantula. Akira thought for a bit before he decided not to avoid them. He let go of the bike's handle on the right and grabbed his rifle. Are you going to fight them? I don't see there's a need to fight them though. I don't want them to turn into a swarm of tank tarantulas later just because I leave them alone now. And that's still my stance. Even if the possibility of something like that happening is very small, I should be prepared. What's more, this is a good chance to test my new equipment. After all, I'm free to use as many bullets as I want this time. I'll fight without your support first, but if things are getting bad, I'll need your support. Alright. I'll stand back and watch this time, so you can go ahead and give it your best shot. Akira looked at the gun in his right hand and smiled bitterly. Though to be honest, rather than my skill, I think you'll have a better look at my new equipment and all the free ammo that I'm going to use this time. At first, Akira was looking for a multi-type rifle that could shoot out grenades like his A4WM automatic grenade launcher, but he later decided to take that requirement off. After all, a rifle and a grenade launcher were basically two different things, so putting them into one gun caused the cost of that gun to skyrocket. So in the end, he aimed for a gun that could do long-range sniping and continuous firing on top of being compatible with a wide range of ammo. After checking all the guns that Shizuka recommended within his budget and searching for the best gun among them, Akira decided on an SSB multi-weapon rifle. SSB multi-weapon rifle was an amalgamation of DSS assault rifle, DVTS minigun, and CWH anti-material rifle. Its total length was just a little longer than an AAH assault rifle and shorter than a CWH anti-material rifle. It was compact enough to be used with one hand. It was also equipped with force field armor technology to reduce its recoil, thus effectively reducing its kickback and increasing its accuracy. But in exchange, it actively consumed energy packs to power its force field armor. The stronger ammo that Akira used, the faster it would burn through its energy pack. So, although it had so many features, one of its drawbacks was how much he had to pay for using that rifle. Akira then used the rest of his budget to buy modification parts for that SSB multi-weapon rifle and his A4WM automatic grenade launcher, which totaled 200 million orum. And he still had to buy ammo, energy packs, and other consumables on top of that. As he aimed his SSB multi-weapon at the spiders, Akira frowned, worrying if his new equipment could perform as well as he expected, considering all the money that he had splurged for it. The spiders immediately noticed him and tried to swarm him. The spiders with cannons on their back aimed it at Akira and started shooting at him. Akira pulled the trigger. His SSB multi-weapon rifle was loaded with a magazine filled with ammo that was as expensive and as powerful as CWH anti-material rifle special ammo. Although the kickback from that ammo was nothing to scoff at, thanks to the recoil suspension system of the SSB multi-weapon rifle, Akira barely felt anything. Inside his extended time perception, Akira was extremely surprised, but of course, that did not stop him from aiming at the spiders in front of him. Even in that extremely extended time perception, he could feel multiple bullets leave the barrel of his rifle. The moment that bullet reached its target, it showed no mercy and blew its target to smithereens. Akira was surprised by its firepower as he swept through the swarm. Although it reduced the intensity of his barrage, it was more than enough to pierce and kill the spiders. Akira biked up to the top of the scattered metallic wreckage of the dead spiders mixed with the rubbles and other things while he kept shooting at the spiders. The falling warheads from the spiders bombarded Akira, but he was able to evade them with the speed of his bike as he turned left and right to disrupt their aimings. While at the same time, he was also circling the swarm, releasing a few shots every time he spotted that swarm from the openings between buildings. Every time Akira passed through a crossroad, multiple warheads would be immediately released in his direction from the spiders both on the ground and on the buildings. But he accelerated his bike to slip through those warheads, or sometimes, he would compress his time perception to its limit in order to evade them, while leaving the spiders chasing him behind. He then sometimes stopped his bike to lay and wait, and immediately released a barrage the moment that swarm made a turn on that crossroad. Akira kept circling the swarm while shooting at them. Every time he made a full round, the radius of the swarm got smaller and smaller. Akira prioritized shooting at the monsters with weaker-looking bodies made of a mix of brittle mechanical parts and flesh, thus leaving only the strong armored spiders behind. He also shot down all the spiders that were latching on the building walls as they smacked down right to the ground. Right about when the size of the swarm was halved, Akira finally ran out of ammo. But even so, he kept aiming at the swarm. Akira had also equipped his SSB multi-weapon rifle with a guiding beam. Thanks to a rather extreme modification part that he had bought, he managed to add a mini-missile launcher on his A4WM automatic grenade launcher fixed on an arm behind his bike. And that guiding beam was able to work together with that missile launcher. Akira fixed his aim at the relatively strong-looking spiders. When he did that, the information display on his goggles marked those spiders. That was when he pulled the trigger and released multiple missiles from behind him straight to those spiders. The small-sized missiles floated for a while as if they were fixed in that positions, but then, immediately, some of them went overhead, drew a perfect curve before raining down at the spiders from above, while some of them traveled parallel to the ground following the guiding beam from Akira's rifle with a huge momentum before colliding with the spiders from the side. With the missiles coming from above and from the front, the explosions immediately devoured the spiders. When the aftermath of that explosion subsided, the swarm left nothing behind at all. Only a larger-sized monster that led the swarm was left in the middle of the destroyed swarm. That monster, which looked like a pseudo-tank tarantula, started to move. Part of its body opened up, exposing pods behind them, and released multiple mini-missiles that immediately hunted for Akira. Akira, who saw that, could not help but frown. But he immediately accelerated his bike and jumped straight into one of the buildings near him. The missiles that were chasing him were not smart enough to pursue him as they collided into the wall of that building. As each explosion took a part of that building away, the missiles dug through the building and caused it to crumble down. Akira forced his way through that building on his bike and jumped out from the crumbling building. The building behind him crumbled down and made a loud sound as it fell to the ground. The pseudo-tank tarantula released another barrage of missiles. The missiles filled the sky before raining down on Akira. But before those missiles flew downward, Akira quickly compressed his time perception and reloaded a new magazine into his SSB multi-weapon rifle. Multiple anti-force field armor bullets flew out from the rifle's muzzle in rapid succession. The bullets ripped through the air and hit the tank tarantula right on its head. The bullet was even powerful enough to pierce through its head all the way to its torso, making a mess of that monster's inside. The tank tarantula exploded from inside, engulfing its big body in flames before blowing up into small pieces. With the mini-missiles losing their guidance system, they just flew straight down to the ground and exploded. Once all the missiles had exploded, silence returned to the ruin. Akira heaved a big sigh. "That I somehow got through that." Alpha smiled and praised him. "Good work, that was not bad at all." "Thanks, but still." Akira's happy face was decorated with a bitter smile. "Normally this would leave me with a big loss." Akira started to calculate the total cost of the ammo he spent in that fight, but he immediately decided to stop before he could come up with the precise number. He then told himself that he would refuse to pay for the ammo that he used that day no matter what. Suddenly a call reached his borrowed terminal. "This is the commander from the forward base. Number 14, are you there?" "Number 14 here, what is it?" "Your terminal sent a data pack showing that there was a huge fight over there, what happened?" "Oh, just monsters. There was a swarm of monsters that I had to fight." "What's your situation right now? Do you need backup?" That won't be necessary, I'm just done with that fight. I'll be heading back to the forward base now for resupply. Alright, got it. The call ended there. Akira then smiled wryly and said, I see, it was a pretty big fight, enough to warrant a check from them, huh? Alright then, let's end here for today. I'm pretty sure I already worked hard enough for the day. So let's head back home. Oh my, you're heading back early today. No, I already worked hard enough for today, you know. Even putting aside the amount of money that I used today, I'm pretty sure eradicating that swarm is good enough for raising my hunter rank. Probably. Alpha smiled mischievously. So in short, this will basically take a little bit more time, huh? Yup. Akira lightly smiled and just ignored Alpha as he turned his bike toward the forward base's direction. There was actually a different type of monster mixed in that swarm of spiders. Although that unit was not that strong, it was pretty durable. So, even after all of that fighting, that unit survived. It made sure Akira left that place before sending some data. Once it had done its duty, it deactivated and went limp. The next day, Akira was placing some orders in Shizuka's shop. Shizuka could not help but to make a worried face after she took in that order from Akira. You went and used quite a lot of ammo on your first day, did something happen? Although Akira was happy that Shizuka was worried for him, he also did not want to make her worry as he smiled at her and said, It's nothing too bad. I made sure to compensate for my skill with expensive ammo so that I won't be in any danger. Thanks to that, it was not that hard of a fight. Although, it would definitely leave me in red if it was a normal monster hunter request. Well, basically I'm buying my safety with someone else's money, but since that's how it is for this request, I'm planning to keep doing that. Shizuka smiled bitterly. Well, you're really contributing to my shop's sales, and if you say that you're not having any trouble at all, then I have nothing to complain about. Although, I wonder who's getting into trouble because of this. That would be the person who overestimated my skill, and that is not my fault. Akira smiled mischievously, seeing that, Shizuka could not help but giggle. Shizuka then finalized the payment, and just like last time, it went through without a hitch. After that, she turned to Akira and said to him with a serious face. It went through without trouble again this time. At this rate, don't you think that it should be alright for you to get more expensive stuff? Although he did it because he had to fight a swarm of monsters, it did not change the fact that Akira leisurely used ammo while ignoring its total expense. Although his contract allowed him to do so, there was no mistaking that he would receive some complaints later. Even more so when Kobayashi did not even ask why he needed that money before approving payment. Akira himself also wondered why he was allowed to do that. He wondered if it was because it was normal for hunters working around the ruin to use that much money, or if there was another reason for that. Although these are only consumables, it would still take some time for the orders to arrive when you order this many, and it's doubly true for expensive goods. So it might be a good idea to place an order for some extra now. Ah, thank you, but I will have to refuse, at least not for today. I just placed an order now. I'll think about it again after I receive it. I see, well, good luck and be careful out there. Don't lower your guard just because you're free to use as many bullets as you want, okay? Of course. Akira then spent some time talking with Shizuka before taking his goods and leaving the shop. Judging from how he seemed to be absolutely confident in being able to return back alive, Shizuka thought that whatever happened yesterday was not that much of a problem. Akira once again took his bike to the inner part of Kuzusuhara ruin. That day he had no plans to hunt for monsters, instead, he went to search the buildings around the highway, hunting for relics. After he spent some time looking around, he decided to just go to one of the buildings there. He parked his bike in front of that building, but before he went in, he looked at his A4WM automatic grenade launcher fixed on the backside of his bike and was unsure whether it was a good idea to bring it or not. That I guess it's better not to take that with me, huh? Since he upgraded his A4WM automatic grenade launcher with a mini missile launcher, its size had grown pretty large. Though he still could take it with him, it was pretty much as big as a tank cannon, and of course, bringing a tank cannon with him would hinder his mobility. In the first place, grenade launchers and missile launchers were not something to be used inside a closed space. He was able to do so in the past thanks to Alpha's support, but now that he was cutting himself from that support, it would be dangerous to bring them along with him. Not to mention, it was a hassle to put it back again once he removed it from the bike's arm. So he decided not to bring it along with him. That was when Alpha suddenly interjected. "Akira, you can actually take that bike inside too, you know?" No, there's no way to do that, right? Like, how am I going to take it up the stairs? That's when technologies come in. You can just step off from the bike when you want to search narrow places. Moreover, there's no guarantee that your bike will be fine when you return back from searching the building, you know? Well, in the end, you'll be the one to do everything though, so I won't force you. But this is like another test for your luck, do you want to still go through it? Akira could still park the bike somewhere hard to see, put a camouflaging sheet over it, and pray that monsters would not find it. But with Alpha scaring him, he could not bring himself to take that option. He did not say anything back as he returned to his bike and turned it on while Alpha was watching him with a smile. The inside of the building was actually pretty wide, thanks to that, Akira could ride his bike inside, albeit only slowly. From Akira's point of view, the inside of the building was in a weirdly bad condition. Although the walls, the floor, and the ceiling seemed brand new, everything else inside that building was withered. It was as if someone was using that newly made building as a garbage dump. Akira looked around inside that building unsettlingly. I picked this building because of its outer look, but I guess this place is a dud, huh? The auto repair function only repairs the building, not the furniture or any objects inside it. So I guess the cleaning and replacement system inside this building must have been long deactivated. I guess I'll at least look around. Akira chose a random room, parked his bike in front of that room, and searched the room for any expensive-looking relics. When he opened the door of one of the shelves there, he found a dusty machine inside it. As Akira tried to dust it off, it broke into pieces and fell apart. So he threw away anything that was left on his hand before moving on. When he tried to pull a drawer, the handle went off and the whole drawer crumbled down, spilling the sand and the dust inside it and leaving only the handle on his hand. Akira threw that handle away and moved on. He then spotted something that seemed to be a display case made of something that looked like glass. When he tried to lift it off to check if he could carry that back, the glass shattered and the whole case fell to pieces. Akira frowned. Everything here is pretty much broken. This thing is still an old-world relic, right? So why is it this brittle? Even the plate that I found back in Higuraka Residence Ruin was not this brittle, you know? Alpha smiled and explained to Akira as if to calm him down. Although they're made from the old-world era, not all of them were made to stand for a long time. And just like how your SSB multi-weapon rifle depends on energy packs, these things might have been designed to run on energy too, you know. So it's understandable for them to deteriorate the moment they ran out of energy. But of course, this is nothing more than my guess that I see. Well, if that's really the case, then we can't do anything about it. Let's just look for relics that seem durable. Up until now, Akira had wondered multiple times as to why Alpha knew that much about the Old World era. He had a lot of guesses based on his limited knowledge. But lately, one of his guesses kept sticking to his mind, the guess that Alpha was from the Old World era too. Both Saranthal from the Saranthal building and Tsubaki from the Tsubakihara building were also from the Old World era, although they were nothing more than AI for managing those buildings. Not to mention, Tsubaki had a body, it seemed that she was also acquainted with Alpha. Alpha also did say something along the line that she could get a corporeal body if Akira completed her request to explore a certain ruin. So then, the real question would be what exactly was Alpha? Of course, Akira could not ask that question to Alpha himself since he would risk losing too many things by doing that. Thus Akira pushed that question to the back of his mind as he continued searching for relics. Chapter 180, Old World Equipment. Akira finished searching the 4th floor, but he still could not find anything valuable yet. Though he tried taking some relics which were in relatively better condition, all of them were turned into sand when he opened up his rucksack again to put in more relics later. So he decided that it was meaningless to keep doing that. Akira sighed, slightly bummed out. I always thought that I should be able to at least find some expensive relics since we're in the deeper part of the ruin, but it doesn't seem to that easy, huh? Unlike Akira, Alpha still had her usual smile. Well, we're still around the main road made by dispatching a big army. I'm sure that they already collected all the easy-to-spot expensive relics. But still, that building you showed me the first time we met still had quite a lot of relics, right? Although the direction is not the same, that place was more or less of the same distance from the city, you know? So I thought I should be able to at least find some expensive relics here too. The distance and the danger are different. Thanks to the properly maintained road, it's an easy thing to send people to this place. You can't afford to compare that place to here. Not to mention, that place was still patrolled by huge monsters, so only a limited number of hunters managed to reach it. Is that so? If you want to find a lot of relics, you should look for buildings that other hunters haven't searched. I'm pretty sure you can find a lot of relics if you go past the front line, you know? Want to try to do that instead? I wouldn't go that far either though. Akira did think so too, but the front line was already guarded with powered suits. There was no doubt the area beyond it was highly dangerous. Of course, since he was free to use as many bullets as he wanted, he could just force his way there. But he also thought that there was no need to be that reckless, at least not for now. Well, for the time being, I'll hunt for relics and monsters around this area. As he said so, Akira also kept reminding himself that he promised Shizuka not to do anything reckless. Akira continued looking for relics in that building. Although he had reached the 7th floor, he still got no meaningful result. He forced his bike to go up the stairs and finally reached the 8th floor and noticed that it was different compared to the other floors downstairs. The floor was filled with big snails, some of them were 1 meter long. Its shell was made of metal and a small-sized cannon was perching on its back. So, what's your plan now? If you have no plans to collect money by hunting monsters, I don't think there's any need to fight them. We also could not find any good relics up until now, so, want to head back instead? No, I'll kill them and continue searching this building. Since there are monsters on this floor, I'm sure other hunters who only came to take a quick glance of this place wouldn't have tried to search for relics past this floor. So basically, there's a good chance I still can find some relics ahead. I see, good luck then. Akira stepped off from his bike and aimed his SSB multi-weapon rifle from under the shadow in that hallway. He aimed his rifle carefully and pulled the trigger, the bullet flew and pierced a hole in that snail's shell. The moment that happened, the snail pulled back its soft body as if to hug the floor while its small-sized cannon immediately targeted Akira. Akira quickly pulled back his body, the warhead flew past him, struck the wall and created a small explosion. Its cannon is not that powerful either. With that being said, it does not mean you can afford to take that shot, okay? I know. From that short exchange, Akira thought that the enemy was not that strong and it seemed he only needed a few shots to take it down. But after he took a few shots at that snail, he could not help but frown. All his shots did hit that sail, but the bullets only ricocheted off its shell. The same thing happened even after he did that 5 times. Every time the bullets hit that snail, a flash was released from its shell. Akira was amazed by what was happening as he evaded the warheads coming at him. It suddenly turned hard. And also, that light, it is due to the kinetic energy conversion to light from the force field armor, right? That seems to be the case. So I have to kill it quickly before it can notice me, otherwise its shell will harden, huh? What a pain. Akira calmed his breathing and immediately jumped out from behind the cover. He compressed his time perception to its limit, aimed his SSB multi-type rifle at that monster, and pulled the trigger, aiming for the same spot as accurately as possible with each shot. The combination of his compressed time perception, the recoil compensator of his SSB multi-type rifle, augmented physical capability from his augmented suit, and all the hard work that he had done from his training, allowed him to release rapid fire with surgical accuracy. Thanks to that, all the bullets that he shot hit mostly the same location. Even the powerful force field armor of the snail could not handle that. The bullets blew a hole through the snail's shell and ricocheted inside the snail's shell, destroying its innards. Not to mention, the snail had retracted its body into its shell, thus immediately killing it. It then leaned and rolled over with a low rattling sound. Alright then, well, although I was only able to kill it thanks to all the bullets that I consumed, a win is still a win. But still, I didn't expect monsters with force field armor to be loitering around this place. I guess that's normal when I'm this deep, huh? Maybe Kobayashi allowed me to use that much money because he knows that it would be this dangerous. Akira felt happy that he was able to defeat a relatively strong monster on his own. But Alpha immediately shot it down. Unfortunately, that might not be the case. This snail is not a strong monster. Judging from its strength, the spiders that you fought the other day is stronger. That might be true for the big spider leading that swarm, but that's not the case for the smaller ones, no? Not really, that's also the case if you compare that snail with the smaller spider. Akira raised his eyebrows. He then asked, "Is that so?" But the smaller spiders had no force field armor, you know. The snail is stronger no matter how you look at it, right? Akira, there are many monsters which are stronger when they are in a certain condition. The snail is basically one of those monsters, and this situation is the condition where it is strong. You can actually defend yourself from bullets just like that snail if you spent your energy to temporarily increase the strength of the force field armor on your coat. Even if that's true, it's not like I can keep up that level of force field armor for so long, right? I bet that snail is taking the energy from the building. It might be harvesting that energy so it can't move in the meantime. If that's the case, then it won't be able to use its force field armor outside the building. That might be the reason why you don't see them outside. Is that a guess? Yep. But again, if that snail can use such a powerful force field armor that is even able to block a bullet that's as powerful as CWH anti-material rifle special bullet anywhere, it would have been roaming outside the building and the city management would have put some effort in eradicating them. Akira nodded. Well, considering that its shell becomes that strong if I don't kill it while it hasn't noticed me, honestly speaking, it's actually a pretty troublesome monster. Akira hung his head low. Not only did he give his enemy a chance to turn the situation to its advantage, he then forced himself to defeat that monster in that situation just to misevaluate it, thinking that it was a strong monster and got ahead of himself because of that. He then realized that Alpha was smiling at him amusedly and raised his head. It doesn't really matter, a win is a win. Moreover, I bet other hunters who came here before me thought that it was too much of a hassle to defeat that monster and left without searching this floor. So there's a good chance I might find some expensive relics here. You have a point there. But I'll at least let you know this. There are still multiple similar monsters in this building, so make sure to get them without getting noticed, okay? Roger that, let's go. Akira sounded a bit desperate when he said so as he continued exploring the ruin. The exploration itself went well. As he expected, Akira encountered some snail monsters again, but he was able to take them down without getting noticed. There were also times when there were multiple snails so that he could not take all of them down at the same time. Although he got some of his shots deflected by their hardened shells, Akira then would open up some distance to wait for their shells to soften back before shooting at them again. Thanks to that, he was able to quickly defeat all of the snails, although he had a hard time fighting the first snail that he had met. Akira himself realized that fact as he smiled wryly. Although the exploration went well, he still could not find any valuable relics. He had already reached the 12th floor but still ended up with nothing. Akira stopped for a bit as he heaved a big sigh and said, "Still nothing, huh? Although, it's also weird that there are fewer of those bad relics too. Those snails might have eaten them. Good grief." Knowing when to give up was also an important skill for a hunter. Akira knew that too, but he could not shake off the feeling that he might be able to find something if he continued searching that building, thus preventing him from making that decision. Furthermore, he had to fight those troublesome snails to be able to reach that place, so it would be such a waste to give up here. As he continued searching the building, he eventually finished the second last floor of that building, the 19th floor. Akira sighed again and said, "Alpha. I know that this might be counted as your support. But since I've come this far, tell me if I missed any expensive relics behind." "Nope. Based on my sensor, I didn't find any good relics either." "So, this place really has no expensive relics, huh? If I still can't find anything on this floor, then it would mean this building is a dud although it's such a big building. I wonder if I have no talent in this." Alpha smiled and lightly cheered up the discouraged Akira. Sharpening your sense for such a thing is not easy. I believe that piling up experience is the only way to do that. That's true, but still. Although Akira understood very well that his ability to hunt both relics and monsters was significantly lowered without Alpha's support, he thought that he should be able to at least manage something. But it seemed that the reality was not that kind. Moreover, we still have the last floor left, it might be too quick to decide that this place is a dud right now. Don't give up and do your best to the very end. You're right. Akira thought that getting discouraged there would not help him with anything, thus he shook it off his mind and continued the exploration. The last floor only had a long hallway that connected the stairs to a door. Akira went through that hallway and stepped off from his bike in front of that door. But when he tried to open it, the tough door would not budge even with the power of his augmented suit. It won't even move. Why did they make this one door so strong? All the other doors downstairs were easy to open. That might be simply because the snails downstairs sapped their energy and make the doors brittle. Which means that there should be no snails on this floor then. Well, I guess we'll know soon enough once we get in. Akira turned up his augmented suit's performance to max, ignoring its energy consumption, and tried to open the door. But again, the door did not budge at all. Akira, who started to get annoyed, aimed his SSB multi-weapon rifle at the door. If he barraged that door with anti-force field bullets at that range, he thought he should be able to destroy that door no matter how strong it was. But at the same time, he also hesitated using bullets made to kill monsters for something like that. Although he did not pay for those bullets himself, it did not change the fact that he would be using more of those expensive bullets although he still had no meaningful results up until now. It would be no surprise if he received some complaints from Kobayashi later. Akira still had his rifle aimed at the door without being able to bring himself to pull the trigger. That was when Alpha smiled bitterly at him and said, "Akira, if you want to destroy the door, you should use the blade instead. There's no need to use expensive bullets for a target that doesn't move even when you're up this close." Akira looked surprised and smiled wryly. He then took out the blade that he had forgotten until now. It was the blade he brought back from the Tsubakihara building. Akira's body suddenly started moving on its own. Of course, it was Alpha controlling his augmented suit. He then took a stance as a blade extended out from the handle in his hand. Alpha? Alpha suddenly started providing support to him again. Akira looked at Alpha in surprise, but she ignored it. "This much is fine, right? Let's hurry up and open that door. After all, it would be a bad idea to waste the energy left in that blade." Akira smiled bitterly and matched his body movement with his augmented suit's movement. With the help of Alpha's support, Akira swung the blade with the skill of a swordmaster. The blade sliced through the thick metallic door as if it was not there in the first place. After he executed that slice, Akira took a breath before retracting the shape part of the blade. A few seconds later the pieces of the door fell back and made banging sounds. Seeing how the door was cut clean, Akira could not hide his amazement. This blade is as sharp as usual. I somehow can understand why those hunters, who are able to get their hands on this blade and are able to use it freely, choose to fight monsters in close range. Alpha frowned, which was very rare for her. Don't do that, okay? Although I also train you on how to use that blade, it's basically melee training that includes hand-to-hand and close-range shooting. It's not so that you would specialize in fighting in close range with a blade. I know. Akira only said so and stopped pursuing that subject. But in reality, many hunters tend to specialize in a single type of weapon when they got their hands on powerful weapons, even more so when that weapon was an old-world weapon. After all, due to its abnormally high performance, there were times when that weapon saved them during unlikely situations, thus increasing their trust in that weapon. When Akira entered that room, he immediately stopped, surprised at what he found inside that room. The whole highest floor consisted of a single room. That room had a pure white ceiling, wall, and floor. Although there was no window in that room, it was bright enough for Akira to see clearly. It was big, seemingly limitless, and the boundary between the ceiling, wall, and floor was blurred. It really threw Akira's sense of distance off. Alpha, this is a room designed for 3D projection or augmented reality. The white floor, ceiling and wall are to remove any needless information from getting into your views. The whole room itself is equipped with some kind of projection device. What can I say? This room feels really weird. Akira's vision was filled with the color white no matter where he looked. When he looked down at his feet, it gave an impression that he was floating. The same conclusion could be seen from the data gathered by his information-gathering device as if it was malfunctioning. The moment Akira noticed the reading of his information-gathering device, he tensed up since he understood that he was in a situation where he could not rely on his information-gathering device. It was as if he was in the middle of a thick colorless mist. Alpha, though I should have done this sooner, let's end the training here. Help me get a better reading of this room. Oh, are you giving up? Yeah, I'm giving up. Akira replied firmly as if he was not bothered by that light provocation from Alpha. He understood that it would be difficult for him to search that room on his own. Alpha smiled happily at him and said, "Not holding back is sometimes a good thing. All right then." Alpha then enhanced Akira's vision. He could see lines drawn on the white spaces in front of him. Those lines formed squares in regular intervals, helping him regain his sense of space. The room no longer seemed to be limitless and he could recognize the real width of that room. Now that Akira had regained his bearing, he also regained his calm. He then walked to the middle of the room and looked around the room before heaving a big sigh. Still nothing. So in the end, this place is a dud, huh? Well, things like this happen from time to time. Let's just move on. Alpha smiled and said so to cheer him up. Akira regained some of his motivation thanks to that. Although he still had his head hung low, Akira made a 180 degrees turn to head back to the exit. But in the next moment, he quickly pulled up his rifle and aimed it at the person in front of him out of pure reflex. The person in front of him looked somewhat familiar to him as that person looked emotionlessly at Akira. Long time no see. Akira frowned and asked her a question to confirm his guess. Tsubaki-san. Right? Yes. I have no wish to be hostile to you, so please lower your rifle. Although this body is just an image that can't be hurt with bullets, it's still rude to have that rifle pointed at me. I am sorry. Akira flusteredly lowered his rifle. When he did that, Alpha immediately interjected. She was obviously not happy. So, why are you here? I have something I want to discuss with you. Tsubaki said with a flat voice as she looked at Akira with her emotionless face. Alpha looked at Tsubaki with an obviously unfriendly look. I'm sorry but we're busy right now. If you have anything you want to talk about, you can tell me later. You're not the one that I want to talk with though. It doesn't matter, do you really think I would let you step over me? Alpha's expression turned even more hostile with each sentence she said. But Tsubaki just ignored it. Akira was really troubled about what to do there. Tsubaki once again shifted her gaze back to Akira. Are you okay with that? Well. Akira was overwhelmed by the sharp gaze from Alpha and the cold but meaningful gaze from Tsubaki. He understood that both of them were pressuring him to choose between them. But the confusion prevented him from deciding. But after a short confusion, although it did not seem that he was fully okay with it, Akira finally said. I'm in the middle of doing a request from Alpha, so I can't accept another request right now. Although it might be something that I can do while doing the request from Alpha, I can't really tell right now. I don't know what you want to discuss with me, but whatever it is, please say that to Alpha first. Alpha smiled widely and Tsubaki shrugged, still with her emotionless face. I see, in that case, I'll excuse myself here. We shall meet again when the chance presents itself. Although her body was nothing more than an image, Tsubaki turned around and was about to leave the room when she suddenly turned back again as if she just remembered something. By the way, since you won't talk with me, I have no obligation to help you. I hope you would do something about the security drones posted in this place in order to prevent people from intruding into this building yourself. Tsubaki only said so before vanishing. Akira was still not fully recovered from the confusion when his augmented suit suddenly started moving on its own. Alpha controlled Akira's augmented suit to run toward the door as fast as it could. Alpha. What's wrong? We need to get out of this place as fast as we can. So hurry up. Akira managed to match his movements although he was caught off guard. But the next moment, he saw his bike flying in his direction from the door into that room. A white humanoid robot had kicked Akira's bike and left it tumbling on the ground. The white humanoid robot did not have a mouth, or eyes, or hair. It looked like a naked cyborg body covered in white. Akira immediately shot at that robot, but that robot planted itself on the ground instead of evading it. When those bullets hit its robotic body, it sunk into the robot's body and caused a small ripple over its surface. Akira did not expect that at all, but that did not stop him from moving. He kept shooting accurately at that robot with the help of Alpha's support. And just like last time, the bullets were absorbed into the robot's body and caused a ripple on its surface. The ripple accumulated and caused its body to bend in a strange fashion. Inside his compressed time perception, Akira shouted through telepathy. Alpha! What the heck is that? It's a body made of material adjusted for augmented reality or 3D projection. I'm sure it's one of the building's equipment, though I don't know if it's autonomous or it's being controlled remotely. Equipment? One of the wall partitions inside that room opened and exposed the robots behind it. Some of them were white robots, while some of them were donning old-world design maid and butler outfits. They were giving Akira a warning. Warning! In order to maintain safety in this building, the security drones are allowed to use force and permitted to kill. Please show your identification information immediately. The same thing also happened from the wall partition near the entrance and the wall partition on the opposite end of the room. Unable to confirm the identity. Interpreting this action as an effort to hide identity. Increasing the severity of the action in order to secure the situation. We will not be responsible for any injuries during the suppression, surrender is advised. The robots surrounded and closed in on Akira. Repeat. In order to maintain dash. The white robot body eventually could not take the barrage any longer. The shockwave from the bullets pushed its body backwards, dragging its body across the floor. Some of the bullets pierced its body and destroyed its inside. Its white outer body mixed with the pieces of its mechanical innards as they were scattered on the ground. Finally, got one. Why are they that durable when their bodies seem so soft? That's also a kind of force field armor. It basically has the same mechanism as the snail's shell. The same. Although its body is that strong. I'm sure that difference comes from the fact that those snails are sapping energy from this building while that robot is one of the building's equipment right from the start. But putting that aside for now. The robots started to swarm Akira. Some of them were coming at him from the direction of the door. It was already impossible for him to break through them. Akira, get yourself ready, we need to do something reckless. Alright. Now that Alpha had control of his augmented suit again, Akira's movements improved. He was more precise, faster, and much more powerful. Akira himself desperately matched the movement of his body with his augmented suit in the middle of the slow-moving world of his compressed time perception. Akira ejected the magazine from his rifle in his right hand and threw it into the air. While it was still in the air, he quickly pulled back his right hand and pulled out a magazine filled with a mix of anti-force field armor rounds and high-powered armor-piercing ammo and threw it into the air too. With both his rifle and the new magazine in the air, Akira grabbed his rifle again and reloaded that new magazine in one smooth swipe. While at the same time, his left hand reached back to his 5 million orum per box medicine, opened its lid with the gripping power of his augmented suit. He quickly brought some pills to his mouth while making sure not to let the pills fall off his hand. Then he reached for his blade's handle and detracted its blade. Akira's left and right hands moved together at the same time. After that, he kicked the robot in front of him and started shooting with his right hand and slashing with his left hand to carve a way towards the door. The anti-force field armor bullets that were shot from close range had enough firepower to blow the robot's torso clean off its limbs. While the blade on his left hand that he swung with such power and speed was able to cleanly cut off the robots even after they braced themselves for the incoming blade. Akira cut them in half, throwing its upper half up in the air while its lower body rolled over on the ground. But his blade did not stop there as it sought for its second target. But unfortunately, it was not able to break through the second robot's force field armor, it was only enough to throw it off balance. After that single strike, the blade could not handle the burden and crumbled into dust. The robot in front of Akira received his kick with both arms. Although it was able to push the robot slightly back, it was not enough to damage the robot's body. Akira was momentarily stopped in place. The robot behind him immediately took that chance to swing a chop from behind while the robot in front of him also shifted its posture to deliver a counter. Akira used the robot in front of him as a support to jump up and rolled on the air to evade the chop from behind him before landing both of his feet on the ceiling. He then immediately turned off the recoil compensator of his SSB multi-weapon rifle and started shooting at the robots. The kickback from his rifle made sure that his feet were firmly planted on the ceiling as he jumped to the side across the ceiling to evade the incoming punches and kicks from the robots under him. The robots tried to attack him while he was running across the ceiling. With the help of force field technology, they had no problem pursuing Akira even when he was upside down running on the ceiling. Akira kept shooting as he quickly pulled out another blade and started fighting the robots up close just like when he was on the floor, shooting, cutting, and kicking them. But since he was only able to maintain that posture because of the kickback from his rifle, he was not able to move freely, and with the robots coming at him from his head, Akira was having trouble fighting them. The robots had Akira surrounded as they came at him from all directions. Akira was still compressing his time perception. In that world that was running in slow motion, he could see clearly the robot parts that were scattered in the air and every single attack that was coming at him. He understood that he would not be able to block all the incoming attacks, but even so, he did not give up and still desperately fought with his best. Inside that world where everything almost stood still, Akira could see the killing blow coming for him, but he also noticed something else behind that robot. A swarm of missiles coming in his direction from behind the robots. After Akira's bike was kicked down, Alpha controlled it to get it back up and emptied the missile in the missile launcher fixed on his A4WM automatic grenade launcher. The explosion from those missiles blew the robots away together with Akira since they were in an enclosed space. Akira smacked down to the floor and coughed out blood, dyeing the white floor red. His body was assaulted with pain and the medicine that he took beforehand had run out of its effect. When Alpha launched all the missiles, she guided them herself and had made all the calculations of their explosion radius. Thanks to that, Akira was spared from the worst shockwave of those missiles. Not to mention, the output of his coat equipped with force field armor was turned up to max for a short time, thus suppressing the damage on him to a minimum. Since Akira could not even lift his finger on his own, Alpha controlled his augmented suit to take out some medicines and shove them into his mouth. He swallowed that medicine together with some metallic-tasting blood that was left in his mouth. Akira swayed left and right as he pushed himself back up. The robots that were still functional also did the same. Even some of the robots that had lost their head could still stand back up. Akira, who saw that, smiled wryly and said, "Good grief, just how robust can these guys be? You guys should just stay on the ground after losing your head, you know. I believe that they're controlled remotely from somewhere close by. I bet they're partially autonomous and remotely controllable. I see, I also fought against similar monsters before. So they're basically based on the same mechanism, huh? Just a little more before we can escape this building, so hang on." "Got it." Akira got a little desperate as he grabbed his rifle back. After that, Akira was able to maintain the upper hand. Alpha provided a suppression fire using the DVTS minigun fixed on his bike while he was also shooting at the robots from beside the bike. Although some of the robots were still functional, they were damaged and their movements were significantly slowed. So they were unable to surround Akira with their current speed. Akira shot down the last robot. Its head and body were pierced with the bullet as it got blown back into the pile of its dead comrades. The empty magazine was automatically ejected from his SSB multi-weapon rifle. Akira crouched and picked that empty magazine up, imagining how much money he had used in that fight, and smiled bitterly. He then threw that empty magazine up to the air. Alpha had a big smile on her face and praised Akira. "Good work there. Although I did give you some help, you have become pretty strong. Thanks for the compliment." "Oh my, you don't sound happy. It's not like I did that with my own power. Moreover, even after I almost got killed just now, I still don't have any expensive relics to carry back. This is not good at all." "What are you talking about?" "There's a pile of relics just over there, no?" "Where?" Akira tilted his head and frowned. Alpha was pointing at the pile of dead robots. "Although they're already destroyed, it doesn't change the fact that they're old-world relics. They're pretty strong, although they're not battle robots, so I'm sure they can at least get you some money." Akira raised his eyebrows, but it was not because Alpha told him that they could fetch him some money. "They are not battle robots. If my guess is correct, they're just for serving guests. Although, I believe being able to peacefully secure a rampaging guest is also an important functionality for such robots. You do know that I almost got killed fighting those robots, right? I think they also said something along the line, permitted to kill me or something. And you say they're not battle robots? They basically said that to let you know that even if they get you killed in the process of securing you, they won't be held responsible for it. So it's just to warn the guests that even with the technology of the old world, such cases are not impossible. Moreover, if they're really designed for battle, they would have carried more weapons. Since they came at you unarmed, it basically means that they're not made for combat, that I see." Akira was reminded of how abnormal the old world things were, thus deepening his misunderstanding about the old world. After that, Akira stuffed the dead robots into his rucksack and returned to the forward base. When he emptied his rucksack in the forward base, the receptionist winced back and was wide-eyed. Akira sighed as he thought that he should have left that building sooner. Chapter 181, Humanoid Monsters. After Akira sold the robots that he destroyed in the forward base, he took a break in the base's cafeteria. Thanks to the medicines that he had taken, his wound had already been fully healed and he was not physically exhausted, but the medicines did not help with his mental stress at all. He had decided to end his day, so he was sitting there looking absent-minded. That was when Kobayashi appeared. Kobayashi happily took the seat in front of Akira without asking Akira's permission and smiled at him. Akira frowned, knowing that it would be nothing but more trouble. What now? Don't be so cold. It's just that since I see you haven't returned back home yet, there's something I want to ask you here, you see. Ask me. Just to let you know, I won't be paying for the ammo, alright? Akira said so clearly right from the start with a stern face. Kobayashi smiled wryly at him and said, Don't worry about that. Just because you got your terminal destroyed during your duty, it's not like we're not going to pay for the ammo you used during that time. The information terminal that Akira got from the temporary base always sent the signal of his location, but the moment he entered the highest floor of that building, his signal was cut off due to the feature of that room. Then the explosion from the mini-missiles finally completely broke it. Because of that, the temporary base did not know anything about his encounter with Tsubaki, and of course, Akira had no plans to tell Kobayashi about that at all. It's nothing complicated. The robots that you brought in are all completely destroyed though, couldn't you bring them in a better state? No. I see. Got it. That's all I wanted to ask you. Akira looked surprised, he did not expect Kobayashi to back down that quickly. Is that all? Yeah, that's all. Like I said, I do like you. I have no plans to keep pursuing that subject just to sour your mood, alright? Not to mention, you've entertained me enough. You crushed a swarm of monsters on your own on the first day, and today, not only you brought back a lot of old world relics, you even secured a whole building too. Just so you know, normally speaking, you've done splendidly up until now. Like hell if I care about that. In the first place, it's nothing normal the moment you offer to pay all of my consumables. I said so with that considered too. But that's just so you. Kobayashi smiled amusedly at Akira's abnormal reaction. After that, Akira and Kobayashi talked for a bit more about the request and the situation around the road. Akira's current request did not have a clear finish line. It would continue until Akira's hunter rank reached the point where it was suitable for his strength, while the request itself did not clearly state what that hunter rank would be. But Kobayashi already told Akira that he had entertained him enough, so Akira thought it should be fine to end the request there. But when he asked Kobayashi about that, Kobayashi said that it was not up for him to decide and he had no idea either what was the opinion of the people from the upper echelons about that matter. Akira did find that a little surprising as he thought of using as much ammo as he wanted without caring about effectiveness since someone else was paying for it. That way, he would be able to quickly rank up until his request was deemed finished regardless of the opinions of the others. Tayal was eating the wreckage of humanoid monsters inside a dilapidated building in Kuzusahara ruin. But those were not the humanoid monsters that Akira destroyed, Tayal destroyed those monsters in another building. The white room was filled with the echo of metallic wreckage getting crushed. Tayal himself was badly injured from the fighting, but his injuries were slowly healing as he was feasting on the dead monsters. Suddenly Tsubaki appeared in front of Tayal. Good afternoon. Tayal immediately stood up and took a fighting stance as he swung his right arm to rip off Tsubaki's head. Unfortunately, Tsubaki was no more than an image, so Tayal's hand went through her effortlessly. That was rude. Tsubaki immediately vanished. Tayal quickly turned and lunged in a direction where there was nothing at all. But from his point of view, he could see Tsubaki standing there. But from Tsubaki's point of view, the world was running so slowly as if it was completely paused. Inside that slow-moving world, Tsubaki looked closely at Tayal and mumbled. He can recognize me both through augmented reality and through network image too. I see. Tsubaki then said with a flat emotion. Stop. Right at the next moment, Tayal's body suddenly froze in the middle of lunging at Tsubaki. The inertia allowed his body to proceed forward but the gravity prevented him from staying afloat. So, he just crashed down to the ground and rolled over as if his whole body was petrified into stone. Safety leash command number 721 works as intended. Which means that it's based on the nanomachine inside one of those biological monsters, huh? I don't know who did this, but it's pretty impressive. Unfortunately, that person was not able to override the control command. Wait, no, it might be some kind of mutation because of the nanomachine put inside his body in order to trick the friend or foe identification system. With too many conflicting nanomachines in his body, it instead might have caused a system failure. There was no one else other than Taial in that room, but he could see all kinds of information displayed in his views as Tsubaki walked toward him. Unauthorized connection, unable to prevent connection, failed shutting off the connection, identified administration from Area 844, individual outside the administration right, detected unauthorized hacking, hopeless difference in strength, 0 winning chance, advised to run away immediately. Taial registered all of those notices that appeared in his views, but they did not help his situation at all. Tsubaki suddenly vanished again from his view. She then reappeared again as an image as she extended her hand to his head. He wouldn't even listen to what I have to say. So I'll ask you instead. I'm sure you're also having it hard with such an unstable system, right? I'll give you the reward up front, so don't worry. The information notices in Taial's views suddenly changed. Unauthorized connection, unable to prevent connection, failed shutting off the connection, rebuilding control system, readjusting administration structure, rebuilding connection, rebuilding finished. Taial could move his body again as his body relaxed while he was still lying on the ground. After a few seconds, he slowly pushed himself up and stood in front of Tsubaki. I'll leave the rest to you then. Tsubaki smiled faintly and vanished. The only notice left in Taial's views was an order from Tsubaki. With his assigned duty to secure the area starting, Taial immediately moved out following that order. Yatsubayashi had a stern look on his face as he eyed the displays in front of him. What just happened? The display showed information sent from Taial, and that information stream was already fully stopped. Among the last information sent by Taial, there was a piece of information that really piqued Yatsubayashi's interest. Yatsubayashi actually was thinking of a plan to take care of Taial before it caused extra trouble to him, but with this, he decided to change his plan. His curiosity completely outweighed his rationale as he readjusted his plan accordingly following curiosity. Akira once again visited Shizuka to replenish his stock. Shizuka looked worriedly at Akira as she said to him. Akira, this will be pretty expensive though, are you sure? Akira nodded with a serious face. Yes. After thinking about it one more time, I thought that it's safer to do this and I should be able to end this request faster this way. So please continue with the order. Akira completely readjusted his order. This time he ordered multiple mini-sized energy packs and high-grade repair cartridges, both of them were expensive consumables. On top of it, he also ordered a huge amount of powerful anti-force field armor as well as mini-missiles that could be used with personal-sized missile launchers. Shizuka proceeded to place the order. Akira and Shizuka waited silently for the confirmation, but this time, the order was rejected. As I thought, it won't go through, huh? Akira seemed slightly relieved. Suddenly a call from Kobayashi reached him. It's me. It seems that an expensive order just came in, and it's from you, just wanted to make sure that it's not some kind of mistake or something. I've sent you the information to your information terminal, so go ahead and check it. I did, it was really from me and it was not a mistake. Unexpectedly, Kobayashi replied in a rather good mood. You bought quite a lot this time, enough for the financial division to contact me, you know? I need them to be able to fight safely. If you're going to tell me to cut that out, just so you know, that's basically my real strength. That way I won't need to keep doing this request, right? I'm not calling you for that. There, the payment went through. Even that got approved, huh? It was just a notice due to the size and the cost of the order. I'm sorry, but once you receive that order, bring them to the forward base for safekeeping. But don't worry, you can still use them anytime. I'll send you the specifics later. The repair cartridges are for my augmented suit, so I need them back home. I see, you can take the cartridges home then. I'll tell the guys above myself about that. Alright. Akira was a little surprised that his order went through so smoothly. Kobayashi, who noticed it, laughed. I did tell you that your performance is far above the norm, remember? So this much demand will go through just fine, although, it's partly because of my influence too. You should be more confident in yourself, you know. Until next time then. At the same time Kobayashi closed the call, a notification confirming that the order got through reached Shizuka and Akira. Akira smiled bitterly. He knew very well the gap between his real strength and the strength that he acquired due to Alpha's support. Although he kept working hard to close that gap, he could not lie that every time he noticed his growth, he also noticed how significant Alpha's support was. Well, although I basically forced my way through with expensive bullets during that fight against the monster swarm, I won that fight on my own. So even after adding that with those robots that I destroyed with Alpha's support, it should at least lower the total evaluation from Kobayashi. So it should at least be a little better. Akira's bitter smile was a mix of half mockery and half compliment toward himself. But he then noticed Shizuka looking at him worriedly as he flusteredly said. Well, what can I say? It seems that the order should go through just fine. Akira, don't get too reckless, okay? I know. It's exactly so that I can fight safely that I put in that expensive order. I see. It's good that you're calm about this, but be careful not to get your guard down, okay? Yes. Akira firmly nodded, Shizuka replied with a smile. Shizuka understood that Akira said so, knowing fully well he was cornered into a situation where he had no other choice but to be reckless. While on the other hand, she also understood that hounding Akira about it would not help his situation at all, so she held back herself from saying anything more than that gentle reminder. Akira took her warning to heart and told himself not to unnecessarily jump to danger. Akira once again took his bike to Kuzusuhara Ruin. It had been a few days since the last time he went to Kuzusuhara Ruin. During that time, he had repaired his augmented suit, carried his supplies to the temporary forward base, and got himself to the best state before going. Alpha was floating beside Akira as if she was sitting in an invisible car. She was donning a battle suit with a daring old-world design as her long silky hair was flailing in the air, blown by the non-existent wind. Akira, what's your plan for today? Let's see. I might as well search one of the buildings for relics again, but I don't want to fight monsters like last time. Akira glanced at Alpha's outfit and thought. That is an old-world battle suit, right? Since we're this deep into the ruin, I wonder if I can find some of them somewhere around. I can't really say you can't, but it would be hard to find. Let's say that you did find one, what's your plan with it? If there's no problem with the size, I'm planning to use it for myself. Old-world relics are fundamentally advanced stuff after all. I do know that I'm obligated to sell all my relics by contract, but I'm sure I can get it back after paying some money, or at least, I'll put some effort in doing so. Alpha smiled mischievously and pointed at her own battle suit. This suit is for girls though. Are you really going to use it? Well, I can understand if you do, since it's a high-quality battle suit. Akira could not hold back his laughter the moment he heard that. Why does it even come to that? I'm talking about when it's a battle suit for guys, of course. Then what if you only find battle suits for girls? I'll sell them, then use the money to buy one made for guys. What if you'll be wasting a lot of money if you do that instead of using it? Of course, ignoring the design aside. Akira looked conflicted for a split second, but he immediately made his decision. I'll think about it when that happens. We don't know if I can find any of them around here in the first place anyway, right? Alpha smiled amusedly. Indeed. Akira noticed from the beginning that Alpha was only poking fun at him, but at the same time, he also thought that it would not be strange if she knew. Akira heaved a big sigh as he thought that he wasted his energy on that conversation. Alpha, at least help me choosing which building to search this time. Oh my, you're relying on me right from the start for today, huh? I have no plans to spend so much effort on a dud like yesterday. I understand that choosing the right building to search is also a part of my training, but let's put that training aside for some other time. My training menu for today will be searching for relics inside a building. Alright then, over here. That was fast. Akira could see a particular route highlighted in his enhanced views as he paced his bike following that route. When Akira arrived, he looked confusedly at Alpha. Here. Alpha smiled confidently and nodded. Yup, alright. Akira once again shifted his gaze to the location in front of him. Akira could see a tall torn-down building that looked closer to a mountain of rubble in front of him. Since it fell over the other buildings around it, they all piled into a single huge mountain of rubble. So basically, I need to find relics under this mountain of rubble, huh? Well, I might find something if I try, but still. Not exactly. To be more precise, you need to find the door to a certain room buried under this mountain. Some buildings usually have their important rooms built extremely strong, as if they're safe boxes, strong enough to keep intact even when the building itself falls over. We'll be looking for that room. I'll help you find the entrance. After all, you're technically outside the building until then. Akira used his high-performance bike to climb the rubble mountain. He then stepped off from his bike where she pointed out and put a camouflaging sheet on top of his bike. Once he was done hiding his bike, he used his information-gathering device to check the area around him. Due to the layers of rubble preventing his information-gathering device from scanning further down, it was difficult for Akira to find the hole into the mentioned room. Thankfully, besides his information-gathering device, he also had Alpha. Akira used his augmented suit to move aside the rubbles under him as he eventually found a door and wall that seemed to be from a hallway of some sort. He went down to that door and forced it open before peeking inside the room. The room was pitch black when he peeked in with a light. As he looked down to the base of that room, which was originally a part of the sidewall, he could see all kinds of things scattered there. He then carefully proceeded into that room. The room itself was pretty wide. Since it was laid sideways, that width was translated directly to depth. Akira used tables and other furniture fixed to the floor of that room to slowly climb down. What can I say? It feels weird when the inside of the room is oriented differently than it should. Alpha was floating around in the air freely as she smiled amusedly and said, "Oh my, you've been climbing up and down so many rooms up until now, you should have gotten used to it at this point, no?" Akira looked back to his experience. Like hell I would get used to that. Oh, but you should. Be careful with your footing. Right at the next moment, the table that Akira was using as his footing swayed before it was sent tumbling down to the base of the room. He was only barely able to jump to the next table. You could have told me sooner. Weren't you doing this on your own right now? That's true, but... Alright. Akira decided to stop himself from throwing any complaint at Alpha, who was smiling amusedly at him as he moved to the next footing. When Akira reached the base of the building, his eyes were wide open. The base of the building was filled with piles of old-world relics. Though some of them were already destroyed, others were strong and durable relics. Akira started stuffing his rucksack with any expensive-looking relics that caught his eyes. When he finished filling his rucksack, Akira looked up. The exit seemed to be located far away from him now. I know it's already obvious, but I have to climb back up now, right? I should have at least brought a rope with me. You can just get one and return back here again later. Again, you should have told me sooner. But you're on your own this time, right? Alpha smiled amusedly. He replied with a conflicted bitter smile. Akira had climbed down the building with his augmented suit and climbed up a building with his bike, so somewhere in the back of his mind, he thought that he should be able to figure out something when the time came. That was why the idea of bringing along a rope never passed through his mind. Akira worked really hard and somehow was able to get out of that room. Sometimes he used 2 blades, one for each hand, to scale up the room. Sometimes he had to heavily-heartedly leave some relics behind since he could not go through with his backpack full. He basically paid in full for his mistake of not bringing a rope with him that day. After that, Akira returned back to the forward base and sold his relics there. He did not forget to immediately buy a rope too. It had been 2 months since Akira started the request to get his hunter rank up. But his request had still not ended. Even after he kept ordering bigger and better supplies, all of the payments for his orders went through just fine. Originally Akira thought that at most it would last for about a month. So that day, he was venting his frustration in Shizuka's shop. Elena and Sarah, who saw that, could only smile bitterly at him. To be more precise, Akira was venting his frustration there because Elena and Sarah encouraged him to. They tried to prod him to share his situation, and, if possible, to offer him their help in order to mend their relationship back. But even Sarah and Elena did not expect that Akira was frustrated because he was forced to take a request to boost his hunter rank though he did not want to. And even after he thought he got his hunter rank high enough, that request still continued. Any normal hunter who worked hard day and night to get their hunter rank up would be furious if they heard that. Sarah looked rather impressed with Akira. But still, a request to increase hunter rank, huh? Although I've heard about it before, this is the first time I see someone actually get one. Although it's to be expected considering how strong you are, it's still pretty impressive. Although Sarah was giving him an honest compliment, Akira felt a bit guilty. He knew that the impression of how strong he was probably came from Alpha's support and not his own skill. Because of that, rather than looking honestly happy about it, Akira made a conflicted expression. Thank you very much. But depending on how you look at it, it might be because they put too much faith in me. Right now, they're forcing me into places that are originally too dangerous for a hunter like me. Elena noticed that and changed the subject. Getting not too excited and staying vigilant is a good thing. In my case, if I ever get such a request, I feel like I would get too excited and make a blunder instead, but it seems that's not the case for you. That in itself is pretty impressive, you know. I guess I need to learn more from you about that. Akira slightly blushed from that compliment. Sarah pouted a bit at how Akira reacted differently to her compliment. But in order to distract herself from that feeling, she quickly circled behind Akira and rubbed his head while sticking close to him from behind. Sarah-san. I'll do that too. Though I don't think that I'll ever get such a request. Being too humble might annoy people instead, you know? I didn't mean it. I know. It's just a silly talk from a narrow-hearted girl. But I just want you to be careful since there are a lot of people like that out there. Oh, of course. Though Akira was surprised, he did not resist. As a matter of fact, he enjoyed it. Seeing that reaction from Akira, Sarah smiled satisfied. Both Shizuka and Elena, who saw that, could not help but giggle. Of course, Sarah noticed them, but she only pouted a bit while trying to hide her embarrassment and enjoying Akira's reaction. They then talked about other things too. At some point, Akira found something that Elena said interesting. Humanoid monster, huh? Yes, it seems that there are more and more people getting attacked by a humanoid monster near Kuzusuhara Ruin lately. To be more precise, the location is around that highway. Is it one of those things? That one where the city management treats a strong criminal as a monster. I don't know the details. That might be the case, or not. It might be an autonomous robot that went on a rampage. Or maybe someone controlling the augmented suit of a dead hunter like back then in the Saranthal building. The details about the incident itself are still unclear. The city management itself hasn't released anything else other than a warning. Whether it's a strong criminal or a monster, basically there's something that looks like a human attacking people around the ruin, right? Yup, exactly. The only thing that we know right now is that it looks like a human instead of a monster. You should be careful too, as a hunter, it tends to dull our reaction when the opponent looks like a human. If it was a monster, hunters could immediately decide to kill it. But when it was a human, they would often hesitate, and more often than not, that hesitation brought about a fatal consequence. Okay, I'll be careful, Akira said so firmly, seeing which Elena smiled happily. When Akira left the shop, Sarah frowned and said, "Say Elena, I wonder if Akira really hates when people evaluate his skill highly." That might be true. If I'm not mistaken, he said something similar to that back then in the underground city too. Now that you mention it, he did. Why do you think that is the case? No idea. I'm sure he has his reason for that. But whatever it is, I'm sure it's not something pleasant. Sarah, although I'm sure there's no need for me to tell you this, but you need to be careful not to poke at him too much. I know. This is difficult. Although the other day Akira saved them despite there being nothing that he could get out of it, he also did not hesitate in cutting off their ties. At the moment, they somehow still managed to talk normally with each other. Sarah had no idea whether it was because of something trivial or deep, or if it was due to Akira's principle in life or simply his opinion. Sarah had no plans to let go of the thread that she worked hard to preserve and sighed as she thought of her friend whom she was not sure how to treat. Chapter 182, Yatsubayashi's Mobile Clinic. On the next day, Akira once again had a talk with Kobayashi in the temporary space cafeteria, and just like usual, he looked pretty annoyed. "So, don't you think it's about time I'm done with this request? Good grief, there are not many hunters out there who want to end their rank-up request themselves, you know? Don't know, don't care." Kobayashi smiled wryly. He found it amusing that he said his real feelings instead of negotiating with Akira and thinking how amusing it would be if Akira challenged an even fiercer battle than before, but he remembered to do his job to at least try to calm Akira down. "I've been telling you this every time we meet, I don't have the right to decide that. But well, at least I'll let the people above know that you don't want to keep doing this request, though I can't really say for sure what they think about it." Akira sighed. Kobayashi immensely enjoyed his reaction. "Now then, just like I said, I'm here because there's something I want to talk about with you. It's about the cost of your supply that you keep bringing up as a form of harassment." Akira's expression immediately turned stern. "No, I won't pay for them. If you're telling me to pay even a part of it, you can go ahead and cancel the request." "Well, it might be weird for me to say this, but because of that condition, the credit you get from selling relics and hunting monsters are significantly reduced. You'll get more rewards back even if you only pay a small part of it, you know? So are you still fine with that?" "Yeah, I still won't pay." Akira showed no chance of negotiation for that matter. Seeing that, Kobayashi gave up trying to convince him. "Alright, got it. I've at least notified you. Although it's because of the contract, the money you're spending on supply is actually a bit too high. So, I just wanted to let you know that there's a way to solve that. To be honest, it'll be faster if you just pay a part of it, but if you don't like that idea. So let's do something else instead. First option, you can work under our order for the time being, that would include following the orders of the other commanders from the city management." "What are you going to make me do this time?" "It hasn't been decided yet." "Well, I'm pretty sure it's for something like patrolling, guarding, or securing a part of the ruin. So basically, you can camouflage that exorbitantly high supply cost for one person as the team expense. Like I said, the request itself is basically close to compulsory, so at least you can make this much compromise, no? What's my other option?" "Limiting your activity to only a certain area where no one would complain if you spend that much money for your ammo. To be more precise, it would be the area past the end of the highway, or in another word, the front line. Although most of the hunters working there make sure to bring along their powered suit, I'm sure it's no problem for you since you've won against a powered suit even without using one, right? Personally speaking, I recommend you take this option instead of the first one." Kobayashi smiled with full expectation. In contrast to that, Akira obviously looked annoyed. "Do I have any other options?" Nothing, if you have any good ideas, feel free to let me know. I'll take the first one. Roger that. Well then, I'll take care of the administration. I'll let you know once I'm done and you'll get the next order sent to your information terminal later, so you can just follow that instruction. Kobayashi stood up and was about to leave when he glanced at the sighing Akira and smiled. You can tell me anytime if you want to change your mind. Sure. Although Akira sounded as if he just gave that reply without thinking about it at all, that was enough to make Kobayashi leave that place with a big smile. Seeing how Akira replied back so apathetically there, Alpha could not hide her smile. Personally speaking, I also recommend the second option though. Why? For the sake of your growth, it's better if you fight strong enemies. Give me a break. Akira thought that he got this request because he fought that black-powered suit back in Izan family's base. For him, it was nothing but a pure coincidence. So honestly speaking, he wished that the city management would understand that it was not his actual skill. He did not want people to think that it was because of his real strength when it was actually thanks to Alpha's full support. While at the same time, Akira himself had no wish to take it easy for his training, but on the other hand, he had no plans to be jumping into dangerous places where he might not be able to survive without Alpha's support. So he was thinking during this rank-up request to just raise his rank high enough to reflect his real strength when he had no support from Alpha. He honestly wanted to avoid doing anything that might disrupt that plan. Akira did not think of all the hard battles that he had gone through because of pure coincidence, and it was simply because he did not have enough self-awareness. Akira rode his bike coursing through Kuzusuhara ruin. After a few days, a notice reached his terminal right after he arrived at the forward base. That notice contained an order for him to guard a clinic plus the location of that clinic, and its coordinate was basically deep inside the ruin. At first, Akira thought that it would be a clinic temporarily erected inside a dilapidated building or something, but the coordinates that he received smacked right in the middle of the road with no building around. Akira thought it was weird and once again checked the coordinates when he noticed it was moving. And so, currently, he was chasing that moving clinic. Akira had to fight monsters along the way too, but he eventually was able to catch up to it. There was a big white trailer parked on the road close to the front line. It was a big armored trailer and its big back door was wide open. Akira stepped off from his bike and peeked inside the trailer. There he saw Yatsubayashi treating some injured hunters lying on a patient bed. If it's just a light injury, wait there for a bit. And if it's a bad injury, wait there for a bit as well. If it's an emergency, I don't mind treating you now, but it'll cost you more. I'm actually here as an escort. Is this the right place by the way? Yatsubayashi stopped. His hand was still holding a weird, or more like, suspicious tool as he looked at Akira and made a suspicious smile. It's you, huh? Welcome to Yatsubayashi Clinic, Kuzusuhara Ruin Branch. He finished treating the hunter in front of him and handed over a cloth soaked in blood to that hunter. That's it. I don't mind if you want to keep using the bed, but it won't be for free. You're going to charge me for that? It's fine, isn't it? It's not like anyone is using it anyway. No. I would need to move the bed in case of an emergency. So you'll have to pay me money even if you just want to lie on that bed. Alright. Due to his injury, that hunter could only slowly drag himself off from that bed before he put that bloody cloth back on and left the trailer. After taking a few steps away from that trailer, he put his butt down to take a short rest. Akira frowned and said to Yatsubayashi, "You're not going to take that man back to the forward base?" "Sure, if he wants to and if I accept that request." "Of course, it won't be free. Just to warn you though, don't escort him back without my permission. It's not like I'm telling you not to do that no matter what, but if you do that, you'll have to pay for the cost. So just be careful about that." "Why would I have to pay when I'm the one escorting him back?" Akira seemed to be extremely confused there, but then Yatsubayashi casually replied. "Well, that's because you'll be doing work outside of guarding this clinic, which is your main job at the moment, you see." Not to mention, you won't be able to guard this clinic while you're escorting that guy back to the forward base. So it's a given that you would have to pay, no? Akira seemed to understand that argument, although he also looked exasperated at the same time. That sounds to be a huge pain in the neck. That's just how it is. Yatsubayashi only casually said so while cleaning up his medical tools. Akira was not alone, there were other hunters who were assigned to guard the clinic too. But since Yatsubayashi actively moved around his clinic to pick up his patients, those escorts usually spread out not too far away from the clinic. Once they entered areas with a lot of monsters where hunters even sent SOS requests, Akira and the other escorts spread out to clean up the monsters while carrying any injured hunters back to the mobile clinic. Akira, with his incredible luck, spent his days fighting swarms of monsters and carrying injured hunters that he saved back to the clinic. Although the injured hunter was so badly injured to the point that he was barely able to move his finger, he was still fully conscious. Maybe it was because of something that he prepared beforehand to make sure that he would not faint even during an emergency. That man had a pale face as if all of his blood was sucked out of him, but his pale face was not because he had lost that much blood. Whoa! This bill is too much no matter how you look at it, isn't it? I know that stuff in the wasteland is more expensive than usual, but not this expensive. Yatsubayashi just laughed that off and casually replied. That is a wasteland fee plus a ruin fee. Considering how dangerous this place is, it's normal to be that expensive, no? I won't force you to pay that, but if you're not going to pay it, good luck going back to the forward base on your own. Shrewd bastard. That man was only barely able to escape certain death, so he had no energy left to drag himself back to the forward base. But if he splurged his money on treatment there, it would definitely affect his hunter activity later. Of course, there was nothing more valuable than one's life, but considering the debt later and what kind of debt hell that he might face, sometimes, death was the better choice. That man knew that fact very well as he was at loss on what to do there. Seeing that, Yatsubayashi smiled suspiciously at him and pulled out a container filled with green liquid. Well, I can understand your predicament. Better the treatment, higher the cost. But wait. If you take this medicine that I made, you can get the same healing power with 1/10 the price, you know. So, do you want to try it? The hunter glanced at the glowing green liquid and frowned. But the 90% less cost would really reduce the effect of treating his injury there on his money, which in turn would reduce its effect on his future activity as a hunter. Although it was not a formal one, Yatsubayashi was trusted enough by the city management to be asked to work in the forward base, so there was no way he was a fake doctor. The hunter eventually came to a decision. I'll pay everything, so I'll take the usual treatment. Yatsubayashi looked disappointed. If you're willing to take my medicine, I'll escort you back to the temporary base for free, you know? Just give me the normal treatment. Yatsubayashi lightly clicked his tongue and started treating that hunter's injury. He then lightly said to Akira. Good grief, these guys are no fun. You did use my medicine and had no trouble at all, right? It was alright, right? Don't ask me. You too, huh? It's such a waste to refuse using such an effective healing medicine that I worked really hard to make just because of some superstition, you know. Geez, this world is really no fun at all. Seeing Yatsubayashi begrudging talk while still attending to his patients, Akira thought that he could understand some of Yatsubayashi's feelings, but at the same time, he could also understand the feeling of the hunters who hesitated to put that glowing green liquid into their bodies. So Akira decided not to say anything there. The location of Yatsubayashi's mobile clinic was fully trackable from the information terminal lent by the temporary base. Because of that, hunters who were badly injured that they would not be saved if they went all the way back to the forward base's clinic would often opt to go to Yatsubayashi's clinic. Other than that, sometimes, some hunters who were fighting strong monsters also came to that clinic for help to fight those monsters. Either way, these hunters would also bring along the monsters chasing them when they headed to the clinic. It was Akira and the other escorts' job to take care of those monsters. As long as there were some hunters looking to be treated in that clinic and as long that it seemed there would be more patients coming, the moving clinic tended to stay in one place. The sound of hunters and Yatsubayashi arguing could be heard coming from inside the trailer. Akira found that weird as he said, "Alpha, we've been staying here for some time now, what do you think is happening? This area is already pretty close to the front line. With stronger monsters prowling this area, I bet there are more injured hunters around here, so they might think that there's no need to move the trailer away for the time being. If that's the case, we could have come and camped in this place right from the beginning, right? Even if you tell me so, there's nothing that I can do about it. If you're still worried, you can just ask Yatsubayashi instead." Akira thought that Alpha had a point there. But he was not that bothered that he would go to ask Yatsubayashi, so he just continued watching the surroundings instead. When the day started getting dark, Akira went to talk to Yatsubayashi and got permission to end his job. Back home, Akira was enjoying the warm bath while thinking about all the monsters he fought that day. What can I say? They gave me this option since I'm spending too much money on supplies, but now that I think about it, putting me there will only make me spend more money on supplies, right? Is this really alright? Compared to before, Akira spent way more supplies that day. Since Yatsubayashi often drove his trailer straight to dangerous areas, Akira had more encounters with monsters compared to when he was free to move on his own discretion. Alpha was sitting on the lip of the bath with her legs crossed. She moved the tip of her leg around as if to play with the warm bathwater. "I think it's not something for you to worry about. The clinic only moves based on the instruction from the city management after all. Moreover, that might be nothing but an excuse." "Excuse?" "Yep, an excuse to send you to more dangerous areas. The complaints from the upper echelons about you spending too much money on supplies might be true, although it might not be that big of a trouble, it was enough as an excuse. The two options that Kobayashi gave you, he might have given you those options just because he wanted to get you as close as possible to the front line. The clinic only moved around the areas pretty close to the front line and the battles going on there are pretty much as dangerous as the battles that you've gone through lately. So he might be just using that as an excuse to send you as close as possible to the front line, hoping to see you doing some reckless stuff. If that's the case, then he really got me good this time." Alpha suddenly moved around her crossed legs. Akira's eyes were drawn to that movement by pure reflex. She then stood up on the border of the bath while Akira was still looking up at her. Alpha lightly smiled at Akira who was looking at her with a rather suspicious gaze. She then jumped, made a beautiful arc, pulled a full spin in the air, and plunged into the warm bath as if her body immediately melted into the water. Alpha then popped out from the water as if she just popped out from a deep pool before moving next to Akira. Akira watched that sequence of action with slight amazement, but he was more exasperated than amazed. "What was that? This is a bath, not a pool, and it's not that deep. I just feel that lately, you are showing less interest in my body. I just thought of showing my beautiful body to you in a different way. So, how was that? Normal? Geez, you're as indifferent as ever although you're in front of this beautiful body. You've really gotten used to this luxury, huh?" Alpha smiled amusedly at Akira who looked even more exasperated than before. But behind her mind, she thought that it was still too early. When she jumped into the bath in her swimsuit, Akira unconsciously moved his body as if to evade an incoming attack. And when he did that, there was actually another reason as to why he moved his body away. Back in the forward base, Yatsubayashi had parked his clinic in the parking lot as he was looking through the data that he got inside his clinic. That data contained all kinds of information used by the city management to check how far they had secured the area for the sake of building the safe route into the ruin. It included things like the countless information terminals spread inside the ruin by the city management, the data from the information terminals lent to the hunters, and data from radars in vehicles. Yatsubayashi was given permission to analyze that data using the help of his connections. Even if the device to broadcast the information all the way back to the slum city was broken, with his skill, although it was difficult, it was not impossible to search for the particular wave signal produced by the nanomachines inside a certain body. With that, Yatsubayashi continued, keeping a close look at the damage caused by the humanoid monster that was getting famous lately. The reason why Yatsubayashi opened his mobile clinic was in order to search for Taial without raising any suspicion. He only charged the hunters a lot of money for his treatment and proactively answered SOS requests simply to avoid looking suspicious. After Yatsubayashi finished analyzing the data, he then said with a sharp gaze, "I bet he's preparing himself behind the front line. Which means, maybe over here." The map of the ruin on his display also showed Taial's track as well as a big line. The line was drawn over one of the crossroads used in the main highway as if to create a blockade. The line was basically the front line, and the area behind that line was an unknown world from the city management's point of view, and Tsubaki's building lay deep behind that line. That day also Akira was instructed to escort Yatsubayashi's clinic. He rode his bike into the ruin while checking the location of the mobile clinic. That was when he noticed something. "He's going pretty deep today. Basically just right after a turn on that crossroad, huh?" Alpha smiled rather provocatively as she pointed her finger forward. "If you keep going forward, you'll be passing the front line, you know. Do you want to take a detour and look around?" "No thanks. If you hate escorting the clinic that much, it might be a good idea to instead work around the front line. After all, it's not like this chance when you can use as much ammo as you want without worrying about the cost would last forever. So this might be a good chance to have a peek at the situation in the front line." "No. I heard that hunters would bring their powered suit with them there, so it's not a place for someone like me to take a detour and look around. Not to mention, I promised Shizuka-san not to do anything reckless." "Is that so? Well, I won't force you." Alpha smiled like usual to Akira, betraying the fact that she just said something as preposterous as suggesting taking a detour in the land of death to him. Akira lightly sighed. "I'm sure she wants to tell me to stop fighting the small fries and go for the bigger fish so that I can become stronger as soon as possible. Now that I remember, she also said something along the line that this is a good chance to check my current strength. I guess I'm still way too weak to be considered strong enough for Alpha, huh? She did say that she'll consider it if I can defeat that big mechanical monster on my own." Akira had no wish of wasting his time either. But with that being said, he had no wish to train until his limbs fell off either. That was why he had no plans to go charging headfirst into dangerous places that might get him killed in order to gain experience. Although it might be the fastest method to become stronger, he did not want to fight monsters that hunters would normally fight using powered suits. Of course, he would do the best he could in order to do that request from Alpha, but that did not mean he would do anything for that sake either. Akira had a conflicted feeling as he smiled wryly and took a turn at the next crossroad. He did not realize it, there was another reason why Alpha recommended him to go to the front line even after including his bad luck into consideration. But then, the fact that Alpha did not stop him from going to that clinic even if she had to force him, showed that she was still looking down on his bad luck. When Akira arrived and looked around the situation around the clinic, he could not hide his surprise. The clinic was surrounded by more hunters than usual, and these hunters were not injured. But with that being said, there were just too many of them if they were the clinic's escorts. Among those hunters, Akira caught some familiar faces. When he noticed Elena and Sarah also noticed him and smiled while lightly waving at him. Akira was a bit surprised when he heard from Elena that those hunters were basically the reconnaissance team sent to scout the area. "I always thought that building the secure route only means to simply secure the area deeper and deeper to the ruin, but it seems it's not that simple, huh?" It's not exactly wrong. But the reason why the city management builds the secure route and maintains the highway to the ruin is all for the sake of harvesting relics located in the deeper part of the ruin. That's why when they want to expand it further in, they'll have to send a reconnaissance team first to give a quick check of the area ahead. Not to mention, many hunters won't even go to a location where they have no information at all. That's why it's also for the sake of encouraging those hunters. And if we find out there are good relics to get, even when it's in a dangerous area, the city management might consider increasing the budget to secure that area. That way the hunters who usually work further to the east might come to help to secure the area too. But of course, the hunters sent as the reconnaissance team would have to explore that area without any prior information about it. Sarah had her armor bulging out because of that preparation to explore such a dangerous place. She made sure to refill his nanomachine stock up to the full capacity. She showed off the size of her chest that she was so proud of to Akira while smiling at him. It was not that hard for a girl to know where the other person was focused on. I thought that you're here for the reconnaissance request too, but that doesn't seem to be the case, huh? But since you're already here, how about joining the reconnaissance team? The scouting itself is Elena's main job, so I'm here as her escort today. If you want to come too, you'll be also escorting Elena. We're planning to explore the area carefully and will immediately retreat back if things get dangerous, so I think it's a rather safe request and we can get quite a lot of money from it. But Akira apologetically replied that I'm sorry. I'm happy that you invited me, but I'm here as an escort for the clinic. So I can't take your offer. Oh. If I'm not mistaken, you said that you're basically free to do what you want for that request, right? From a discussion with a guy called Kobayashi, it seems that I've been spending too much money on supplies, so I have to do this so that the city management would allow me to keep using that much money. Then from there, I got assigned to escort the clinic. Is that so? That's really unfortunate. Well, I guess even though it's for getting your rank up, it's not like they can spare you an unlimited amount of money, huh? Sarah said so with a disappointed face. But then Elena made a suggestion. That I feel like they might let you change to the reconnaissance team with a little negotiation though, but of course, not right away. So I guess we have no other choice but to give up that idea this time. We'll have a briefing first about the area that we need to explore, so we need to go soon. Good luck to you, Akira. Yes, feel free to contact me if anything happens during the exploration. It's also my job as the escort for the clinic to get out and pick up SOS request after all. I see, I'll be counting on you when that happens. Akira, see you later then. Akira lightly waved and saw Elena and Sarah off. Although Alpha was smiling like usual, there was something else running in the back of her mind. Personally speaking, she did not want anything else that might affect Akira's course of action anywhere around him, and that was doubly true when he was in such a dangerous place. Akira, just to warn you not to go out on your own just to check on them, okay? Of course, you're pretty obedient this time. I have no plans to abandon the request that I accepted first. I did refuse their invitation because of the same reason, remember? Yep, and that's great to hear. Alpha smiled happily since she identified that as Akira's honest opinion about that matter. But at the same time, she also knew there was no telling how far he would go to stay by his decision. If he had always kept all his promises, Alpha would not be this doubtful of him. After that, Akira focused on guarding the clinic, but this time there was not that much for him to do. Thanks to the reconnaissance team that took out the monsters ahead of them, there were not that many monsters left near the clinic. Because of that, even when he patrolled around the clinic on his bike while keeping his eyes on the sensor, he did not find any signals from monsters. Akira continued guarding the clinic while feeling slightly worried. If things continued like this, he felt like Alpha would recommend him to work near the front line again, either that or she would push him harder for his next training. Chapter 183, A Swarm of Young Boy Robots. Yatsubayashi was charging a crazy amount of money to the hunters brought to his clinic. Thanks to the first aid done to his head, that hunter was able to stay conscious even after he was gravely injured. The expensive treatment cost was enough to make his face go pale though. He did try to bargain, but Yatsubayashi wouldn't budge at all. No money, no treatment. You need to pay first. See, can you at least cut me some slack for that one? Good grief, if you're that healthy, I bet you can get yourself back to the forward base. You can ask your friend to carry you there, I'm sure you'll get there without dying. But well, with that injury, I bet you'll either get a prosthetic or a cyborg replacement though. I want to keep my body the way it is, since you said that your treatment would still enable me to still stay the way I am, I came to you. Indeed, they could take a regenerative treatment to grow back their lost limbs that would normally need to be replaced with a prosthetic or cyborg body, but that kind of treatment was more expensive than replacing them. Furthermore, there were not many hunters out there who would become a cyborg out of their own volitions. No matter how strong a cyborg body was, there were still unique advantages to keeping a flesh body, and this hunter wanted to keep his body. His friend then jumped in. Can you at least do something about it? We can get this done right away if you'll pay in his place. Don't be crazy, we don't have that much money. It's not like we can use our health insurance too, right? Sorry, but my clinic is not a corporation's clinic, so I don't really accept health insurance. And there's a limit on how much the Hunter office would be willing to lend you to pay for it too. Not to mention, their lending limit is extremely low for a small individually ran clinic such as mine. That guy then sighed and rubbed his head with one of his hands. Although he had no plans to abandon his injured friend, it did not change the fact that he did not have any way to save him either. Moreover, it was not like he was going to die if they decided to take him back to the clinic in the forward base, though, he would be living with prosthetics and incur debt for that medical treatment. In the first place, this was an injury stemming from the occupational hazard hunters faced. It could happen again. That thought discouraged them from paying the cost of Yatsubayashi's treatment no matter what. Seeing that, Yatsubayashi hid his real intention as he made a suggestion to those hunters. Well, I can understand that you want to save your friend. And I'm a doctor, you see. But if I treat his injury here for free, it'll only give me a lot of trouble later down the line. That's why, I have a suggestion here. Instead of paying me with money, how about you pay for the treatment for your friend by helping me with a certain job? Job? What kind of job are we talking about here? It's basically a kind of emergency rescue request, you see. Of course, it'll be a secret one though. Yatsubayashi started explaining the aforementioned job with a suspicious smile. To put it simply, those hunters only needed to go to a certain location to rescue a certain hunter and bring him back to Yatsubayashi. Although it sounded simple, it sounded as if it had a lot of hidden intent behind it. Why should this be a secret anyway? Moreover, I checked my information terminal and it doesn't seem like there's any SOS request from that location though. Yatsubayashi smiled at that question. Well, that's because that hunter doesn't want to have a record of this happening left in the hunter office, you see. Basically, he's one of those hunters who do not wish for the hunter office to be informed of an SOS rescue request that he had submitted. Other than protecting his reputation, it's also to save money. After all, if you needlessly ask for SOS requests, your insurance bill will go up, you see. That's the same for the treatments in hospitals and clinics too. What I'm saying here is that if you treat your injuries in my clinic, I can help you make sure that it won't leave any record in the hunter office. The catch is that you can't use your insurance though. Other than that, well, maybe his reputation among his colleagues and gang? To put it simply, he wants to say that he didn't get in any trouble, he just randomly met some hunters in the wasteland and those hunters arbitrarily helped him without even being asked. I see, so basically you're accepting that kind of request under the table, huh? But still, you're willing to give him free treatment just by saving one hunter. This is too good to be true, you know? Are you kidding me? Of course, it won't only be once. I'll have you do that for me multiple times until I judge you've worked enough to pay for the treatment cost, that I see. The hunters nodded and looked at Yatsubayashi with a stern gaze. They thought that Yatsubayashi was planning to use them and charge them with more bills every time they returned back with more injury. If you're going to take that request, I'll get him treated right away. I won't do something as cowardly as postponing his treatment until you work enough for me. So, what do you think? Am I nice or what? Well, I won't force you though, so it's still up to you. Putting it from a different point of view, it also meant that Yatsubashi gave no space for negotiation, and the wounded hunter also started begging his friend. So in the end, the other hunter clicked his tongue and took that offer. Elena and her reconnaissance team proceeded deeper into the ruin. Their main job was to harvest the information gathered by the small information-gathering device spread beforehand inside that ruin while retrieving and replacing those small information-gathering devices owned by the city management. The accessibility of the site with a vehicle, the number of monsters in that area, and the number of rubble and their material found around the area, all of this information was enough to judge if a site was worth exploring or not. The members of the reconnaissance team were free to search the inside of a building. They were even allowed to gather relics. Even if it might disturb their main duty of scouting the ruin, the relics that they gathered could also be used to judge if that part of the ruin was worth securing or not to mention the information that they brought back, also took note of the difficulty and the danger of that building. As such, no one stopped them from doing so. Elena scanned her surroundings while driving her vehicle slowly. Sarah stood ready next to Elena, guarding her, but she was also eyeing the buildings that seemed to be containing expensive relics. Elena, can we just go and take a peek? No. We will only take a route that this scouting vehicle can go through, so we won't be searching the inside of any buildings. Didn't we agree on that right from the start? I know, but still. I can understand your feelings, but no. There's a good chance something will attack this vehicle when we're away searching the inside of a building. We have almost close to no information about this area, so I can't really guarantee the safety of this vehicle when we're gone. Or more like, we're exactly here in order to gather that information, no? Hunters who tend to work alone or in a small group often left their vehicles behind when they searched the inside of a building. But of course, no one could guarantee that their vehicles would be still in one piece when they returned. Elena and Sarah had more than enough experience with losing their vehicles in such a manner. Of course, they could just get more hunters with them and have some of them guard the vehicle when they were gone. But with more headcounts, each of their shares would also reduce. There was also the possibility of the hunters guarding the vehicle running away, abandoning the hunters inside the building when monsters attacked them. So it did not change the fact that it would still be a gamble in the end. The only thing that the hunters could do was to increase their winning chance with all kinds of methods that they could find. Getting stronger, working with a team, deepening their trust with the other team members, emphasizing the loss in case someone betrayed them. If they did not do that, they would end up as one of those lost hunters with broken dreams who could not return back from the wasteland. But Sarah seemed to be not fully convinced by it, seeing which Elena gave another reason to convince her. If we get ourselves into trouble and send out an SOS request, Akira might come to answer that request, you know. That would really erase our dignity and his trust in us as his senior hunters, you know. Although, I'm not even sure that we still have those two things even right now. Sarah frowned and sighed. All right. I still want to stay as the senior hunter that he can rely on, after all. I'll hold myself back. Sarah suddenly turned obedient, seeing that, Elena could only smile bitterly. Honestly, I really hope you would be this obedient when your best friend warns you though. That's that, you know. It's like we're one soul, so hearing you warn me like that is like giving myself a little scolding. So it's much more likely for me to just ignore it, you see. Just like how it's more likely for me to get selfish when I'm alone. Is that so? In that case, then I'll be doing that too when I'm pondering about something. Elena and Sarah lightly smiled at each other before returning back to watching their surroundings. Not too long after that, Elena, who was keeping her eyes on her sensor, suddenly stopped her vehicle and tilted her head. Elena, what's wrong? It's nothing in particular. It's just that when I checked the data, I found something interesting. The sensor caught multiple signals of something that looked human. They might be other hunters exploring this area, no? Possibly, yes. It's just that there's something bothering me. Some of the signals were possibly from the monsters. Judging from their positions and the signal that the fact that they seemed to be coming from something with a humanoid shape, Elena could not shake off her bad feeling. After all, if some of those signals were from monsters and some others were from hunters, they were close enough to notice each other. As such, they would have started fighting by now. There were many types of monsters that ignored hunters who had even stepped into their territories. While on the other hand, most of the hunters would rather avoid having to fight all the monsters that they encountered. There were many reasons for them not to fight each other. But Elena remembered a certain rumor, specifically, about a humanoid monster that prowled the Kuzusuhara ruin. Her sharp intuition was telling her that this was it, although she did not have enough evidence that supported it. Elena thought for a bit before she stepped on the gas. But she made sure to change her direction, away from it. Sarah, we'll be changing our scouting area. It might lower our area coverage and the information accuracy that we can get, which in turn might lower our reward later. Sorry, but please just let this one go. Don't worry about it. I'll leave making that kind of decision to you. So let's just continue this safely. Sarah lightly smiled, she seemed to be not bothered at all by that. Seeing how Sarah fully trusted her, Elena's stern face slightly softened. XX. A certain hunter named Sonoda grumbled as he strolled in the middle of the ruin. Another dud, huh? Sonoda was one of the hunters forced to work for Yatsubayashi to help the treatment fee for his hunter friend. He came to the location where there should be someone who needed help but did not want to send an SOS request. But when he arrived, that person was nowhere to be found and there was not even a sense remnant of a fight, and this had happened multiple times now. Sonoda called Yatsubayashi using his information terminal to complain, but Yatsubayashi just replied casually. It's not a proper SOS request to the hunter office after all. It's also not clear who's the issuer of that request, heck, not even I know. So, it could be just that there are some people who played a prank on you. Well, I'll at least put in some words with those that informed me of that request, so I hope you would work the best as you can for your part. Don't worry, even if you don't get to find anything, I'll still count your work. I'll send you the next location. After Sonoda ended the call, he received the location of his next target. He clicked and put his information terminal back into his pocket. Good grief, these guys are sending us to the deeper part of the ruin like it's nothing. Alright guys. To the next one. Alright. Wait, it seems that there's someone over there. Oh, the target ran over there, huh? Let's get him. Sonoda led his group to the location where that signal came from. It came from the first floor of a building not too far from them. They moved slowly and carefully into that building and spotted a young boy standing in a dark hole in the wall not too far from the door. Is that the guy? Hey, are you alright? Where are the monsters? Did you run away to this place? And are you alone? That young boy reacted to Sonoda, but it was not in the form of words for communication. The current area is under a lockdown. Due to the emergency situation protocol, the security system is allowed to kill any intruders. Please give your identification information. Sonoda immediately raised his rifle and barraged that young boy, pushing him all the way to the wall from the shockwave. Sonoda's teammates immediately jumped in to support him. The young boy lost his head and all of his limbs were torn apart. Sonoda quickly told them to retreat. We're running away. Let's go. WO, I only shot to help you since you started shooting first though, was that alright? You didn't notice it yet? That young boy is not the rescue target. It's the one that attacked the rescue target. Retreat now. Sonoda and his friends quickly left that building when another sound came from the dark hole behind them, unable to identify. Immediately changing to restraining protocol. Get in the vehicle. We're retreating back to the clinic. Something bad is coming, I know it. Sonoda retreated back as fast as he could while barking orders to his team. The limbs that were torn off from the young boy were scattered on the ground. His arms from elbow down were completely turned into rifles. It was not like a rifle fixed on a prosthetic arm, it was more like rifles that were growing out from those arms. Its body seemed like it was layered with armor in a glance, but it was not armor, it was countless layers of metallic scale. Another young boy emerged from the darkness. He took the gun lying on the ground, the leftover limb of the other young boy, and started chasing after Sonoda and his men. While around the same time, Akira was bored guarding the clinic when a notice reached his information terminal. The coordinate written in that notice was around in the direction where the reconnaissance team went. Akira thought for a bit before he hopped on his bike and paced it. Alpha frowned. We don't know for sure if Elena and Sarah are there, there's no need to go there yourself, no? Accepting SOS requests is also one of my duties, right? Though it's true that it's a little bit further away from the clinic. Alpha frowned even more. Akira thought that it was a bit surprising as he said, well, I do know that since it's an SOS request, there's a good chance that I'll find a troublesome swarm of monsters, and I admit that I do really want to help them if Alana-san or Sarah-san are the ones that got into trouble. But at least let me do this much, alright? There are not that many monsters around, so I should be able to get my rank up faster instead of just guarding the clinic, right? Just don't get too deep into the ruin, alright? Yeah, sure. Akira thought that it was weird since, in order to get stronger and to gather as many experiences as he could, it was better if he was actively taking SOS requests and that Alpha would have preferred it. But since it seemed that it might sour her mood if he said anything there, he just kept his mouth shut and paced his bike faster. Akira drove his bike to its max speed. He was fully relying on Alpha's support without holding back. After all, he felt that he would slow down if he tried controlling the bike on his own, and he had no plans to arrive late. Due to Alpha's advanced driving skill, the bike could sway nimbly left and right, evading the rubble scattered on the ground without losing much of its momentum. Not too long after Akira went out, he detected some signals from monsters. He quickly shifted his focus to the source of that signal. With the help of Alpha's support, he could clearly see a group of monsters, but from that distance, they looked like small dots. The moment he noticed the monster swarm, Akira frowned. It was a swarm of weapon dogs blocking his way forward. So those were the reasons for that rescue request, huh? I would rather run than chagrin right at it. Want to withdraw then? No. As Akira was thinking about what to do from there, he could see a vehicle suddenly jumped out, running away as fast as it could. The backside of that vehicle was half open and there were people there desperately trying to fight back the incoming monsters. Akira could at least tell that much. Right after it jumped out, that vehicle immediately turned and drove right toward Akira. The sharp turn almost threw the whole vehicle into the air, but it was able to regain its balance thanks to the advanced driving skill of its driver while still shooting the monsters behind it and keeping its speed. That must be the rescue target then. Thank goodness, it seems that there's no need for me to jump into that swarm. Well then, let's pick him up and head back. By the way, how reckless are you willing to go today? Alpha was smiling challengingly at Akira, but he only replied with a bitter smile and said, not more than what's needed. Alright. Akira's hand that was grabbing the steer suddenly dialed up the power bar and violently accelerated the bike, just right on time before warheads rained down right where he was a few seconds ago. The explosions sent shockwaves and left craters on the ground. Under the raining warheads, Akira aimed his SSB multi-weapon at the weapon dogs blocking his way and started shooting, ignoring the amount of money that he spent just for that barrage. The missile pods fixed into his A4WM automatic grenade launcher were also joining that barrage. The bullet storm swallowed the front line of the incoming weapon dog swarm. Although the distance between them dampened some of the bullets' momentum, they still tore through the weapon dogs' bodies. Their big bodies with a cannon perched on them quickly turned into huge chunks of obstacle, but the bullets also tore through them and ate through the swarm's defense. The backside of the swarm was hammered by the mini-missiles. Thanks to the guiding system from Alpha, they struck accurately at the weapon dogs' cannons, igniting the black powder inside their body and resulting in a big explosion. thus shredding those weapon dogs into small pieces. As the vehicle filled with hunters went past Akira, he immediately pulled the brake, made a U-turn, and once again pulled down the accelerator. The special function of the bike that helped its wheel to stick on the vertical wall prevented it from flying off. The powerful inertia assaulted Akira's body, but he was able to endure it with the help of his augmented suit. Even as he was driving off, Akira kept on shooting at the weapon dogs, using the recoil to accelerate his bike even faster. As Akira was trying to catch up with the vehicle in front of him, he received a short-distance call from his information terminal. It was a call from Sonata, who was waving at him from the backside of the vehicle in front of Akira. "You're the hunter who came to my rescue, right? Thanks for the help. It's good that you're all right. To be honest, I was thinking of retreating when I spotted that weapon dog swarm. It's a good timing that you pulled yourself out from that. That was a close call. With that many cannons, if it was not because of you taking away some of the heat, they would have wiped us out. And here I thought we have really run out of luck when those weird things attacked us, but I guess we still have some luck left, huh?" "Weird things? Do you mean you didn't send out that SOS request because of that weapon dog swarm?" "Yeah, it was because of those." Akira noticed something weird on the side of the vehicle. "Hey, someone is latching on the side of your vehicle. Didn't you get enough time to take everyone inside?" "What?" Sonata peeked out from the backside of his vehicle and pulled out his gun at that someone latching beside the vehicle without showing any hesitation. The barrage peeled that small boy off from the vehicle as he tumbled on the ground. Akira, who saw that, could not help but to raise his eyebrows. "Wadash! Why did you do that? That thing is not friendly. It's an enemy. We sent that SOS request because we got attacked by those things. I bet they are one of those humanoid robots posted to guard the ruin or something." Suddenly a small boy with a face similar to Tyal landed on that vehicle with a bang, violently rocking the vehicle and leaving a big dent on its armor. "Warning. Detecting resistance, arresting targets." The small boy stopped his formal warning midway and his expressionless face twitched. Hostility replaced his face and he immediately jumped off that vehicle and lunged straight at Akira. Although Akira was surprised by that sudden turn of event, he did not miss a beat as he aimed his rifle at that young boy and shot him down. But that did not stop him. The young boy immediately rose back up and started chasing Akira. Akira could not help but be surprised to see the young boy chasing him. Although that bullet was powerful enough to rip through the weapon dogs, it was not enough to pierce through that young boy. "Is it one of those dolls that I fought with the other day? I didn't expect to find them outside a building." "Akira, leave the guessing for later and focus on the fight. It's not done yet, more of them are coming." Akira aimed his SSB multi-weapon up with a stern face. There were multiple of those young boy dolls jumping at him from the buildings to his left and right. Some of them had 4 normal limbs, some of them carried rifles, while some of them had their whole arms turned into guns. Some of those dolls had open bodies, exposing the mechanical parts inside them. Some of them even had 3 arms attached to their bodies. Akira compressed his time perception and shot down the enemies in front of him in turns following Alpha's instruction. But that did not end all of them, although some of them plummeted straight to the ground and turned into scrap, and some of them were thrown off and crashed to the building near them and stopped moving. But of course, there were also those with stronger bodies which rose up again after getting shot down before they started chasing him. Sonata's vehicle was powerful enough to drive through the bad ground, but even so, the small wreckage spread here and there prevented them from going too fast. Not to mention, if they made a small blunder and managed to get the vehicle to roll over, it would spell the end for them. So they drove even slower than usual, slower than the dolls chasing after them with their superhuman strength. Although they were fighting back the dolls chasing them, the distance between them was slowly narrowing, and their number was not getting smaller at all. The young boy dolls jumping out the buildings left and right straight at Akira also had their guns and cannons aimed at him. Alpha controlled the bike to keep making evasive maneuvers to get away from their aims. Due to the continuously moving bike and the bad ground, Akira had to maintain his compressed time perception while aiming his SSB multi-weapon at those dolls. He followed the instructions shown in his augmented vision, displaying the order of the enemies that he had to shoot down. The bullets that he was using should be able to easily turn normal monsters into minced meat. The flying powerful bullets ripped the dolls into pieces, spreading their flesh and mechanical parts into the air. But the ones with strong bodies would only slam to the ground after their momentum was killed by the bullet just to rise up again. The backside of Akira's vehicle released a pack of mini-missiles. Some of them hit the dolls that were still in the air, while some of the missiles went straight at the dolls chasing Akira. The explosions from those missiles sent a violent gust of wind right at Akira, but he planted his body firmly with the help of his augmented suit so as not to get blown away from that shockwave. Akira then noticed something troublesome and frowned. Say, Alpha. It's just my feeling though, but aren't those dolls focusing on me? Or more like, they're only attacking me, right? If you want to leave one of them alive in order to confirm that, then you don't have my permission. Like hell I would do that. If you have no plans to just abandon those people behind, then just take this positively, at least they won't be attacking those hunters while you're around, right? You have a point there. Akira then banished that thought and any other unneeded things inside his mind to the void. Another batch of mini-missiles was launched from the backside of the bike. They drew a huge arc on the sky and went for the dolls chasing from behind. The dolls with guns immediately tried to shoot some of the missiles, causing several explosions in the air. But even after that, the rest of the mini-missiles were able to reach them and blow them away. Akira looked slightly relieved watching those explosions, but his face immediately tensed up again. Those mini-missiles were not enough to stop those dolls from chasing him. That did cut their number down, but there are still quite a lot of them left. Akira, bad news here, that was the last batch of mini-missiles. And here I thought I carried quite a lot of them. It starts to scare me to think how much I spent in this fight alone. Akira took his DVTS minigun off from his bike and replaced it with the automatic reloading system for the missiles since it has no mini-missiles left to load. The ammo expense from that battle was nothing to laugh at. Akira aimed his SSB multi-weapon and started shooting again. The SSB multi-weapon was spouting out powerful bullets as if it was a minigun. Once he emptied his rifle, he loaded another magazine and started shooting again. He told himself that he did not care if Kobayashi complained about the expense later on as he kept burning through his ammo reserve. But even so, the incoming dolls did not seem to be letting off at all and his ammo reserve was getting smaller and smaller. Akira could not help but start feeling nervous. Right in the midst of it, Alpha said something that he could not ignore. We at least got out of the most dangerous part now. I'll need to go for a bit, so do your best yourself for the time being, okay? I'll give the bike's control back to you. As the bike suddenly swayed, Akira flusteredly took control of the bike back. Wait for a sec, you need to go now. I just need to take care of a small business. I'll be back in a minute or two. Small business? Right now? In this situation? In contrast to the panicking Akira, Alpha just smiled and pointed her finger. Don't worry, like I said before, we already got out of the most dangerous part. Alpha immediately vanished right after that. Akira quickly shifted his gaze forward and saw Yasubayashi's mobile clinic coming right in his direction. He could also see the hunters guarding the clinic standing by near it as well as the hunters that were a part of the expedition team. The mobile clinic was originally an APC, so it had rifles and other weapons equipped. Those weapons immediately started shooting, half of the other hunters around that clinic also started reacting. After Akira went past the clinic, he spotted Elena and Sarah, so he turned his bike toward them. Elena noticed Akira and threw a smile at him. Akira, it seems that you're having a hard time there. Are you alright? Yeah, I'm okay. Sarah then worriedly said to Akira. This hunter by the name of Sonata keeps broadcasting SOS requests, so you came to rescue him, huh? Are you alright? Did you get any injury? If you're tired, you can take a rest in the back. Ah, no, I'm fine. Although I'm a little tired, I still can move. I see, don't push yourself too hard. Since we're around this time, it would be a waste not to rely on us when you have the chance. Sarah said so and smiled gently at Akira, who blushed and seemed to be flustered. In that case, I don't have much ammo left, so is it okay if I stay close to you? Elena smiled and said. Of course. It has been quite a while since the last time we fought together. If you want to use my information terminal too, come closer and I'll do the adjustment. Yes, please. Akira smiled happily as he said so. After he finished his readjustment, he then fought the dolls together with Elena and Sarah. The other hunters that were guarding the clinic and the hunters from the expedition team knew well of the danger that they were going to face, thus they came well prepared with a lot of ammo. Of course, the bullets that they had prepared were suitable for the danger of the requests that they had accepted that day. After that, they took their time cleaning up the dolls chasing Akira and Sonata as well as the weapon dog swarm that came not too long after those dolls. Chapter 184, Tayal Wakes Up. After cleaning up the rest of the monsters, Sonata and the other hunters were taking a rest while getting their injuries looked after. So, how are your injuries? No problem. Although that guy is a cunning greedy bastard, his skills are top-notch. Anyway, sorry for getting you into trouble back then. Sonata gave a serious apology, but his teammates replied with a small laugh. That's what it means to work as a team, no? So don't worry about it. Furthermore, he treated our injuries for free. Though, to be honest, I'm still bothered by the fact that he looked rather happy when he told us so. But it's way better than getting told to pay because we failed the request. Sonata and his team lightly laughed off their fairly serious situation as they continued chatting, but still, although it's a good thing that we got saved by it, I didn't expect the clinic to come for us. I really don't know what that guy is thinking. So, where is that Yatsubayashi guy now? No idea, I bet he's out there looking for the other injured hunters or something. And leave the clinic just for that. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter, huh? Sonata and his team laughed, celebrating their survival. While on the other side, Yatsubayashi was checking the units that the hunters had just defeated with a wide grin. He was dissecting a young boy robot using his suspicious-looking machines. He took a unit that still had its body relatively intact and opened its head with some kind of tool. He then pulled out something from its head and smiled. Transmitter device. But this isn't mine, it's some kind of imitation, huh? Yatsubayashi could not hold back his smile. Then these are. All of these are primitive terminals, huh? It should only be able to do low-level autonomous action. In that case, are these some kind of makeshift remote control? I see. But still, he shouldn't be able to reach this level only by eating monsters with this kind of function. Tayal-kun, it seems that you've gotten yourself some old-world knowledge, huh? Honestly, I'm so envious of you. Well, I guess I didn't come all the way here for nothing. Yatsubayashi actually did not come there to pick up Sonata and his team. He was only chasing a signal that might have come from Tayal. The reason why he did not wait until the situation calmed down was simply because he could not hold himself back. Also, depending on how bad the situation was, the city management might order them to retreat. That was also the reason why Yatsubayashi sent Sonata to that place. He faked the SOS signal in order to dispatch Sonata to investigate the area. Yatsubayashi looked at the heads scattered around him and laughed. In case you're listening, I'm more than happy to welcome you if you show yourself, you know? Of course, the heads did not give any reply at all. Inside a white space, Alpha was standing face to face with Tsubaki. Alpha had a displeased face as she was sending a stern gaze at Tsubaki. I'm waiting for your excuse. Tsubaki replied back flatly with an unfriendly face. I have none. Alpha's face turned sterner and her gaze colder. So basically, you're picking a fight with me, correct? Tsubaki suddenly started oozing an ominous aura. I don't think I'm being that hostile to you. If you want me to apologize, I shall apologize. If it's needed, I'm even willing to swap places. Alpha and Tsubaki just stared at each other in silence. Due to their accelerated time perception, their moment of silence was actually longer than it seemed. Alpha opened her mouth first, that I'm here to hear your excuse regarding the subject under me and the subject under you trying to kill each other. First of all, in order to keep the safety of the region under my supervision, what I did was just a rewrite of the system configuration of a unit that had unstable software based on one of the security drones defending my area. So to be more precise, that unit is not under my supervision. It just picked the subject under you as its target by chance when it tried to follow its software to protect the region that it's responsible for. Well, I did not specifically tell it to not attack the subject under you, but again, I have no obligation to do that in the first place. Is that so? Alpha seemed to have accepted that excuse and her stern face slightly relaxed. Tsubaki also toned down her intimidating aura. Now that the mood had returned to the point that they were able to negotiate calmly, this time, it was Tsubaki's turn to complain. I'll at least give you this warning. Even if it's someone under your supervision, I will have to take him out if he steps into my territory without the proper permission. So keep that in mind. Sure, I'll be careful. Alpha only said so with an emotionless face before vanishing. Hearing that, Tsubaki's face distorted with displeasure. Good grief, what a pain in the neck. Then Tsubaki also vanished from that white empty space. Now that there was no one inside that space, the space itself vanished shortly after. Since Akira had almost used up all of his ammo, he asked Sarah and Elena to accompany him back to the forward base. He set his bike to run on autopilot to follow the vehicle as he hopped into Elena and Sarah's vehicle. Akira was enamored by the scene of his bike running just fine without anyone riding it. Sarah, who saw Akira like that, smiled and said to him, although it's a common feature for advanced bikes made to explore the wasteland, when you look at it, it looks like a ghost is riding it, doesn't it? Ghost, huh? You're right. Talking about ghosts, Akira, have you heard about them? There's an urban legend in Kuzusuhara ruin about a beguiling ghost. Yeah, more or less. Although I don't know the details, it's about a ghost that uses old-world relics as bait to lure hunters and kill them, right? Since Akira had some guesses about that rumor, he could not help but make a conflicted face. He then continued, well, putting the ghost aside, it's nothing rare for hunters to get killed when they try to go to the deeper part of the ruin for relics. Elena, who was driving the vehicle, jumped into their conversation. It seems that in the past that urban legend had a completely different content. Is that so? What did the rumor say in the past? Honestly speaking, I don't know for sure since there are a lot of different versions of it. Some say that it's nothing but a rumor spread by Kagamayama city management in order to scare hunters from going to Kuzusuhara ruin. At that time, there were still a lot of good relics around the outskirts of Kuzusuhara ruin. So it might be a rumor spread to keep hunters away from the ruin except for those hunters employed under the city management. Akira was listening closely to Elena's story when Alpha suddenly swooped down from the sky and sat next to him. I'm back. Welcome back. That took some time, I thought you said that you would be gone only for a bit. Alpha smiled mischievously. Oh my, you were missing me that much? I'm happy to hear that. It's just that your interpretation for a bit is different than mine. Akira only said so and dropped the subject there. Alpha just smiled like usual. There was a certain room inside the forward base designed to prevent any type of information leakage. It was mainly used by those of high standings. Inside that room, Inabe, the head of the forward base, was sitting face to face with Cheryl and Viola. Although Inabe was being careful with Viola, he was not taking her seriously. He was also looking down on Cheryl. So then, what is it? It's pretty impressive for you to manage to get a connection to contact me, but if it isn't worth my time, I'll leave right away. Viola took out a certain old-world relic and placed it in front of Inabe. Inabe looked at that relic and smiled mockingly. So. And this is the result from the appraisal. It's from the Kuragain Corporation. Since I was using a backdoor, it has no Kuragain insignia on it. But what's written here is the actual result from them. Inabe took the document handed over by Viola and skimmed it. It's the old world terminal from an unknown source that everyone was talking about not too long ago, huh? Are you trying to bribe me with this? What a joke. Inabe looked pretty calm while still eyeing the relic. Looking at that, Viola said with a wide smile. It seems that your investigation is not going well. Inabe's expression immediately turned serious. What do you mean by that? You're free to interpret it any way you want. Where did you hear that from? I might be just making blind guesses, you know. The more Inabe's face turned sterner, the wider Viola's smile got. Building a secured route into the inner part of the ruins starting from the forward base was a serious endeavor, and the city management placed significant effort into doing that. So of course, there were many people interested in it, which caused infighting between different factions. The one who was responsible for the planning was Yanagisawa. Since the construction and the maintenance of the forward base was doing fine, as well as the relic collection around the secured route, Yanagisawa was cementing his standing among the interested parties. Of course, it was not a good period for the people who were against Yanagisawa. If there was anything that they could use to reproach Yanagisawa, it would be the fact that he was so focused on extending the secured route instead of collecting the relics around the secured route. The factions who were against Yanagisawa did not let that slide, as they kept using that as an excuse to criticize him. When someone got assigned to watch over a territory with expensive relics, of course, that person would gain a considerable amount of influence too. It was possible to disrupt Yanagisawa's position using such a method. That was why Inabe spent a lot of his resources investigating the area under his supervision. But unfortunately, he did not get a good result from that investigation. The weapon dog and humanoid monster swarm that he discovered practically forced him to stop the investigation, and he was unable to find any expensive relics. When the area under his supervision proved to be pretty dangerous and without any worthwhile relics, the city management had no reason to keep investing in it. At this rate, the city management would completely stop its investment, and Inabe would lose all the money that he had already invested in that territory, as well as his influence among the competing factions. In reality, he was getting nervous. When he saw the relic that Viola brought with her, Inabe thought that if that relic could be found in his territory, it would definitely kick up the value of his territory. At least, it would be enough to solve his current trouble, buy him some time, as well as bring in some money for him to get more resources, thus luring in more potential investors. Inabe's gaze naturally wandered to that old-world relic. To be honest, I'm sure I can make it sound as if this relic comes from the area under my care. But I've heard all kinds of rumors about this woman. Moreover, even if I can do that, I only have one relic here. It's far from enough in order to increase the value of my territory. While Inabe was still contemplating what to do, Viola put her hand on top of that relic and slid it close to herself. Inabe's expression turned slightly sterner. Viola then pulled out the same type of relics and lined them on the table. Well, now, if there are this many, it should be enough, but it's this woman we're talking about here. There are already so many people who met their demise after getting involved with her, but they do say that she never lies. Inabe made a conflicted face, which was a mix of his hope, expectation, doubt, and desire. His expectation that this might be the way to his bright future started to bud. Viola watched Inabe's reaction with a smile. She then said to Cheryl in a blatant act. "Boss, it seems that Inabe-san is not interested." "I'm sorry, it's my fault." "I see, all right then." Cheryl stood up calmly and lightly bowed to Inabe. "Inabe-sama, thank you very much for your time today." Wait. Inabe thought that Cheryl was not faking it and she was really about to leave, so he could not help but stop her by pure reflex. It gave him the final push. Sit down, what do you want in exchange? Viola waited for Cheryl to sit back before she answered that question with a smile. We are running a relic shop, that's why we want you to help us get old world relics. You said that as if it's an easy thing to do, or is that you already know there are many people interested in collecting relics? It's not like we want you to get us all the expensive relics out there. We just want you to share some of the relics you collected with us. You can at least do that much, right? We will also pay for them, of course, we won't be stingy with the rate. Inabe started to question his decision. But since he actually had already made his mind, although he might hesitate, what he was doing there was nothing more than trying to find more excuses to accept their demand. All right, I'll do it. We have a deal then. Viola sent a glance to Cheryl, who understood what Viola meant with that glance as she slid the relics on top of the table to Inabe's side. Inabe's gaze shifted to Cheryl. There was already no mockery reflected from his eyes. Cheryl was wearing the dress that was refitted in Kashua's shop. Celine had the chance to work on that dress without worrying about the budget at all. Thanks to that, her rare talent transformed that dress into something that emphasized Cheryl's natural beauty while also giving her an aura of dignity. This time, Viola had some say during the refitting of that dress. By the way, what is your relationship with Viola? My business partner and I'm her boss. That's all that I see. Inabe looked at Cheryl and Viola. One of them was a suspicious woman that he knew well, while the other one was a suspicious girl that was new to him. He placed a mental note to be careful with both of them. Cheryl, Viola and Inabe stayed there for some time to talk about the details after that. That was until one of Inabe's men came and gave a report. Excuse me, I'm here with the report regarding the humanoid units. Go ahead. In short, they are not of humanoid robot type. To be more precise, they're closer to biological monsters like the greedy crocodile. So, we can't expect to earn much money from them, that I see. Inabe sighed. If they were one of those old-world humanoid drones and the facility that manufactured those drones was somewhere nearby, it might become a good source to lure investors to invest in that territory. Although Inabe did not expect much when he ordered for the investigation, it was still disappointing that it did not give a good result. They're still in the middle of the investigation even now. The research division is asking for more samples if possible. Give them as many samples as they want. Viola suddenly interjected. Is it one of those humanoid monsters from that warning? Yes. We still don't know for sure if it's a humanoid robot that someone made, or if it's a hunter preying on other hunters, or if it's something from the Nationalist, or maybe it's just your normal humanoid monsters. That's why they only limit it to a simple warning so as not to spread needless fear. Well, with this, we know for sure that they're actually monsters. We put all the samples for the investigation in the warehouse. If you're interested, we can go and take a look now. Good idea, let's go. Inabe raised his eyebrows. What are you planning to do with them? They're not robots, so they're just like weird-looking corpses. Or is it one of your hobbies? Viola smiled mischievously. Well, it's more like I enjoy seeing others get flustered when they believe that I will turn down their offer. Inabe sighed exasperatedly and scoffed. Ha, you're as bad as the rumor says, ha. Don't say anything unnecessary if you don't want people to use it against you. It's something that you should keep in mind as a negotiator. Right, boss? Don't ask me. Cheryl said so in a rather unfriendly way. But Viola only replied with her usual smile. Seeing that exchange, Inabe really had no idea what was the relationship between them. Well, if you want to see them, you can just go ahead and take a look. I'll take you there. Cheryl followed Viola and went with Inabe to the forward base's warehouse. Although she had no interest in the monsters' corpses, it was not like she could do anything if she was left behind alone. Moreover, it was better for her to go with them to make sure that she would not leak anything unnecessary. The warehouse also housed a lot of the collected Old World relics. It was filled with gigantic shelves, the relics were placed on those shelves in a random manner. Cheryl was a bit overwhelmed by what she saw there. Viola then leaned in and whispered to her. Although they're cheap relics, normal people won't be able to get permission to enter this place, you know? Aren't you glad? Wasn't this your original aim? Well, I wonder. Cheryl was a little irritated since it seemed that Viola was toying with her. But since it was true that it was not something that she could see every day, she shifted her focus to the relics around her. In one corner of the warehouse, there were pieces from the humanoid monsters that Akira and the other hunters had defeated. They were kept in some kind of vacuum container. They were in relatively good conditions, their faces were visible through the transparent bag, looked mostly unharmed. While for the ones that were in a bad shape, they were piled into a small container. Inabe, who had guided Cheryl and Viola there, glanced at it and sighed. If they were old-world humanoid robots, it would have been a treasure trove. Viola also glanced at it with a slight interest. You're keeping them in a relatively safe container. Yeah, I'm sending them to a research corporation that I have some connections with, so I need to make them at least presentable. Although that short investigation revealed that they're nothing but scrap, I might get a different result if I get a specialist to look at them. Someone actually brought in old-world humanoid robots from the ruin you see, and they fetched quite a lot of money even though they were already mostly destroyed. So I'm hoping if these things can fetch the same price too, you see. While Viola and Inabe were having that conversation, Cheryl was listening to them while looking at the container bag. That was when she noticed something. Her eyes were fixated on the face under the container bag and thought that it looked familiar to her. Tyal? Cheryl checked the faces in the other bags too and found out that all of them looked similar, which was strange. Although she suspected that he had something to do with them, she could not think of anything. Inabe noticed Cheryl's weird reaction and lightly joked. If you're interested, do you want to take one of them home? Of course, you'll have to pay for it though. No thanks. Thought so. After that, Inabe realized that he had allowed some outsiders to stay for a rather long time inside that warehouse. So he suggested that they leave the warehouse. As they left, one of the humanoid monsters that still had some of its energy left looked at Cheryl. Since it immediately ran out of energy right after that, no one noticed it at all. Tyal was drifting inside his dream space without any awareness. Yastabayashi had healed Tyal by injecting nanomachine extracted from one of the ruined drones. It was an experiment to check if it would trick the old-world monsters IFF. If it worked, hunters would be able to explore the ruin without the fear of getting attacked by monsters. But it ended in failure. As a matter of fact, the nanomachine even invaded Tyal's brain and affected his consciousness. But in the end, it was nothing more than an unstable system. It then picked random transmissions from around him and solely followed the vague command coming out from that bugged system when he ran away from Yatsubayashi's clinic. After that, he worked as a security drone as he hid in one of the dilapidated mansions and took out monsters that the system deemed to be illegal. He was moving as if he was being controlled by a bugged program. The nanomachines that Yatsubayashi injected continued to evolve even now. It took in the nanomachines of the mechanical monster and the peculiar features of the biological monsters that Tyal ate, thus modifying his body to the point where strange-looking parts were growing out from his body and he was able to completely reconstruct his own body. But it did not end there. He then met Tsubaki and received some help from her too. Tsubaki basically reconstructed the system inside his brain and claimed that he was one of the old world's security drones. Although his mind and body were completely altered, surprisingly enough, he was doing pretty well. He was actually happy now that he had gained power that he could not even start to imagine back when he was living in the slum. He was also enjoying himself fighting other monsters and hunters using simple remotely controlled robots that he created. Although he had even forgotten his own name at this point, he did not really care. As he continued acting as the ruined security drone, one of his robots encountered Akira. Of course, he, himself no longer remembered Akira at all. But when he saw the footage sent from one of his robots, a certain order, or desire to be more precise, surfaced from deep within his mind. His thought of winning a wonderful reward after he was able to kill Akira was already rooted deep inside his mind, but the directives from his security system software pushed that desire aside. Taial fought hard against that directive and eventually was able to order all of his robots to attack Akira. In the end, he was not able to take out Akira, but his consciousness that was able to resurface stayed in that state. And then, through one of his robots that had already lost all of its fighting power, he saw and heard Cheryl mumble his name. Even after he got his body and mind completely altered, when he saw Cheryl and heard her call his name, Taial was once again captivated by her. Right at that moment, the strong emotion stemming from deep within him caused the system to reconstruct a part of his consciousness. Taial finally opened his eyes and found himself inside a room of a dilapidated building. Although he had an emotionless face, he said with full of resolve, "I am Taial." One of the terminals was alerted of Taial. But as he glared at it, he was able to hijack its chain of command and make it obey him. Taial understood that he was still one with the system. Although he had regained his consciousness, he was still under strict restriction from the system. Forget returning back to Kagomayama City, at the moment, he could not even leave the territory that he was assigned to. Of course, he could not go and meet Cheryl in this state. What should I do? Ah, right. I can use her. Taial jumped out through the building's window with his superhuman strength. He then landed from the height that would kill a normal human with a loud bang and ran toward his goal. It was one of the rooms inside a weathered building. That room was badly damaged and no longer completely covered in white. After he entered that room, Taial screamed as hard as he could. "Come out. I know that you can show yourself. And I know that you're listening. I even know from where you're observing all this time." Taial screamed while looking around the room, but he heard nothing else other than the echoes of his own voice. "Show yourself. If not, I'll tell the hunters about your existence. And I'm not bluffing here." Tsubaki's image suddenly appeared inside that room. She looked displeased and had a cold look. Taial spotted her and ran at her while shouting, "There you are. Get the restriction that you installed in my head off. Otherwise, stop." With that one word, his whole body came into a sudden halt, ignoring his wish. Tsubaki then walked towards Taial, who could not move at all, with mild contempt plastered on her face. "You really have no manners, how unpleasant. And you have lost your logical mind too. I know that you're excited after gaining so much power, but do you think that I'll accept your demand just because you're shouting it?" Tsubaki stopped and stood next to Taial. She then extended her hand toward his head. "Our deal is that I will fix your bugged system and you'll guard the area that I assign to you. If you don't like it, I don't mind reverting your system back. You can just go ahead and unconsciously rampage until the day you die like a feral beast or a bugged machine for all I care." Taial felt like his mind was being messed with while he fought back as hard as he could. He squeezed all of his might to try and push off Tsubaki's hand with his immobilized body. When he did that, although it was only slightly, his body actually moved and swiped her hand off his head. Tsubaki raised her eyebrows. "I see that you can fight the system to some point, huh? You may move now." Taial could feel something that was restricting his body was lifted off. He immediately jumped away from Tsubaki. His face was reflecting desperation, fear and terror. He was breathing roughly while glaring at her. Tsubaki seemed to be contemplating something for a few seconds before she said with a cold smile, "I've changed my mind, I have an offer to you." "An offer?" "Yes. Since it seems that you're not willing to continue guarding the area that I assigned to you, I'll have you do something else for me. If you can do it, I will lift as much restriction as I can from your system using my permission. I will also forgive your rudeness just now. So, what do you say? What do you want me to do?" Taial asked the details of Tsubaki's demand and could not help but be surprised. "You're telling me to do that? I won't force you. But if you refuse, I will have to take back what I gave you." If Tyal refused, he would return back to being a feral beast rampaging pointlessly in the wasteland. Basically, he had no other choice in this situation. Alright, I'll do it. We have a deal then, I'll be counting on you. Tsubaki smiled faintly before vanishing. Right after that, Tyal's face twitched. God damn it. I just need to do it right. Tyal's scream echoed through the room. Chapter 185, Exceptional Monster. Deep inside the Kuzusuhara ruin, Tyal was having his meal, or to be more precise, collecting more resources. His face was filled with pain. Tyal ate all kinds of weird things, like the wreckages of dead monsters, carcasses of dead biological monsters, rubbles from buildings, hunters along with their equipment. He did not really care that much back when his consciousness was still a part of the system. But now that he had regained his consciousness, he also regained some of his humanity. As such, he could not help but get bothered when he ate raw meat, scrap metals, and rubble. He would have chosen to eat rotten leftovers given the chance, but this was torture that surpassed common sense. If he let the system take over, it might be easier for him. But if he misjudged how much of his consciousness was to be relinquished to the system, there was a chance that his mind would be once again drowned by the system. Tyal, who understood that very well, made sure not to cross the dangerous line while harvesting resources. Every time he took a bite of the carcass, it sent an unpleasant sensation throughout his body. Every time he tore off a metallic scrap with his jaw, he could not help but feel terrified of himself for being able to do it. He kept telling himself that he had no other choice but to do it in order to replenish his ammo and to reach his goal. He cursed the situation that he was in as well as everything that led him into that situation. Tyal's body changed in response to his feelings. The hatred inside him broke a part of the system restriction, allowing him to break through the limit on his body, thus turning him into a giant, powerful, and vicious monster. His hatred fueled his desire for power. Even if he constructed a lot of those simple robots that he could remotely control, Akira would be able to destroy them single-handedly. And even if he also brought along a swarm of weapon dogs, they would be taken care of by the other hunters. In order to reach his goal, to defeat Akira and those hunters, Tyal needed more power. And for the sake of gaining that power, he had to eat those corpses and wreckage, thus fueling his hatred even more. The effect of Tyal's hatred reached the semi-autonomous drones around the area. The other drones that were also collecting resources were pushed to surpass the restriction from the system. When those drones were done with harvesting the pile of resources, they were transformed into giant monsters. Some of them turned into giant humanoid robots or heavily armed tanks. Their bodies had no sense of aesthetic, as if they were made of forcefully combining mechanical parts and biological flesh. It was a pure expression of power and force. These monsters started to move, pushed by their insatiable desire to grow bigger and more powerful. Tyal, who now had turned into something that looked like a heavily armored powered suit from the outside, also started moving. Akira had returned back to the forward base in order to replenish his ammo when he received a call from Kobayashi to meet him in the cafeteria. Kobayashi sounded really disappointed when he explained why he had called Akira, but in contrast to that, Akira was listening to him with a big smile. "It's finally done, huh? Damn it, you look so happy. You really hated this job until the very end, huh?" Akira's request to increase his hunter rank ended that day. For Kobayashi, it was bad news, but of course, for Akira, it was great news. After all, Akira had a hard fight just the other day. As a matter of fact, he used that as an excuse to buy expensive expendables without even glancing at their prices. He basically filled the warehouse of the forward base with the expensive mini-missiles and anti-force field armor magazines. The ratio between Akira's expense and achievement finally surpassed what Kobayashi could handle. "As expected, you're spending too much money. Unless you're planning to use those in the front line, they'll no longer pay for your expense." Akira lightly laughed as if he was completely ignoring Kobayashi's complaints. "Well, didn't expect splurging on the expendables to actually work. Good grief. You're basically the only hunter that I know who would make the city management cancel its hunter rank-up request for a trivial reason like that, you know. Though, to be honest, that's so like you. Yatsubayashi glanced at Akira and sent a bitter smile, although, there was also a bit of delight too in his smile. To be honest, I was hoping that you would do something crazy on your last day. But unfortunately, I guess that won't happen now. Starting from today, you're assigned to guard the forward base. Well, you can just randomly roam around the forward base. Is that good enough? The weather forecast says that it'll be raining for the next few days after all, so there are no plans for a huge battle anytime soon. The effect from the colorless mist will get thicker with the rain, so I bet you'll be just holding yourself in the forward base for a few days. Well, actually that's also one of the reasons why they cancelled your rank-up request though. It was common sense in the Eastern District to only go explore the ruin when the weather was clear. After all, not only did rain reduce the sensitivity of the information-gathering devices, it also reduced the hunter's visual range. No one would go picking a fight with the monsters in that situation out of their own volition. The city management made sure that all the important points had enough guards to hold on their own in any weather. Of course, their budgets were already decided beforehand. And in the case if they employed a high-ranking hunter, the city management would have to pay a lot of money for that hunter. Now that Akira had raised up his rank considerably, the city management had no budget left to employ him. Well, if you don't like the idea of doing nothing for a whole day, you can instead join the hunters working to secure the front line. No thanks. Yep, knew you would say that. Kobayashi fully expected that answer from Akira, so he smiled disappointedly but also gleefully at the same time. Akira was driving his bike around the forward base. Behind him was an unmanned truck. Alpha was sitting leisurely on top of the covered truck. The truck was filled with ammo taken from the forward base. After the last fight, Akira was worried if he would run out of ammo in the middle of a battle again, thus he decided to splurge his money on a small truck. The truck itself was not armed and not well armored. It was basically the polar opposite of Akira, who was armed to the teeth. The only thing that he considered when choosing that truck was whether it was better than carrying the ammos using his bike. Akira glanced at the truck. If this is everything for today, there was no need to buy the truck. I guess that was an unnecessary spending. If the money you spent to prepare yourself for a danger turned out to be unneeded, it's something that we should be happy about, right? Well, you have a point there. Akira noticed the falling droplets and looked up. It had started raining lightly. He could see the sky blocked by a thick cloud. Oh, it started raining. Alpha passed through the ceiling of the truck and dropped to the driver assistance seat of the truck. She then pointed at the driver's seat and called Akira. Akira, how about coming here? There's no need to keep driving on your bike under the rain. Good idea. Akira, who was still looking up at the sky, noticed something. He spotted something flying under the thick cloud. Akira extended his information-gathering device to zoom in on that spot. He could see something that looked like a humanoid robot and an aircraft. Oh, they're flying. Wait, isn't this bad? Akira remembered that a flying object in the Eastern District would attract powerful monsters that roamed the sky. So he continued to stare at that flying object with a stern expression. Right at the next moment, Akira noticed missiles flying past him, which went straight for that aircraft. Those missiles came from the anti-air tanks posted in the forward base. The aircraft was hit with explosives and fell down together with the humanoid robot. At this rate, they would crash close to him. So Akira accelerated his bike and immediately evacuated from the crash point. The aircraft that was falling free under the mercy of gravity suddenly slowed down as if it pulled the brake right before it crashed into the ground. After floating a few centimeters above the ground, it landed with a loud bang. Akira watched that scene unfold with wide eyes, but Alpha suddenly shouted at him. Akira! Shoot it down! The A4WM automatic grenade launchers fixed on Akira's bike immediately released mini-missiles. Akira reacted accordingly by pulling his SSB multi-weapon and immediately emptied its magazine at that humanoid robot. The humanoid robot aimed both of its giant arms at Akira and took a stance as if it was about to shoot, but before it could do that, Akira's bullets reached it first. The shockwave from the bullets threw the humanoid robot off balance, but that did not stop it from releasing shots accompanied by loud bangs. One of the warheads went straight at a building, blowing off the half-crumbled building into smithereens in one shot. While the other warhead traveled astray into the wasteland before landing with a loud explosion. The bullet's barrage from Akira pierced through the robot's armor, leaving its body riddled with holes, splattering its oils and sending its body parts flying into the air. But that did not stop Akira from shooting at that robot, showering it with bullets and its own body parts. Even with its balance broken, the robot kept shooting with both of its arms. It kept trying to fix its aim at Akira while releasing stray warheads into the wasteland. Echoes from the explosions ran through the wasteland, raising a cloud of smoke with every explosion. While Akira was in the middle of shooting the robot, the missiles that were launched first finally reached their target. They slipped through the holes on that robot's armor and exploded, blowing its mechanical part to pieces and releasing its body fluid that looked like blood from its body container. Akira, who saw that, raised his eyebrows in surprise. A biological monster? Not a humanoid robot. It's still a type of humanoid weapon, but its species is much closer to the greedy crocodile. You can just think of it as a heavily armed powered suit. So what is that thing flying in the sky? While Akira was still confused, another round of explosions burst on top of his head. When he looked up, he could see multiple similar aircraft flying in the sky as well as the missiles that were trying to shoot them down. Those aircrafts were not only carrying similar humanoid monster that Akira defeated just now, but they also carried other types of monsters. Although they were of different species, all these monsters shared the same characteristics. All of them were gigantic with abnormally thick armor and powerful weapons. The aircrafts that the missiles missed just went past the forward base and headed straight to Kagomayama City. While the transport aircraft that got shot down unloaded their cargo one by one. Akira stood frozen as he watched the destroyed aircrafts and monsters that were raining down from the sky with a stern face, but the blaring alarm coming from the terminal lent by the city management pulled him back to reality. As he checked the contents of the notification, his already tense face turned even sterner. It's telling me to fight the best I can without going back to the base. Akira, whether you plan to fight them or not, we should go into the ruin. This place is no good. Although the missiles were able to shoot down some of the aircrafts, the huge monsters that those aircrafts carried were mostly able to land on the ground just fine. But after they landed, those monsters immediately headed back to the ruin instead of going in the direction of Kagomayama City. The monsters started shooting their gigantic guns toward the forward base and the area around it. The tanks and the powered suits guarding the forward base reacted by fighting back. As for Akira, he rode his bike and paced it toward the ruin. In the worst-case scenario, isn't it safer if I go back to the base? You have your ammo here with you. Aren't you glad that you decided to take them with you? Alpha said so and smiled teasingly. Akira returned that smile with an annoyed look. He then spotted a warhead landing on a building not too far from him, tearing that building down. Seeing that, Akira knitted his eyebrows. Why does this happen on my last day working here? As I thought, my luck really sucks. Akira spitted out a complaint as he immediately accelerated his bike. The forward base was filled with the shouts from the guards and the sounds of the battle. Detected more aircrafts. Shoot them down. Activate all the anti-air units. Get the anti-air weapons for the powered suits too. The monsters that fell from the transport aircrafts are attacking the supply route. Also, I'm detecting more monsters coming out from the ruin. Gather everyone who can fight and get them to set up a defense line. We just need to hold out until reinforcement from the city arrives. Use all the reserve ammo. Get the high-ranking hunters to hunt the big ones. Tell them that it's their chance to earn money. All the staff present spared no effort in handling the emergency situation. Yanagisawa was there watching calmly how the situation evolved. One of his men noticed him and sent a curious glance at him while asking a question. "Commander, did you do something again this time?" Yanagisawa looked surprised, but it was obvious that he was acting. He then smiled and shook his head. No, I didn't do anything this time. Even for someone like me, I can't lure transport aircrafts, you know." "I see, although, I know better not to trust your words. I really have nothing to do with this incident though." Yanagisawa was smiling like usual. Seeing that, his curious men knew that his answer could not serve as proof to whether he was related to what was going on or not. But if it's not your doing, then it's purely an invasion, huh? With aircrafts too, this might be pretty dangerous, no? Nah, it'll probably be fine. Though it still bothers me that they didn't bring out their full force and number, they won't be able to crush the forward base nor the city. The skies of the Eastern District were controlled by powerful flying monsters. It was exactly the reason why the people of the Eastern District did not use aerial transportation. That was just how strong the monsters that roamed the Eastern District's sky were. Although that kind of monster was mixed in among the transport aircrafts, Yanagisawa said that it would be fine. That was why that curious guy sent a doubtful glance at Yanagisawa. Yanagisawa noticed it and laughed. "Well, it's true that most of the flying monsters are dangerous. But most of those monsters are either weapons from the Old World era or their derivations. Basically, they are the drones that are normally assigned to watch over the Old World ruins sky. If they seriously wanted to crush Kagomayama City, they would have come with stronger monsters. So in short, this invasion did not originate from the Old World system. That's why their aircrafts are not that powerful." Well, although I said they're not that powerful, it's relative to the other monsters that usually roam the sky though. But even so, the city defense squad should be able to handle them just fine. But it seems that those aircrafts are coming from the ruin. So at least the system supports this invasion. Nope, I bet they're either ignoring the system or they have broken their restrictions to fly. These are either mechanical or biological monsters, which turned into a completely different species after multiple mutations but are still more or less controlled by Old World nanomachine. That's why those monsters that seem unable to fly, can fly. While on the other hand, that nanomachine also installed a system restriction on them. This includes the directive not to fly. That's why those monsters never mutate into flying monsters. But of course, there are exceptions. And these flying units are those exceptions? Probably, yes. Well, since they broke that limitation, I'm sure the other monsters identify them as foes, so they would normally get killed in no time. Even if they managed to survive and evolve into a powerful monster, the system would identify them as a dangerous entity and take care of them. Yanagisawa frowned before continuing, that's why normally you won't see something as half-baked as this. It somehow bothers me. But well, it doesn't change the fact that they pose no threat to the city. The guy who was listening to him was dumbstruck. Normal people would know nothing about what Yanagisawa said just now. How do you know that? Yanagisawa smiled mischievously. That's a secret. The guy sighed. Very well, so then, what should we do? Let's see. You can go ahead and decide for yourself whether to defend the route or the forward base, but remember that the supply route is not equipped to defend against an aerial attack. If you're okay with that order, I have a feeling that guy would use the powered suit though. Should we expect anything from him? Just leave him be. In the first place, we're planning to check if we can use that powered suit in the inner part of the ruin. So this might be a good chance to test it. I guess we can let him hunt those bigger monsters and see how well it will fare. Roger that. The guy bowed and left. Yanagisawa's face turned serious. I'm sure it's not because of them either. They should not be able to break their limitations. And even if it's possible, it should be incredibly difficult. There's no way they can get those small aircrafts flying without permission. If they had the ability to do that, the forward base and Kagomayama City would have been destroyed by now. I should still have some time. The bigger the rights that an area manager had, the stronger the restriction would be. The bigger and the more powerful the area it managed, the stronger and more detailed the restriction would be. Yanagisawa knew that fact very well. As Yanagisawa rejected the possibility of his worry, his face returned back to his usual smile. Back in the ruin, Akira was riding his bike on the side of a crumbled building. Warheads landed behind him as if they were trying to catch him. The monster that Akira was fighting was a type of weapon dog but with a huge body. It had 6 legs and a gigantic upper half of a humanoid robot that grew out from its back. Instead of a head, it had a gun that grew out from where its head should be. It was also the same for its arms. The Vulcan cannon rotated intensely as they kept spewing bullets in Akira's direction. As each bullet left a hole in that building, it eventually started to crumble down. Akira climbed up the wall to get away from his opponent's shooting range before making a sharp turn and pulled out his SSB multi-weapon. The SSB multi-weapon released a barrage of bullets at the weapon dog. The bullets that Akira shot from a short distance packed enough punch to crush the humanoid robot part and tore it off from the weapon dog's back. But the bullets did not stop there as they also pierced through the beast and killed it too. Akira's bike landed sooner than the crumbling building. He did not spare even a split second as he immediately accelerated his bike away from that place, getting away from the collapsing building. Even after he defeated his enemy, Akira still had a stern face. That makes it 5 already. They're too strong and too many to be roaming around outskirts of Kuzusahara ruin. A loud explosion suddenly happened not too far from him. It came from the missiles that were launched from Akira's A4WM automatic grenade launcher beforehand. The explosion blew off rubbles together with the flesh, mechanical parts, and a firestorm. And that makes it 6. Akira, you're running out of ammo. Let's resupply first. Roger that. Akira's small truck that carried his supply was under Alpha's control and she evacuated it away from the monsters. Akira was fighting monsters to make sure that they would not destroy his truck. Akira rushed toward his truck that was hiding in an alley. He then parked his bike right in front of the truck's container and took out mini-missiles as well as huge rifle magazines out from the truck's container in a rush. While he was in the middle of taking out ammo from the container, Akira suddenly ran off, reloaded a new magazine to his SSB rifle, jumped out the alley, and immediately started shooting. His SSB rifle released an anti-force field armor round and anti-armor frag grenades at the same time from its muzzle. They ripped through the air at a high speed and landed at the spider monsters that he was aiming at. The spider monster had the upper half of a humanoid monster. The anti-force field bullet tore a hole in that humanoid part of the monster and even pierced through the spider part of the monster too. Then, the frag grenade slipped through that hole, exploded inside the spider body, and wreaked havoc inside its innard. Akira did not stop shooting even after that. The huge hole that the first grenade opened provided a way for the next grenade to get inside the monster's body. After a few seconds, the grenades made quick work of the monster. Akira then immediately ran back to his truck. That would be 7. Damn, I just can't catch a break. Alpha, was there really a need for me to immediately take out that spider? It would be troublesome if they get the chance to launch missiles at you, right? That's why I told you to kill it quickly. Although it turns out that it doesn't have missile pods, it was faster to just kill it instead of taking time to check if it had missile pods. But it's not important now, hurry up with the resupply. We have another one coming. Alright, I got it. After Akira returned back to his truck, he finished replenishing his ammo and immediately got back on his bike. Without missing a beat, he paced his bike to face the 8th monster. As he skillfully blazed through the bad road of the alleys between the crumbled-down buildings, he spotted a large monster right in front of him. Akira stepped off his bike and hid under the shadow of the building around him. He reloaded an armor-piercing magazine used for sniping into his SSB multi-weapon and aimed at that monster. As he looked at that monster through the rifle's aiming device, he noticed something. The monster resembled a multi-legged tank, but the legs were not of the usual multi-legged tank's legs, they were more like cyborg legs. The metallic legs had a complete body part of a usual leg, which included thigh, ankle, foot, and even the fingers too. On top of its multi-legs, a huge gun that did not fit the size of its body was perching. This one is another strange-looking humanoid monster. Or is it even a humanoid monster? That spider also had a humanoid body part too. These monsters are having weird peculiarities. That's not important, let's just take that monster out. Just because it has a humanoid body part, it doesn't make it harder for you to shoot it, right? Well, yeah. Akira pushed that thought aside and fixed his aim, but before he pulled the trigger, he suddenly stopped. The rain that was falling down lightly suddenly turned stronger. The heavy rain cut his visibility and hid the enemy that was in front of him. This rain has a similar effect with the colorless mist, doesn't it? But I have your detection support, so, I basically have the upper hand in this condition, right? If it's about detection skills, then yes. But this rain will kill most of the bullet's momentum. So considering that both of you lose your long-range shooting capability, it means that you'll have to get close to fight the monsters. Judging from that point of view, your situation is actually worse. Thanks to Alpha's support, Akira was still able to spot his enemy. He pulled the trigger with a stern face. The bullets ripped through the water beads from the rain, leaving a traceable trajectory path all the way through the monster's armor and inner parts. The monster immediately made it move to shoot back at Akira. Its huge cannon swooped with such intensity and fixed its muzzle at Akira before starting to shoot warheads where Akira might be based on its calculation. Its huge cannon released a shell that was more or less as big as the cannon's muzzle. The shell flew through the air and blew the raindrops with its powerful momentum. It pierced through the wall of raindrops, leaving a gaping hole behind its track, and landed on a building not too far from where Akira was, pulverizing it in one shot. Akira, who witnessed that force from a close range, could not help but knit his eyebrows, but at the same time, he was able to confirm that the rain was severely affecting his opponent as well. Nonetheless, he immediately started shooting again. Each armor-piercing bullet that he sent left a hole in that big monster's body. Every time a bullet pierced its body, the shockwave sent the big monster reeling. But it did not stop it from shooting its cannon despite its aim getting worse and worse. The stray shells landed on the buildings around him, crushing them one by one. As some of the rubbles fell right on top of Akira, Alpha let him know about them beforehand, so he was able to evade the falling rubbles before starting shooting again. After that short exchange that showed the difference in their firepower and accuracy, the monster eventually stopped shooting. As Akira thought that the big monster ran out of ammo after shooting that many shells haphazardly and was about to press on the offense, he noticed a change in the monster's body. The base of the monster's multi-legs purged and exposed something that looked like teeth. It then moved its huge legs to latch on a nearby building and started nibbling on it. After it finished, it shook its body as if to chew on the rubbles and started shooting again. Akira frowned with surprise. It's replenishing its ammo by feeding on the rubbles, huh? Give me a break already. It seems that waiting for it to run out of ammo is not a choice here. Akira, retreat for now. Let's snipe it from another direction. Alpha controlled his bike that he had left not too far from him to approach Akira. Akira jumped on his bike and left that place. Right after that, another shell landed on a nearby building, sending it crashing down to the ground. Now that the monster had lost Akira, it seemed to be hesitating for a bit while shifting its focus between the forward base and Akira, but it then decided to chase after the latter. Chapter 186, Nelia's Powered Suit. The secured route to Kuzusuhara Ruin was fortified by a series of walls made from the repurposed buildings along the route. The soldiers posted along the secured route peeked out through the window slit with raised eyebrows. They were desperately fighting the small monsters outside the wall up until just now, but their rifle's muzzle had stopped producing smoke for some time now. It was not because they ran out of ammo, but it was because there was no longer any target to shoot. Countless dead monsters were scattered in front of them. Although their number and strength had put an immense strain on the defending soldiers, a particular man who just appeared not too long ago cleaned them up easily. Rather than cheering on their victory, the soldiers were still surprised by that man's prowess. Half of the swarm as well as the swarm made of relatively big monsters were all defeated by that man. Who the heck is that? The IFF indicates that he's a friend, but he seems to be using different equipment, a hunter maybe? The IFF signal doesn't show that he's a hunter though. But he's not a soldier from the temporary base either. I wonder which squad he belongs to. No idea. I heard nothing from the base either. Either way, I'm glad that he's on our side. Let's get ourselves ready while we have the time. The commander of the guards there gave his order and the soldiers started to get busy again. On top of the countless dead monsters, a man stood and contacted his friend through wireless communication. His communication device still worked just fine despite the effect of the rain. His other equipment was also better than usual hunters, and of course, he has the skill suitable for his equipment. It was the exact reason why he was able to clean up the monsters so easily. I'm done here, how about over there? Yup, I'm done over here too. I see. Just a question though, how were the monsters over there? Just a normal swarm. Nothing out of the ordinary, anything wrong on that side? I won't go that far, but it feels like they are ordered to fight and not to withdraw. Although this is just my guess, the bigger monster is not the boss of the swarm, they're more like the commander of the swarm. Not to mention that there are both biological and mechanical monsters mixed in the swarm. I bet these monsters have evolved to be able to take command of the other monsters. I didn't go for them first, so I can't really confirm it. The boss said that this attack is not from the ruins defense system though. But to think that they have a commander like that, it's becoming really fishy. Alright then, I'll at least let the boss know about it. Tell the others to be careful too, later then. The call ended there and the man mumbled, if the bigger monsters are the commanders, then there's a good chance that there's another higher command up the ladder. In that case, wouldn't that mean that this attack might be because of that higher commander? And here I thought this would be an easy job, god damn it. That guy who belonged to Yanagisawa's squad side. Akira was using the buildings as covers while closing in onto the multi-legged monster, but another monster suddenly ambushed him. Right now, he was riding his bike on top of the buildings to keep his distance from the monsters while shooting at them with his SSB multi-weapon rifle. The monster that ambushed him had a wolf-like appearance. Although its head was as big as a small shop, it had a big enough body to suit its head. Its legs were covered in fur, but it did not hide its muscular flesh as it ran toward Akira, crushing the rubbles under its feet. The mini-missile pods fixed on Akira's bike launched multiple mini-missiles at that monster. The explosion that engulfed that monster was only able to strip off a small part of its fur and flesh, it hardly injured the monster at all. It then jumped out from the smoke and chased Akira with great vigor. Akira kept shooting while gritting his teeth. When he noticed that he had run out of ammo and was about to reload a new magazine, Alpha suddenly gave him an order. Akira, anti-force field ammo doesn't really work, so don't use it. Is that so? Wait, that thing is so strong although it's not using a force field armor? At least, it's not using force field armor projection like your coat or your common tank's force field armor. So basically it's just simply that strong, huh? What a pain in the neck. Akira reloaded an augmented armor-piercing magazine to his SSB rifle and started shooting again, driving multiple augmented armor-piercing bullets to the monster wolf's head. The monster roared from the pain, but instead of slowing down, it ran even faster. It opened its mouth, showing its red-blooded fang and its ferocity. In contrast to that, Akira looked even more concerned. His face turned even grimmer as if to erase the concerned look on his face. Just how much vitality does that monster have? Alpha, can you do something about that thing? Like, concentrating the missiles just like you did back then against the tank tarantula? You can control the mini-missiles, right? Unfortunately, I can't do that. To be more precise, I can't fully control the missiles, not to mention that the rain is reducing the accuracy of the guiding system too. To be honest, I believe I deserve an award for even making them hit their target. So it's all the rain's fault, huh? Seriously, can it just stop already? Or at least let off even for a bit. Akira started cursing at the rain. But instead of letting off, the rain that got weaker a moment ago suddenly started pouring even harder. Akira smiled bitterly at Alpha, who replied likewise. Akira. It's not my fault. I know, I just want to let you know that you'll need to resupply soon, roger that. The bike accelerated to open up more distance from the monster wolf. It then went into an alley where his truck was hiding and was running parallel with that truck. Akira then jumped from the bike and into the truck. As he brought the huge payload of mini-missiles to the backside of his bike, the arms fixed on the backside of the bike threw away the empty payload, grabbed the new payload, and loaded the mini-missiles. Akira quickly finished grabbing the ammo for his SSB rifle and immediately jumped back to his bike. His truck then drove away from him and vanished between the rubbles. The monster wolf had its sight on the truck, but Akira forcefully shifted its attention to him as he started shooting at that monster. The bike slowed down to provoke the monster even more and he kept on shooting armor-piercing bullets at its head to keep its attention. The monster chased Akira even harder, its face that was scary enough on its own, looked even more intimidating with the blood oozing from it. Every time it swung one of its 4 huge legs, it sent rubbles and debris into the air. Seeing how the monster was getting closer and closer, Akira thought that it was about time to speed up the bike, but strangely the bike would not go any faster. Akira tilted his head and sent a glance at Alpha. Alpha? We'll get closer this time since we know for sure that it has no ranged attack. After all, it doesn't seem like we can defeat that monster without shooting from closer range. So Akira, you should get yourself ready. Although Akira understood the logic, he still could not help but frown. That I know that part is my responsibility, but make sure not to get too close, yes? I don't want to get eaten again like back then with that big snake. That's a good idea, shooting from the inside is a surefire way to kill it. Want to do that instead? No thanks. It's obvious that one won't just swallow me whole. I'm sure it would give good chewing before swallowing its food. That's not what I meant though. It's coming. The wolf monster had closed the distance, enough to take a chomp on Akira. Right when it opened its big mouth, Akira suddenly jumped from his bike and leapt toward that big monster. In his compressed time perception, Akira saw the wolf slowly closing its jaw to get a good bite of its prey. But its jaw was suddenly forced open before it could close. Akira had raised his augmented suit power to max and delivered a powerful kick to the wolf's jaw. He could feel the kickback from that powerful kick as he was momentarily floating in the air. That was when mini-missiles went past beside him and straight into the monster's opened mouth before exploding. With no other direction for the force to escape, the explosions had enough force to blast open the wolf's innards. Some of the shockwaves went out from the wolf's mouth, towards Akira who was right in front of its mouth. But thanks to Alpha's support, he was able to safely land on the ground. Akira then looked up at the monster as it writhed and roared before falling to the ground. Alright then, that went easier than I thought, we should have done that sooner. Hearing what Alpha said casually, Akira immediately raised his objection. The heck? I'll keep my distance even if it takes a whole load of bullets to kill that monster next time, okay? I see. But considering the ammo expense, I don't really recommend that. There are so many of them after all. So I hope you understand. Can you do something about the aim to reduce the ammo usage? It's not the time to be holding back right now. I'm already doing my best, but it's not that easy with this rain, you see. I can't increase the accuracy no matter what. Damn it. If only this rain would stop. Akira once again looked up to the sky. The rain felt like it got slightly stronger. Alpha smiled bitterly at Akira. Akira, you should stop make it rain harder, you know, that it's not my fault. Akira frowned, showing that he was not so sure if what he said was true or not. But then he noticed something in the ruin and quickly banished any unnecessary thoughts to the void. As he focused his vision in that direction, he spotted another huge wolf monster running fiercely in the rain. Again. Akira, who was taking a break on top of his bike, immediately accelerated to keep his distance away from that monster, but Alpha hijacked the control and stopped him from doing so. Akira, wait, there's a friendly signal coming from that direction. Is it chasing someone? Helping other hunters was one of his jobs. So Akira was not sure if he should go and help that hunter instead. But it seemed that it was unnecessary. Nope, it's the opposite. The opposite? Right in the next moment, the big wolf monster that came pretty close to Akira was suddenly sliced by a blue light blade and fell down. Its head that was separated from its body continued to roar even as it rolled over the ground. While the rest of its body followed its inertia and crashed until it finally stopped right before Akira. Akira was pretty amazed by what happened. When he looked at the monster's head, it was then cut to half by a blue light blade from behind, revealing the owner of that blue blade, which was a black-powered suit. Akira tensed up the moment he saw that powered suit since it somehow looked familiar to him. Alpha, that powered suit. It's either the very same powered suit that you fought back in Izant family's base or a different powered suit of the same type. But it's true that the IFF identified it as a friend. Not a foe then, right? Probably, yes. Akira still had his guard up. The black-powered suit turned off its blade and folded it. Once it was folded to the length of its handle, the black-powered suit put it away to show that it had no wish to fight before waving casually to Akira. Akira was a bit surprised since he did not expect that at all. But when the backside of the powered suit opened up and someone came out from it, Akira frowned. He found that person somehow familiar to him. Why you? Long time no see, Akira. It was Nelia. Nelia jumped from the powered suit and landed in front of Akira, who immediately aimed his SSB rifle at Nelia by pure reflex. But even so, Nelia smiled amusedly at him. Oh my, it's not a good idea to aim your rifle at a friend, you know? Do you really expect me to believe that? It's the truth. If you shoot a friendly hunter in this situation, there's no mistaking it, the city management will see it as an act of betrayal. You won't be able to get away from it just fine, you know? Though that in itself would be interesting. Nelia was smiling without showing any tension. But Akira knew very well that did not guarantee she would not suddenly start shooting at him. Akira. If you have no wish to abandon your request and pick a fight with Kagamaima City Management, lower your rifle. I won't tell you not to kill her, but this is not the time and place for that. Akira hesitated before finally lowering his rifle. So, why are you here? Akira had a curt tone and looked at Nelia with a sharp gaze, but in contrast to that, Nelia had a friendly smile plastered on her face. Just hunting monsters for a job. Not that much different from you, no? Job. I heard that you're put on compulsory civil service for the city management though. Yup, that's why I'm working hard here, in that powered suit. Yes. I'm sure you've noticed it too, it's the powered suit that you fought before. Akira had so many questions in his head. But seeing Nelia enjoying his reaction there, he decided to push aside all of his questions for now. So then, what now? Nothing in particular, just saying hello since I spotted you. Is that so? If that's all, then just get out of my face. Geez, that's so cold of you. We should celebrate this reunion, you know. I see no reason to celebrate at all, Akira said bluntly before going off on his bike. But Nelia just smiled and returned back to her powered suit. After she turned the power on, she started chasing Akira. The information terminal lent by the city management that Akira had fixed on his arm automatically accepted a short-range call from Nelia without his confirmation. There's no need to run away like that, you know. Let's hang out for a bit. How the heck did you do that? I didn't even pick up your call, you know. Yup, I did that from this side. Since my information terminal has higher privileges, it's easy for me to do it. Not to mention, hacking is my specialty. Ah, by the way, just to let you know, I'm using the connection for emergency broadcast use by the forward base, so it's futile to try to cut it off. Akira, who was about to reach his information terminal, stopped midway and frowned. Oh my, you don't have to look that annoyed. How can you even see my face? That was just a wild guess, did I get it right? That hurts me, you know. Akira's face turned stern. Judging from her voice, it sounded as if Nelia was really enjoying teasing him. Why are you following me? I'm just keeping my distance so I can still use the close-range call in the middle of this rain. Is that so? Akira accelerated his bike, trying to leave Nelia behind. Although the road was filled with rubbles and the rain reduced the tire's grip, Akira fully relied on Alpha's driving skill and the gripping power of the bike that allowed him to climb a vertical wall as he freely accelerated his bike. He blazed through the falling water droplets and the rubbles. A small mistake would easily throw his bike off. But Nelia's skill, as well as the performance of her powered suit, was above it. She moved agilely as if she was sliding over the ground to evade the smaller rubble and temporarily increased the output power of the powered suit to jump over the bigger ones. She was running with such a speed that a collision would cause a loud bang and a small mistake would plunge her powered suit straight to the nearby building. Instead of getting away from Nelia, Akira could not hide his surprise when he saw her closing up on him. Alpha warned Akira, who had his attention toward his back. Akira, look forward, more enemy. Whoa, sorry. Akira immediately cut off Nelia from his attention and focused on the two big-sized monsters in front of him. One of them was the multi-legged monster that he was unable to finish before, while the other one was a beast-like monster with the upper body of a human. Both of them had huge guns, which did not really resemble one, and aimed them at Akira. Akira made a 90-degree turn to a sudden stop and was about to aim his SSB rifle at those monsters when Nelia jumped over him. The black-powered suit blazed through the rain, rapidly closing its distance with the two monsters. It easily evaded the shots from their cannons and Vulcans as it pulled out its blade on both of its hands. The moment the monsters got into its range, it quickly sliced those monsters apart. Before the sliced monsters were able to fall to the ground, the black-powered suit sliced them to even smaller pieces. When the black-powered suit stopped and turned off its light blade, the huge monsters had already been turned into diced meat and crumbs of metal. Akira, who saw what happened in front of him, could not hide his surprise. Those two monsters, so fast. Has that black-powered suit always been this strong? Akira was able to defeat that black-powered suit once in the past, although it was with Alpha's support. So he always thought that he should be able to handle it just fine in case he had to fight it again. But after he saw what just happened, that thought was completely gone from his mind. Alpha frowned a bit and explained to Akira. Although it's the same black-powered suit, its new equipment and the skill of its rider are on a completely different level from before. Furthermore, you did run away from it last time. So think of it as a completely different black-powered suit. Yeah, I understand that very well. It could not jump back then after all. Can we win if we fight it? It would be difficult. I see. Fighting it this time would be a bad idea. Akira understood that very well. Although getting into a fight against such an opponent was a common occurrence for him, he would rather choose not to fight if given the chance. As Akira was lost in his own thoughts, the black-powered suit came to him. Nelia's voice came out from Akira's information terminal again. Oh, you were waiting for me. Aren't you sweet? Having you chasing me would be a huge pain in the neck. You should return back to your job instead of chatting with me. I'm busy too, you see. I have no time to be talking with you. About that, how about we help each other? Your job is to take care of the big monsters around this area, right? My job is pretty similar to yours. Akira sent a glare at the black-powered suit. No. Do you seriously believe that I will accept that offer? Have you forgotten what happened between us? I do. But, I'm not someone who would let myself get dragged down by the past. Hell if I care. Geez, don't be like that. Like they said, yesterday's enemy is today's friend. That won't even be a reason for us to work together. And also, there's another saying that is more appropriate, today's friend is tomorrow's enemy. Yup, exactly. You know it very well. The most important thing is today, just focus on the fact that we're allies for today. Both of us, today, have the same job. Listen here, you. When Akira was about to say something, Nelia suddenly interjected. Although her voice was, as usual, amused, it was a few times colder than usual. That's right, we have the same job for today. We had a fight in the past since we were enemies, then we can work together today since we have the same job. And if we become enemies again tomorrow, let's fight then. Akira finally understood Inelia's real intention as he was slightly overwhelmed by her. In that split second, he could imagine the logic behind the person who said it, and the past which enforced that line of thinking as he shut his mouth in reflex. He aimed his rifle at her once before and she let that go. Not to mention, if he kept refusing her offer to work together, she might really turn into an enemy today. Akira thought that working together with her was better than having to fight her in that place. Fine then. Let's work together, but I won't be obeying your command, okay? Although I will at least stay around and help you out, I will be basically moving on my own discretion. Sounds good to me. Well then, let's enjoy our time together. You can just help me out randomly, there's no need to be too worried about that part since I'll do the same too. The black-powered suit lightly waved at him and went ahead. Akira frowned while shaking off his worry and followed it. Alpha found it rather weird for Akira to do that. Akira, are you really okay with it? That it's a good thing that I get someone to help out with my job. Moreover, she was able to kill those monsters like it was nothing, so I don't want to fight her if possible. Is that so? Yeah. Alpha smiled teasingly. Akira sulked and looked away. He understood that Alpha knew what he said was nothing more than an excuse for him to compromise. Back then, he did not compromise at all when Katsuya offered to work together. But this time, he did. Akira himself did not know if it was because of the situation that he was in or because he had the leeway for him to think this time, which gave him the chance to consider the choice of compromising. But since Alpha looked at him with her teasing smile, it made him think that it was the latter. When the sound of the battle in the forward base was drowned by the heavy rain, a certain someone closed into the forward base while concealing himself in the rain. He had an outlook of a small boy and was donning a distorted-looking augmented suit. He came to Yatsubayashi's clinic and knocked on its huge armored wall. Although there was no reply, he did not stop knocking. After a few seconds of non-stop knocking, Yatsubayashi answered from inside the clinic through the speaker. Don't you see the notice that we're not open today? Go to the base's clinic. But that did not stop the boy. God damn it, you should go back home while you have the chance. If you think that I won't leave an injured person just because I'm a doctor, you're sadly mistaken. Yatsubayashi was threatening the boy when he said that, but the boy knocked even harder on the gate. In response to that, the outer arms of the clinic aimed their guns at the boy as well as the outer camera fixed on their aims. This is the last warning, go away. The boy stopped knocking and looked straight at the camera. A surprised voice could be heard from the outer speaker, then the outer arms retracted their guns and the armored wall started to slowly open. Yatsubayashi welcomed the boy with a big smile. Though I did tell you to come out, I didn't think that you would actually come out. You said that you would welcome me, so here I am. But of course, come in, Taial-kun. Yatsubayashi welcomed Taial and went inside the clinic. Taial came into the clinic with a stern face. Due to the heavy rain and all the fighting happening outside, no one noticed Taial entering Yatsubayashi's clinic. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.